legit world champion that he would have beaten in those 50 fights, Deontay Wilder, should he come through and be successful tonight. Is this the biggest win of Deontay Wilder's career if he beats Derek Chisora?
Well, that's a great shout. Yes, a great shout.
You're shaking your head, Gareth. Give me the name that's bigger than him.
The draw against Fury is bigger than the win against Chisora.
He didn't win the fight.
He drew it. I'm shaking my head because I'm trying to think of
As it stands
Luis
right
Ortiz.
Now, right, as it stands right now...
Yeah, the knockout in New York,
well,
yeah.
He's not Luis Ortiz out twice, right? He's knocked him out in the first round, then he knocked him when he was really patient and knocked him out, I think it was the 7th or the 8th round, after being well behind on the cards. I think that is Wilder's best victory so far today.
In Brooklyn, yeah.
But based on pure longevity, you've just named all those names that Derek's been in with. I think if Deontay Wilder beats Derek Chisora tonight, I think there's an argument that it's his biggest win of his career.
Yeah, listen,
I'm not going to disagree with that,
No, absolutely. He's in that argument for sure. You know, and people may be laughing at that, but you just look at Derek, and he is an iconic figure in this modern era. He's been in with the who's who, and he's pushed the who's who all the way. You know, he's one of those guys that is teak tough and a tough man to beat. It's going to be tough for Deontay Wilder tonight. You know, thinking, if you rewind 3 years, you go, Deontay Wilder would have been an overwhelming favourite, but he would have still found himself in this position where you go, you couldn't write Derek off, because one thing that Derek's going to do, which he told me he's going to do, he's going to come out there, first bell, and he's going to sit on his chest and wing away. Will Deontay be able to cope with that sort of pressure? It's going to be an interesting fight.
What I think Derek is, and you mentioned those 13 losses in the 49 fights, he has always been entertainment over statistics. He's learnt to be an amazing promoter. I mean, I can remember a couple of fights ago where he walked out with his daughters here in Barbie pink. And he's always got a methodology. The tank with Nigel Farage this week. He always knows how to promote. He's curated an amazing career. And there is great anticipation around Derek. And I think that he's going to leave a legacy. And if he does win tonight, I think it is his biggest victory against Deontay Wilder.
You've gone full circle on me. I like it. You've come back in. I like it. Rip, this is an interesting way to start the night, actually, because there are going to be fights going on in the background. We are going to be bringing you 4 fights this evening. A little bit of a heavyweight contest before we get into Denzel Bentley's interim world title, and then, of course, a little later on, Vidal Riley goes for European honours in the cruiserweight division against Mateusz. The brilliant John Rowland will be calling you through those fights, as he will be calling you through the main event of Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora. All that will be live across the talkSPORT network, and will also be on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, so make sure you're across that. Like and subscribe to the channel, get stuck into the comment section, interact with the programme, and we'll get you involved with it. But that's a really interesting point that you just made of where we should start the night talking. Box office stars, with all due respect to Derek, right? He hasn't become a world champion. I don't think that is going to be the ending of his story. He's been in with them and maybe fallen short at that top level. He has achieved some great things. British, Commonwealth and European championships are not to be sniffed at, given where he's come from to where he is right at this moment in time. But he has gone full circle with his character, with his crowd. I remember the days when people used to boo him into the ring, where people used to hate him off the back of the altercations that he had with David Hay, for example. We all remember the metal fence. Now, he's become a bit of a folklore hero, a bit of an icon that people absolutely idolise and adore. That's tried a testament tonight with the amount of fans coming out for him, and just the guest list of popular names, celebrities that are going to be ringside tonight. You know, he's turned himself into something really, really loved with the British boxing community. Where are those characters now?
No, I think he's unique. He's unique. I mean, I was looking back. By the way, I want to remind us, in 2013, when Wilder came over here and beat Audley Harrison, Frank Warren, who was promoting him at the time, was about to put him in with Deontay Wilder.
Deontay Wilder with who? With Derek?
With Derek in 2013. So weirdly, it's been 13 years in the making, this fight. And at that time, you'd have expected Wilder to flatten him. And the tides turned. When you go back over Derek, remember Carl Baker, the guy he kissed at the weigh-ins on Valentine's Day? The opponent whose ear he bit. The Vitaly Klitschko face slap. The fight in the press conference with David Hay. He used to be a boisterous, difficult, expect the unexpected kind of guy who was volatile. But from that, he's curated a cult figure. And as I said earlier, what he's been able to do. He's a brilliant promoter. That's what he's become in the last few years. And this has been the place, really, where he's mostly been able to do that, this very arena.
Where's the next generation of that person? Because they don't, I'm looking around and I can't see them.
Great question. You know, I think we've been very spoiled over the last decade, haven't we, with Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Derek Chisora, huge characters of the sport. Where is the next one? Moses Atama, he seemed to come out of his shell last time. Yeah, he's unbelievable talent inside the ring, but his personality outside of that needs to grow still. And, you know, we always have that question, don't we? Where's the next one coming from? Who is it going to be? You know, and we're just going to have to watch over the next couple of years. We're fortunate that we've still got this heavyweight generation that's around at the moment, that's in the twilights of their careers. We've probably got another 12 months of these guys.
Outside Derek Chisora, I mean, obviously, if we ignore Tyson Fury, as we know his box office, it's probably Conor Benn. It's probably Ben Whittaker.
Ben Whittaker's an interesting one because there's a bag of talent there from an amateur pedigree, right? Where he's got himself a silver medal at the Olympic Games. And I suppose he is a bit of a divisive character. You've got to have that love-hate relationship, I suppose, with the crowd, haven't you? And Ben Whittaker might have that. I think there's a little bit more mileage in the tank. It's interesting that you mentioned Conor Benn there, because he most certainly has that love-hate relationship with the fan base.
And he's controversial. He's very, very controversial. The controversy with Matchroom, the controversy around the Clomiphene affair, the controversy about signing. I mean, there's some dirty washing being hung out to dry at the moment by Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith about borrowing money. It's all it's doing is making Conor Benn a bigger figure ahead of next week.
I'm just trying to think of other stars, because Derek Chisora is a very unique character in this sport. And it amazes me, genuinely amazes me, having followed his career for 10 to 15 years, that we are in a stage tonight where he's going to be cheered and loved and worshipped as he walks to the ring tonight, whereas even as short as 6 to 7 years ago, that might not necessarily have been the case.
And do you know what it was? Because you mentioned all those times that, you know, Derek Chisora, the slapping of the face of Klitschko and the spitting of water and all that sort of stuff, and people didn't really appreciate it. They didn't, you know.
No, but we didn't like him then.
No, wait.
We didn't like him.
No,
yeah, but that's the point that we're all making regarding the modern...
No, the public didn't like him.
No, hold on, you're not
He was the bad boy. I know, but I'm telling you, he was the bad boy of British boxing. People didn't like it.
Have you finished? Anyway, so what I was saying was, yeah, he was that guy that it was a love-hate relationship with the fans and everything else, and they've come to appreciate him because of what he gives to the fans. Like, he leaves it all in the ring. So what you can guarantee is, yeah, he's turned into this lovable character now that was a bit of a rogue in his early days, but has mellowed now he's got older. But what you can guarantee with Derek Chisora when you're paying your hard-earned money to sit in this arena is war. And that is a guarantee. He does what it says on the tin, and I think that's why the public have grown to love Derek Chisora.
That's the last couple of years.
It is one for you, right? Because you know him quite well, Spence. Observing him from the outside, he does seem to have mellowed a lot. Because I remember trying to interview him 6, 7, 8 years ago, and it was hard. It was a very hard interview to do. Whereas now he seems a little bit more calmer, a little bit more at peace, a little
maturity.
Bit... Is that what it is? Is that just purely what it's down to?
It's maturity. When you're loved by the public, as he is now, as you rightly point out, Spencer, you can curate that character however you want to go. There was a time when he was not liked. He was the bad boy of British boxing. He's called me out on it before for writing all those pieces at the time, because he was a villain of the piece.
He's at peace with himself now because he's achieved what he's achieved. He's gone in there, he's been the underdog, he's been the guy that everybody's hated, that now everybody loves, and he's at that stage of his career. This is his happy place. It's the 11th time he's boxed here. He's had his most memorable nights in this O2 arena, and this is where he wanted to finish it off. There was special little things that he wanted in and around him. His kids are going to be here with him again tonight. You know, he said that he wants this one to be the memorable one because it is 50 and out, and that's why he's chose Deontay Wilder, one of the biggest figures of the sport in today's sport. And it's you know, it's all fitting, and it's going to be a very emotional night for Derek.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, whatever time it is now, it's 7:15 right now. Derek Chisora would have already shed a tear if he's here or on the way here. That is a guarantee. I can tell you that now. He needed to get here early because he needed those emotions out the way. said it himself. He's like, Spence, this is going to be a hard night for me. The hardest, he said, I'll tell you what's going to be harder for me than the fight, the ring walk. He told me that himself. The ring walk is going to be so hard because I'm going to be battling against myself, trying to hold it all back.
As we're discussing this next box office star, the one that is going to capture the imagination of the fans, my brain's going wild and trying to think of those types of characters. There's a lot of nice guys out there right now, isn't there? There's a lot of great talent. Moza Tamu, you just mentioned, world champions like Dalton Smith, nice lads. Fabio Wardley, who's here tonight, world champion. Just nice, stand-up fellas. I think you do have to have a little bit of that love-hate with the fan base throughout your career in order to create that cult hero following.
Look at the great stars of boxing over the last 25 years, the most known people out there. The way Mike Tyson was at the beginning, the way Floyd Mayweather was all about money, the way, in many ways, how Nazim Hamid was. People loved him at the end. People become venerated after a period of time. It takes that time to develop. And Spencer and I were discussing this week on the podcast, that over time you go back. There's a Carl Froch era, a Lennox Lewis era, a Joe Calzaghe era, a Ricky Hatton era, an Amir Khan era, Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua now. There's always a time when they're coming to the end when you wonder who will be the next box office star, and someone always emerges. It's like a conveyor belt. It's like the space gets emptied and someone fills it. It probably will be Moses Itauma as he gets more confident. If he starts knocking people out, a natural arrogance will emerge, a natural kind of beauty that you can appreciate will emerge in the beautiful brutality of what he does, and the character grows. We've seen Derek grow in front of us over those years. That's why we're celebrating him tonight.
And I think we saw that growth with Moses Itauma in his last fight week. You know, we saw a different guy, a guy that seems to have matured, seems to have grown into that position, because he'll recognise, to be a box office star, it's not just about what you do inside the ring, it's about what you do outside of the ring as well.
You become the book through the experience of it. That's how it happens. You can't be the book at the beginning. The book gets written as you go along.
Let's talk about the other guy that's in this main event tonight. Obviously, Derek is one half of it. The other half is Deontay Wilder. There's a lot of judgment out there as to whether the Bronze Bomber still exists. At one point, he was undefeated through 43 fights, and then he walked into Tyson Fury in that second fight and was absolutely blitzed. And since then, he really hasn't got going again. We've seen him in with Zhang, we've seen him with Parker, obviously we've seen him another time in there with Fury, and it hasn't gone his way. You guys have been around him this week. I've seen some crazy interviews that he's done with Piers Morgan, for example. I saw the outburst when you were in the studio with him, Spence, alongside Simon Jordan. Where is Deontay Wilder's mind at coming into this tonight?
Well, he's more open and more emotional than we've ever seen him. There are peaks and troughs with him at the moment, and I've been around him since about 2013, I'd say, when he came here and knocked out Audley Harrison at the Sheffield Arena and was about to be matched in his next fight with Derek Chisora, weirdly. But then Wilder, who was with Golden Boy, then moved to Al Haymon and went on a different trajectory. He was a very dangerous puncher, as you say, up until the time he met Tyson Fury, who was his nemesis over 3 fights and 3 years, and it really affected him after that. The guy that then fought Zhilei Zhang and Joseph Parker found that he didn't have anything left, he couldn't pull the trigger. He's blamed it on emotional processes outside the ring. He's rid himself of those. He needs Derek, as he's admitted, more than Derek needs him at this moment. He needs a victory. It can't be a Pyrrhic victory, it has to be an emphatic victory. Because if Deontay Wilder hasn't got it, we will find out anymore. We will find out tonight against Chisora, who is primed to give everything, as Spencer says, in his last performance.
And that's why he's been chosen as the opponent, Derek Chisora, because Deontay Wilder needs to find out himself if he's still got it, because he's been blaming everything else around him for the performances inside of the ring, the betrayal that he had, the breakup of his wife, it affected his performances inside the ring. Then he told me when myself and Gareth done a sit-down interview in the week that it was my shoulder was bad, so I couldn't pull the trigger. There's loads of excuses, and that's what I'm saying. Derek Chisora, he knows he's the guy that will be in front of him, will come and try and fight him, and that, you know, that chaos creates opportunity, and the opportunity will be there for him, and I think even he doesn't know whether he can still pull that trigger, and that's why he's chosen Derek. This is about testing his own soul here as well, because he doesn't really know.
When we sat with him, we both discussed this after we'd sitting with him in a really small room in the rabbit warren of the York Hall. We both went away saying physically he seems really strong and imposing, and he was in a little bit of a mood, but it's very easy to take him into deep philosophy, and he wants to talk too much, and he wants to give too much away. I think when you look around him at the moment, Jay Diaz, who's been around him since he was 20, is back in the camp. He was a crime reporter, by the way, for TV before he joined the Deontay Wilder Tuscaloosa, Alabama camp. He's got everyone around him. Don Howes is a very experienced, you know Don Howes, Adam, very experienced trainer and cornerman. He's got Shelley Finkel, who believes that everything should be done right. They got over the glove situation. They accepted that from Derek last night, that they had the wrong gloves and they couldn't open the gloves and they were handmade, and he accepted that straight away. That was a good sign that he wasn't arguing too much. Russ Amber, Derek's cornerman, had some gloves and he took them straight away and accepted them. All these things point to him wanting to bring everything. I agree with Spencer. Deontay Wilder will find out in 3 hours' time whether he can still pull the trigger anymore.
Well, the big question for me is, whenever I've been around Deontay Wilder on a fight week, I start to see the emergence of the bronze bomber. That's what I start to see. He changes. Has he changed? Does the bronze bomber still exist?
He doesn't exist anymore. Unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. He's trying to search for something that has left. And I'm going to tell you, as an ex-fighter, when it's left, it's not coming back. When the ship sails, mate, you can't board ship. And unfortunately for him, it's gone. It's gone.
We've been around so many fighters over so long where you're willing them to have one more great fight left in them, but more often than not, it's not there anymore. Father Time waits for no one. He has looked pitiful. I'm just going to go back to when we were in Riyadh on that stand, watching Zhilei Zhang batter him. I call it like a herd of buffalo were after him. Zhang looked like a herd of buffalo running over Deontay Wilder. Do you remember we wanted it to stop mercifully, didn't we?
The decline was so bad when we were watching that.
We were shocked.
Yeah, we were so shocked watching Zhilei Zhang. The Joseph Parker one was bad enough, but then that sort of confirmed that everything had totally left him with the Zhilei Zhang one, because he couldn't throw a punch, and he's made excuses for that because of the stuff that's going on outside the ring. No,
excuses, I agree.
Listen, I know when you throw a punch, you can throw a punch. Forget what's going on outside the ring. If someone's coming at you, you let your hands go. He can't do that anymore. It's like a dart player that can't let the arrow go anymore. They get dartitis, and like the boxers do the same. And unfortunately, he's fallen there now, and he's looking for something. You know, we always say it's that, you know, they're the first ones to know it, but the last ones to admit it. And Deontay Wilder, unfortunately, is in that camp.
And unfortunately, it sounds like we're talking the fight down right now, but everybody is hoping that Deontay will bring it tonight. Derek's played a very smart game. Spencer's made the point about he's taken the pressure off himself all week and all promotion. He's played a smart game by saying, come on, let's do the old pals act here. We're both old, veteran, iconic figures. Let's keep it really respectful all week. And it all plays into the mindset of Derek being able to go in there and dominate tonight, which I think he will.
Spencer, I want to come at you from this angle as a fighter, because listening to you speak about Deontay there and my own observations of him, there seems to be an incredible amount of denial, where he's in denial that Tyson Fury beat him legitimately. He's in denial that the bronze bomber no longer exists. All these types of things. Can you actually flourish? Can you actually perform if you're lying to yourself, if that makes sense?
That every fighter that goes through this process, every single one. And what they're trying to do is, in his own mind, Deontay Wilder, he'll feel that he's got one more good night there. And I think the intrigue for all of us now is being here, and that's why the O2 Arena's sold out tonight, because there is that, will we see the bronze bomber one more time? Will we see it? Because he's at that stage where you go, Well, if he does, if he delivers, but this is the one that confirms to us all that Deontay Wilder of old, the bronze bomber, has gone. You know, that's what I say to you. Himself right now, whether he's in that dressing room right now, he'll be saying to himself, I'm going to pull the trigger. It's going to happen. I'm going to go. And when that first bell goes, you know straight away, and we will know. And that's what we're going to find out. But there's that intrigue, because you go, maybe, just maybe, the bronze bomber might pull the trigger.
And conversely, Derek has defied logic for so long because he's had so many iterations when he's come back, when he has looked like he's finished, and yet look at the last performances against Joe Joyce, and particularly the Otto Wallin performance. He has defied age and logic in the way that he's been able to come back. And that's what makes him the favourite tonight. It's what makes most people pick him to stop Deontay tonight.
And this is where Deontay Wilder has his chance. This is where he needs to seize his opportunity, and that is in round 1, 2 and 3. Because I'll tell you what, Derek Chisora will come out all 19 stone one of him, the career heaviest, and he'll be plodding, he'll be throwing the jab, and you'll go, is he boxing in slow motion? Because that's what Derek does. And then round 2 goes, he gets a bit faster. Round 3 goes a bit faster. And then he finds something from somewhere. Like, when he's at his most tired is when he's at his best. Because he just digs in. He's got this mental strength on him. So Deontay Wilder in the first 3 rounds could be dangerous if he pulls the trigger. If he doesn't, he's in big trouble.
And you look at what this means tonight. You look at what these two guys have become in terms of names. They are icons in this sport. This is a very special night tonight because it's the end of a torch for both men. Because Derek will probably win and he will walk away, unless Usyk offers him 8 million to fight for a world title. But this is a giant moment in the first closure of the era.
I've just seen a picture of Derek Chisora on the tube. He hasn't got a car in, he hasn't got a driver or anything like that. No, he's with his daughters. He's on the tube, he's got his headphones on, and he is making his way to the O2 Arena. Listen, it's his gaff, he can turn up however he wants. But that is kind of the epitome of what you've just been saying, you two gentlemen, talking about a guy that has become the people's champion, the people's hero, the man of the people, and he's travelling to the arena like them.
I told you, Catman, he wants to do it really different this time. He wants it to be memorable. He said that. He said, like, you know, he wants everything. He wants to remember every single little bit. He's always getting in cars. He'll always travelling on cars. Coming on the tube will be something that sticks in his mind with his young daughters. You know, the ring walk's going to be something quite special. The place is going to erupt. This is what Derek wants. He's setting, you know, he's setting the scene for his 50th and final fight.
He knows how to do it. That's what I say. He's an arch promoter these days. And I just say, you go back to Thursday, I know Nigel Farage, the leader of the UK Reform Party, is coming into a box here tonight. And of course, he was on that tank with Derek.
Yeah, I'm going to say, he was driving the tank when he went this week.
On Thursday. What a way to do it. This is a guy who is really big into Derek as the perfect immigrant into this country. Derek has stepped into the political spectrum with him for the last 10 years. Derek comes from all kinds of angles, and I think the diaspora of Derek's career reaches so far.
Can I just tell you, Adam, as well, like how he's captured the imagination of the people. We was outside and we went into the bar earlier on, and there was a guy from Zimbabwe, where Derek originally comes from, that was over here. He said that Derek has become such a cult figure over there and such an inspiration to all the other fighters. He's actually come over here to watch Derek Chisora box because he knows it's his 50th and final fight. He said, like, that's what it means. That's what Derek's captured the imagination of the people, man. He really has.
And overarchingly, this is a celebration of this era of boxing. I just want to go back to that because without the achievements that both men over the last decade, this wouldn't be selling out the O2 Arena tonight because it really is the end. Derek's walkout tonight, the emotion involved, we won't forget this night. We don't know if we're going to get a barnstormer in the ring or a slobber knocker, as you call it, but we will get an amazing theatre when the two men come to the ring.
No, I think it's tried and testament to both guys because they've built their names, they've built themselves up, whether it be through competition in the ring or whether it be through personality. That's what we fall in love with first, don't we? We fall in love with the personalities, and obviously both of these guys, when they step through the ropes, 9 times out of 10 we get something very, very special, and hopefully we get something a little bit special a little later on as we bring you that live on talkSPORT. You've just been talking about the closing of a particular era, which leads me on nicely just to pick up on something that Kalle Sauerland said yesterday. A man obviously heavily involved in the promotion of tonight's event. He was given an interview. I don't know whether he intended to do this, but he revealed to the people that Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua are looking like they're going to be getting on at some point this year, and it will be taking place in Dublin, Ireland. That's a little bit of a left field one from
it is a little bit of a left field one. We got that news at about 6 o'clock last night when we were doing the podcast at the weigh-ins at the York Hall. And look, he said it was a slip of the tongue at the time, but Kalle knows a lot of what's going on. If it is going to be in Dublin, it's a great place. If it is going to be at Croke Park, it makes sense to have Katie Taylor on the undercard and have her last fight. It will involve Eddie Hearn. It will involve Tyson Fury's management. It will involve a big fight, probably on Netflix. I hope so. I hope they are moving towards that fight happening.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
You're being diplomatic this week. I like it, mate. You're watching your P's and your Q's. You don't want them phone calls.
Kalle Sauerland said it.
Yeah. Just keep referring to what Kalle said. That's all you've got to do. But regarding the tying up of an era, we're kind of doing a little bit of that tonight. You need that fight properly in order to tie and just put the bow on that heavyweight era, don't you?
We certainly do. And let me throw another spanner in the works while we're here. And Anthony Joshua is live at ringside tonight. Yes, him and Derek Chisora are really thick. They go back, right back to their amateur days. They're still very, very close. But one Deontay Wilder obviously is fighting tonight. And it will be interesting to see what happens if he wins that fight. Could that be the next possible opponent for Anthony Joshua? Because that is a fight that could materialise. If Deontay Wilder wins this one, you could see Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua next, with Joshua having that warm-up fight before fighting Tyson Fury. So the fights we've craved, we're closer than ever,
man. Are you two gentlemen suggesting that we might get AJ Wilder and AJ Fury
in the next 12 months? Year? Yes, it is definitely possible. And Wilder's camp, Shelley Finkel, Jay Diaz, the guys in the background, Wilder's even admitted that if he's still got it, he may call Anthony Joshua out tonight. Joshua only comes for a reason. Obviously, he's coming to support Derek as well in his 50th fight. Anthony Joshua, by the way, is the only name not on Chisora's resume, because they're like brothers, aren't they? And they will never fight each other. It would be amazing. That's the standout story. Derek, notwithstanding having an amazing 50th fight, which we've already discussed. If Deontay Wilder can find it one more time, Wilder for Joshua is the perfect next fight.
You're 100% right. However, this only emphasises to me why you make fights when you're supposed to make fights. Because of the ifs, buts and maybes in this game, the slippery slope, people
2018,
lose. Exactly, people can lose, things can go in a different direction. When it's hot, make the fight.
At the time...
Get rid of this politics, make the fight.
At the time, Eddie Hearn was calling Shelley Finkel, Shirley Winkle and all those things. There was $50 million on the table. The Saudi Arabians, certainly not this group of Saudi Arabians, Salah, Turkey Al Sheikh, Riyadh Season, Ring Magazine, hadn't come on board by then. If they had come on board at that time, I mean, Turkey Al Sheikh said if Joshua won one of his fights that I think it was Joshua, it was Wilder, when Wilder fought Parker.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
They were going to put him in with Joshua next.
Yeah.
So it would be fantastic for the era, maybe not for Derek, but for the era, if that fight could happen.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Obviously, look, my heart's with Derek. I've known him since he was a kid. Of course, I want him to come through that one, but for the boxing fan, if Deontay Wilder wins this one, you get Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua. If Derek Chisora wins this one, the problem it would be is Derek will say, yeah, I'm retired, I'm gone away, but the carrot will be too big that's being dangled in front of him, and you'll probably see Derek Chisora in with a Moses Atalma. Or
I really
I know,
not.
So do I.
Please don't say that.
No, but I'm just telling you the way it's going to go, or you might see Derek Chisora with Alexander Usyk again.
Like it.
No, but do we need that again?
No, we don't. But that's what I'm saying. So for the boxing fan, if Deontay Wilder wins this one, you get that mega fight with Anthony Joshua, and then you get this modern era all sort of complete.
Dublin, let's discuss that element of it. Is that the right place for that fight?
It doesn't matter where those two fight, because it's going to have 200 million viewers. I don't know it's on Netflix. I'm just discussing this right now.
You sure you don't
We're
know?
having a discussion
You sure?
around the
You
bar.
sure? You sure?
We're having a discussion about what
Look,
Kalle
steady
Sauerland
on
said.
you two.
Is that what
We're
we're
having
doing?
a discussion. Thank you very much
There you go.
for qualifying that.
No
We're
problem.
having a discussion
No
around
problem.
the bar.
Nothing's signed, nothing's agreed.
Signed, nothing's agreed.
All right.
You not spoke to anyone?
Dublin works. I speak to people all the time, but Dublin works because it's that venue that the Irish will create the atmosphere.
Yep.
It's a perfect send-off for Katie Taylor. You've got your main and co-main. It absolutely works. People will travel over. Dublin's an amazing weekend. Absolutely, it works.
Who's the headline?
Well, I think if Anthony Joshua fights Deontay Wilder next, or whoever he fights next, and he wins in whenever it is July.
Yep.
Are you sure that's Ireland, yeah?
No, not that one. I think Fury and Joshua would fight in Ireland.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah.
what Calle's saying, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's what
I didn't know
Kalle
if you'd
said,
spoke to anyone
Yeah.
else.
Who would be who would be the headline? Would it be Fury Joshua, or would it be Katie
it's
Taylor?
Fury Joshua.
Katie Taylor's sign off. Would she not headline Croke Park?
No, she'd be the co-main.
Would she?
Oh, who would she be fighting?
Minnie Mouse. It's signed.
If you've not been keeping up to date with us over the last couple of weeks, that was just something that we have to discuss, of course. But listen, positive noises. It seems like it's a positive noise. Obviously, to hear that Anthony Joshua is going to be in attendance tonight, I know he's supporting Derek and he's here to obviously cheer his pal on. But there is obviously the business element of it. We're hearing good things. He went through a real tragedy at the back end of last year, and we all feared that he wouldn't be able to find himself in a place where competition was at the forefront of his mind. If he's managed to get himself there, that's a good thing for all us fight fans. And if he's in a good, healthy mental space to be able to go and continue with his boxing career, to have him hopefully in a ring with Tyson Fury at some point in 2026 would be still quite big for British boxing.
Yeah. I think it's big for world boxing, mate. I think it's the biggest fight in boxing today, whether they're past their best now or not. You know, they reach outside of the boxing fan. They're bigger than that. They're global stars, the pair of them. And we need that. We need that for the modern era.
And it's late. It's obviously coming late. Mayweather and Pacquiao, which I covered many years ago, came 5 years too late. And now they're doing it again, apparently, even though it's been delayed. It's a huge, huge era-ending, era-defining fight. And it would absolutely be catastrophic, in my view, for the era if it doesn't happen. We'd always be lamenting, and I think they would eventually as well. And also, you know, let's find out next week, a week tonight, what Fury has actually got left against Arslanbek Makhmudov. When I saw him in Thailand, he openly admitted 3 weeks ago that he's 38 coming up.
Yeah.
And Ali was an old man at 38. Fury looks great, feels great, sounds great, but he truly doesn't know if his legs are gone against a guy who's coming for his moment against him at Spurs.
This is what we're at with all of these heavyweights right now. Anthony Joshua's coming back. He doesn't know what he's got left at this stage of his career. All of these guys now are at that stage where, until that first bell rings, they don't know.
One man that we can absolutely be certain of is a guy that we saw last week in action, Moses Itauma, doing what he did against Jermaine Franklin. He's absolutely the future of this division. I'm looking forward to documenting this over the next 5-10 years as Moses Itauma hopefully excites us. But one of the big conversations that myself and John Rowling had actually last week was about dance partners. Who is that dance partner going to be? Who's going to be the career-defining moment, do you think, for Moses Itauma as we look into the next 5 to 10 years?
There's going to be several fights for him. I mean, I think in the staging it right now, I think if Filip Hrgović beats Dave Allen, which I think he will do unless Dave pulls out something incredible at Doncaster Rovers, I think Filip Hrgović is a great stepping stone for Moses Itauma. I don't like calling Filip a stepping stone, but I'm saying for Moses Itauma's elevation. Justice Hooney is a good test for him out there, but then Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois, Ajit Kabayel, Alexander Usyk if he's around long enough. And right now, I wasn't with you guys last week, in my view, I don't think Moses beats Alexander Usyk at the moment, but outside Ajit Kabayel, he could arguably be the biggest challenge for Alexander Usyk, even though he's so inexperienced.
There's one name that we haven't mentioned in that great list, actually, and you're right, Gareth, there's some good fights for Moses and good stepping stones there, but the obvious fight for him, for me, is the WBA regular champion, Murat Gassiev. That is a perfect fight for him at this stage, because
no one knows who Gassiev is.
It's not about that, it's about the title, mate. It's like that's what I'm saying, it's about the development. He becomes then world champion, regular world champion.
You and I spoke about it in the week, and I think he could go this route as well. Next weekend, Jamie TKB fights Richard Riakporhe, defending the British title. If Jamie looks good in that fight, you could always put Moses in to win the British title right now, or try and win the British title.
Are they not at the same gym?
Against the winner of that.
The Jamie TKB not with half of Ben Davison's corner?
But again, they don't. They go there in shifts. They don't spar with each other. They don't. Fabio Wardley's there as well. They go there at different times. They will have to face each other.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out for Moses, because without titles on the line now, Spence, it's going to cost a pretty penny to put somebody in the opposing corner of a standard that we're all going to be happy with, and Moses is going to get something out of it. Like last week was brilliant matchmaking, putting Jermaine Franklin absolutely superb. But Moses asked all the questions, he got the answers, and then he dealt with the situation brilliantly. That level, we can't go backwards now. We've got to keep that level, haven't we? But it's going to cost a few quid to do it.
That's my point, and that's why it's above British level, and he's got world rankings at #1 with the WBA and the WBO, and you look at that and you go, that's why Murat Gassiev is not about the name, it's about the title. He then becomes, like, they're building the brand of Moses Itauma. You can build that when he's got a bit of bling round his waist. You're sitting there shaking your head, but you know that I'm right on this one.
No, you're not. You're right in your mind, but you're not right in my mind. Here's the thing. You could put him in with Murat Gassiev. Yeah. Murat Gassiev might wreck the tree. He's got dangerous knockout power. I think Moses wins that. We were out there in the IBA conference when he knocked out Kubrat Pulev concussively that night. I don't think there's anything wrong with him going to the British title right now. I'm posing it as a question rather than saying he should do that. Because the thing is, Spence, once he goes into that world level and wins a belt, there's no coming back. It's all champions from there on in.
Okay then, well, why don't we look at then someone that maybe has been a champion, that former world champion stage next. We're all talking about guys that are obviously holding trinkets like the Gassievs of this world, or titles as in British titles or whatever. I agree with Spence. I think he's beyond British level right now. What about former world champions? Would you put him in with Andy Ruiz, for example?
Great opponent. You get the rounds with Andy Ruiz.
Would you put him in with Joseph Parker next?
Very inactive, Andy Ruiz, and I thought he lost to Jarrell Miller in Los Angeles a couple of years back. We haven't...
Would you put him in with him then?
He's a name. Would I put him in with him? Is smash him up in 3 or 4 rounds.
Who would? Moses?
Moses would smash Andy Ruiz up in 3 or 4 rounds.
So now you've got a barometer of to what Andy Ruiz did with Anthony Joshua.
Moses Itauma would not smash up Andy Ruiz Jr. in 3 rounds. That is a fact. Andy Ruiz Jr. is much tougher than that, much more experienced than that, and he's the perfect candidate. Perfect name. You can break Moses into the American market as well. Great opponent.
How does the fight go then?
It's a tough fight, and I think that he would probably win that fight on points.
I don't agree. I think he stops him.
How?
By knockout.
But does how? Break it down.
Hang on, both of you. Does this conversation that you two are having now not just confirm the suggestion of putting him in with Andy Ruiz?
What I do agree with is taking him to America is a good idea, to have a fight in America. I think Andy Ruiz is so far past his best.
Before we get to Andy Ruiz, then, 1 second, Spence, before we get then to Andy Ruiz, because I think that is on the trajectory. Queensbury have just done a little bit of a deal with Top Rank, haven't they, where they're co-promoting Jared Big Baby Anderson, yeah?
Jared Anderson, yeah.
Jared Anderson, yeah? Is that not the next opponent then if you want to break America?
He would blow him up, but Andy Ruiz Jr. is a much bigger name, and he's been in with big punches, survived with big punches, and that is the fight for him. There's no suggestion to say Moses Itauma would knock Andy Ruiz Jr. out in 3 rounds when he's been in with the
3 rounds.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say
you did.
You did, mate.
I think he'd bust him up, and I think he'd stop him early. I think he would stop him early.
What's early?
Before 5?
Yeah, but give me. So what?
But it might be 3.
No, but what makes you think that? Like, what have you seen in the past to suggest that would happen?
When Andy Ruiz fought Jarrell Miller, in Los Angeles, he looked like a shadow of his former self.
Did he get knocked out?
No, he didn't get knocked out.
Did he get hurt?
No, but he was ineffective against Jarrell Miller, who I thought outboxed him and outpunched him that night.
Yeah, but are we talking about going distance and getting knocked out?
No,
That's what we're talking about here.
I think Moses Talma would bust him up and knock him out.
Yeah, no, but I'm just asking you how that would happen. That's why. Just give me a legitimate reason.
Footwork, speed, movement, and he'd stop him because he's got the power and the movement.
Can I just say, listen, I'm enthralled by your conversation, and we're going to continue to pick it up in a minute. On my screen right now, Derek Chisora has just arrived at the O2 Arena. Family, friends, Tony Bellew, obviously his lifelong friend alongside him there, making their way into the O2 Arena. He's come in the front door. He hasn't come in the tradesman's entrance or anything like that. He's got off the tube, he's come in the front door, fans following him in, man of the people, ready to rock and roll and throw down for us a little bit later on here on the talkSPORT network. Just the epitome of being a man of the people. Anybody else that you want to throw in the mix there for Moses Talma? Because it is going to be interesting to see what does come next. Because it's not going to be Usyk. It's not. I wouldn't think that it would be Fabio Wardley or Daniel Dubois. It's definitely not going to be Fabio Wardley. They're in the same gym. That's not going to happen. So now you're relying on Daniel Dubois beating Fabio Wardley. Easier said than done. All right. That might be the next step if you want a world title. Gassiev's an option. But then there's these other options that we're throwing in there. Who else could you throw into that mix?
We've mentioned Hrgovic already, yeah?
If he comes through Dave Allen.
If he comes through Dave Allen, I think that's it, really. I mean, those are the names. I mean, you can put him in with Daniel Dubois. That might work if Daniel Dubois beats Fabio Wardley, but that's going to be for a world title.
Yeah.
So there's no coming back after that. What also needs to be done with him, and I'm going kind of apocryphally on our numbers on the watch-along last week. Yes, it was a great atmosphere. I watched the event, but he's not getting millions of views yet. He's no longer a prospect.
No.
He's the new messiah of the heavyweight
There's two
division.
reasons for that, and that's we actually play a big role in this, because I say this all the time, talkSPORT is without any shadow of a doubt the biggest platform for boxing in the UK. Now that obviously these big shows are on DAZN, which is behind double paywalls. If we remember when Anthony Joshua came through, he had the machine of Sky Sports pumping him into everybody's living room. Moses Talma does not have...
And an Olympic gold medal.
Of course, but Moses Talma does not have that right now, so it's down to us, the likes of the talkSPORTs of this world, to help the likes of the Queensberrys and the Moses Talma to keep telling this boy's story, because he is a generational talent. You can see that with the way that he moves. He's going to be very, very, very special. But people need to know about him, don't they?
Absolutely. That's why I say that, you know, you get that name over in the States that's a recognised former world champion like Andy Ruiz Jr., and you start breaking the markets like that. And Queensberry do a great job of building fighters, and they're doing that with Moses Talma. We saw, you know, last week the fans that had turned out for him, and he was filling arenas, and they are starting to recognise who he is because they're appreciating how good he is inside of the ring, and we're seeing a little bit of that character outside of the ring as well. You know, but I think that you need to break that market now. You need to break that US market, and Andy Ruiz is that prime name for that, or Gassiev to get a WBA regular strap around his belt.
Listen, Spencer's going so hard on Andy Ruiz. I'm going to go with that for now. I think I'd like to see that fight. He's persuaded me, but there are people. We've got to remember he's had 14 fights, and I know he's so talented, and he's been talented with those big heavyweights since he was 15, 16 years old. But there are people out there, because of the heavyweight system, because of the way heavyweights punch, anyone out there who's got the ability, maybe an Andy Ruiz, maybe a Hrgovic, maybe a Dubois or a Wardley, they could wreck his progress. It is possible, isn't it?
Of course, but that's what you want now,
I
isn't
don't
it? You want
think
that
they
jeopardy.
do, but they could.
Yeah, but don't you want that jeopardy, though, in these fights?
Not that, well, we've had this debate so long, so often, we have, Spence, about how soon do you push him? I mean, and I think he's there, but He may have to lose one and rebuild again, but he isn't a household name yet.
No,
and that's the problem.
But yeah, but I think that what we saw last Saturday underlined that you know that sometimes you just have to. He's at that stage now. What he done with Jermaine Franklin, which no one else could do, and the manner that he done that, you go, he's at that stage
we
now.
all predicted he was going to do it.
Yeah,
we all predicted
on,
that's what
Gareth,
he was going to do.
Talking nonsense.
You went 3 rounds.
Stop talking nonsense,
You went 3
mate.
rounds
Yeah,
against Jermaine.
but
I'm not talking nonsense.
You are
you
talking
said
nonsense.
You thought it might even be 3 rounds that he stopped him in.
I know, but the manner that he done it and the durability that Jermaine Franklin done, and you look at the fights with that he had with Anthony Joshua and Dillian White, and you go, that is that making a statement. You've got no choice but to let this kid go now because he's that good.
I'm going to let you two continue this argument. I'm going to go and speak to John Rawling, if that's all right, because he's been keeping his eye on the fight that is just being announced as a result in the background there between Amir Anderson and Jordan Dujon. How did that all go down, John? You looked enthralled by it, mate. Good fight.
It was very, very one-sided. Anderson switch hitting, fighting out of orthodox and southpaw, dominated every round, and the end finally coming in the 8th round where Jordan Dujon, who'd been plucky, he tried to make it a contest in each of the rounds. He stayed with him, but he just got to the stage where he couldn't take everything that was being thrown at him. Referee Rocky Israel rightly stepped between them, stopped them in that 8th round, so it made it 7 wins out of 7 for Anderson, who's an emerging middleweight talent from New York, 22 years old. He's won 7 out of 7 now, and yeah, he looks the part. Dujon, he just sinks back. He's very much in the journeyman category now. The fighter from Barnet, North London. Amir Anderson, though, taking this one and taking it emphatically. I think the battle between Mr. Davis and Mr. Oliver was a little bit more evenly matched.
I love it. Thank you very much, Mr. Rowling. He'll be with us again in a split second as we've got a couple of fights to get through before we get to Wilder Chisora. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, all in one place. You've got to be over 18. Gamblerware.org.
out of here.
Please welcome the hard-hitting,
Tell him to sue me so I can show the facts early.
reigning and defending,
So much
the bronze bomber,
I know the truth. I have the facts.
Deontay Wilder.
Lays out Luis Ortiz! That laser right hand from Wilder! Deontay Wilder is so exciting!
April the 4th is going down at the O2. You better be there.
Welcome to the O2 Arena on London's Docklands. I'm Adam Catterall, and it's a pleasure as always to be in your company for these Fight Night Lives. Gareth A. Davies alongside me, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling. We're going to be bringing you an interim world title very, very shortly. Following that, we'll get stuck into a European title fight where Vidal Riley takes on Mateusz before we head to the main event of Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora. Two big heavyweights, quite possibly bowing out tonight. 50 fights up for the pair of them. Should be an absolute ding-dong across the talkSPORT network. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. If you want to like and subscribe and interact with the programme, you're more than welcome to do so on there. Let's turn our attention, though, to middleweights, because Denzel Bentley's got an opportunity here against Endri Saavedra for the WBO interim title. A little bit of controversy in and around this particular title, obviously, with Janibek Alamakuli failing a drug test last year. The WBO suspended him from all competition for 12 months. They didn't take the belt off him, which is a little bit bizarre. They just suspended him from all WBO activities, so therefore we've got an interim title on our hands. G-Man, talk to me about Denzel Bentley and him being out of action for such a long, long period of time, getting his opportunity tonight against
I know
Saavedra.
I'm overexcitable at the moment, but it's thrown me a little bit because I thought Matty, Harris and Franklin...
It is.
Ignatius... No, I'm sorry, just making sure we got the running order. Parliamentary procedure.
Yeah.
Of course. Look, Denzel is one of those guys who we know he put in a brilliant performance in Vegas against Janibek Alamakuli, and if he'd just been a bit more ambitious, he could have gone away maybe with a world title. And he's got that really weird defeat on his record to Nathan Heaney, who you wouldn't say is at that level. Denzel is a world-level fighter, which he proved against Alamakuli, and tonight against the Venezuelan Saavedra. Saavedra's looked really serious all week. His team have looked really strong around him. He's up for a test tonight.
Spence, if I could just bring you in on it, obviously this is going to be the fight after what we're about to announce for you in a minute, with the two heavyweights making their way to the ring. Are you worried about the activity levels of Denzel Bentley? He's not been in the ring since December of 2024.
Yeah, I am, and I am concerned about that. Speaking to Martin Bowers, they're concerned as well because they've wanted that fight. He's been in the WBO #1 manager now for a long time. He finally gets his opportunity. The disgrace about all of this is, by the way, that it's for the WBO interim world title, and it should be for the WBO world title. And the reason it should be for the world title is because Janibek, who's banned by his own governing body for failing 2 different drugs tests, has been banned, so he currently doesn't have a boxing licence, but yet the WBO have allowed him to keep his belt, which is an absolute disgrace. And these two guys should be boxing for the vacant WBO world title tonight. The WBO a disgrace for letting Janibek keep it. I've gone strong on that because
You're
that
right.
is facts.
You're right. No question about it.
That's how
Spencer Oliver is right.
I know that you two were still rhyming when I introduced that particular fight on that particular case. Just a quick one as well, because after that fight for the WBO interim title, we're going to see a European title fight. How impressed have you been with Vidal Riley? Again, a lad that maybe hasn't had as much activity over the last year, because it was this time last year at Tottenham Hotspur, wasn't it, when he beat Chev Clark? And obviously now he's back in the ring tonight fighting for European honours against the familiar name in Mateusz.
Yeah, and it's his 57th fight tonight, Mateusz. Third guy on the card who's reaching or gone over 50 tonight. Vidal's only had 62 rounds. Masternak's had over 300 and something. And you've got to remember, this is a really good step-up fight, because even though he lost in 2018 to Uniel Dorticos, great fighter, lost to Tony Bellew way back when, 12 rounds, lost to Jean-Marc Mormet. These are all big names in the cruiserweight. Beat is to Jamie TKB. Matty Harris, a big, powerful fighter. Both big men, We love a heavyweight ding-dong. 8 rounds, I think it is. They will deliver.
Well, let's get into the ring because this is our first fight across the talkSPORT network. Like I said, we're live here on talkSPORT 2. Later on, we'll be on talkSPORT. And of course, we're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Let's get into the ring.
Your steward in charge is Mick Collier. Your timekeeper at ringside is Mark Shannon. The 3 judges scoring this contest will be Phil Edwards, Rocky Israel, and Marcus McDonald. And the referee in charge with the bell sounds is Sean McAvoy. Introducing first, fighting to my left out of the red corner. He comes in wearing the black trunks, weighing in officially at 237.4 pounds. His record includes 9 wins, 1 win coming by way of knockout against 1 loss and 1 bout even. Fighting out of London, England, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Franklin Ignatius. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. He comes in wearing the black and the silver, weighing in officially at 249.2 pounds. His record near perfect, 9 wins, 6 of those coming by way of knockout against the single defeat. Fighting out of Coventry, United Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen, here is Magic Matty Harris. Here to give instructions once again, your referee in charge is Sean McAvoy.
Just waiting for Matty Harris to derobe. He's come with the gowns and the t-shirt, so we might be a couple of seconds here before he strips off and gets into the centre of the ring for those final instructions. Our first fight is about to get cracking here on the talkSPORT network. Here he comes.
Okay, lads, 8-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself protected at all times. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
There you go. 2 big heavyweights ready to rock and roll. Kicking off our commentaries this evening. It'll be 2 big heavyweights, finishers and off letters on, with a little bit of Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora. In the middle of that, we've got an interim middleweight title and a European cruiserweight title. Action-packed stuff on the home of boxing, talkSPORT. Calling you through the first fight of the night from the Auto Arena here in London. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Good evening, everybody. Matty Harris here, looking to really make a little bit of a statement. Matty Magic Harris stands 6'8". He's got 9 wins against 1 defeat against a Ukrainian, Konstantin Dobyshenko. He's come back well from that, and he walked in very proudly indeed to an old anthem by Tina Turner, Proud Mary.
Yep, certainly is a good young talent. Matty Harris, seen him up the gym sparring the likes of Derek Chisora, Daniel Dubois, so the kid's learning his trade. That was a shock defeat back in 2024, has won 4 in a row since then. And Franklin Ignatius really sees this as an opportunity himself. Should be a good fight, this one.
Could be, and first impression on the opening seconds is that Harris came in a little bit contemptuously with his gloves held low. Franklin Ignatius at the press conference and at the weigh-in said, "Who've you beaten? Who've you beaten? Tell me the names." And he didn't really answer the question. Dan Garber was his last victory, Matty Harris, and Ignatius clearly thinks that he's overrated, and he thinks that he's going to get in there and prove a point.
Ignatius is shorter of the 2, coming in winging the punches, and Matty Harris just landed a lovely right uppercut as Ignatius was coming in. Fast start this from Ignatius, but the better work coming from Harris.
Ignatius is going looking for him, though. He's coming in, trying to get his head on the taller man's chest and trying to wing in big hooks to the body. Good jab from Harris. Ignatius again tried to come in low. He's doing that repeatedly, targeting the body with his left-hand lead and then trying to fling in powerful hooks behind it.
Harris standing centre of the ring, carrying that left hand low, just throws a lovely 1-2. Ignatius comes back with a big wild right hand that just skims the whiskers, but Matty Harris lands a big right hand.
2 good chopping right hands. They're on the target. Landed somewhere near the left-hand temple of Ignatius, and he clearly was just stunned stunned slightly by that, and there's still 40 seconds to go in this opening round. If Ignatius has been hurt, has been stunned, there might still be time for Harris.
Big uppercut there from Harris as well, and Ignatius still feeling the effects of that first shot. Looks a little unsteady on his legs as both guys tie up in front of us on the ropes. It's Matty Harris, the one that's working at the moment.
Yeah, he's the one looking for the big punches. In comes another chopping right, and another one. And again, Ignatius looks disorganised, looks stunned. He comes back trying to throw hooks, more on instinct than on deliberate ploys. The referee, Sean McAvoy, splits them as Harris leads on, and that's a big opening round for the 6'8" man from Coventry, Matty Harris.
Yeah, I tell you what, Franklin Ignatius just sagged on the ropes there. That bell couldn't have come soon enough. There was an unsteady walk back to the corner, and the corner have really got to do something there to get him pumped up and fired up to come out for this second round. Massive round there from Matty Harris, who started well, hands held low, and he was flicking out the jabs, and the big problem started from a massive right uppercut midway through the round, and he just built on that. And John Rawling, I've got to say, he was only moments away there from getting the knockout.
It looked as though it was coming early. There'll be people who've had bets on it to decide how it's going to finish. Is it going to finish dramatically? And remember, you're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. 18+ gambleaware.org, of course. Be sure to be aware of what you're doing. Into the second round of this 8-rounder, Matty Harris against Franklin Ignatius. A heavy, oh, he's gone down. Ignatius goes down. It was a right hand from Harris, and I'm not sure Ignatius is going to get up. He's not. Referee dashes across, waves it all over. Ignatius, his eyes are rotating like a man who's had, well, shall we say, a little bit too much. He certainly had a punch too many, and Matty Harris has won spectacularly.
Yeah, beautiful shot there, a short right hand straight through the middle of the guard as Ignatius was walking onto it. He got double the impact, and he went down like a sack of potatoes, hit the floor, and was never going to beat the count. He tried to rise, fell back down flat on his face. The celebration started from Matty Harris as he recognised that Ignatius was not going to beat that count, and that is making a statement there. A young prospect, 6'8", and John, he looks a real prospect.
Peter Fury is a talented coach, and in heavyweight terms, Matty Harris is a novice. But Fury here, under his guidance, Harris could develop maybe as a threat in the months, years ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, we've only got a young heavyweight there, and that loss sometimes can be the moulding, the building of a fighter. And I think we've seen Matty Harris come back better and stronger from that. 4 wins before this one. This was a step up against Ignatius, and he went out there and he took him out in fashion. It could quite easily have been over in the first round, John.
Very nearly. And remember, you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN, so head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. Alternatively, watch along with us on the talkSPORT YouTube channel and see just how we're reacting to the events of the night here at the O2 Arena, where a really big, healthy crowd is starting to assemble.
Yep, there's a real appetite, obviously, for the main event tonight. Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora both in their 50th fights. The winner goes on and gets that big opportunity, and for the loser, surely it's the end of the road. 2 guys that have dominated over the last decade, been huge characters of the sport, and you look around this O2 Arena and there is not many seats left here. As I said, big appetite for the main event, but we've got a great undercard here as well. Brilliant win there for Matty Harris.
Underlines, Adam, once again, the terrific state that boxing in this country is in. We were in Manchester last weekend, upwards of 16,000 there at the giant Co-op Arena, and they have come out in force just 7 days later.
I can't remember a run of fights, in particular from one promoter like this, for a very, very long time. We could go back as far as maybe Ball and Figueiredo in Liverpool, to being out in Dublin, to being out now, obviously this weekend, last weekend, weekend next, we've got Tyson Fury doing his thing in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Week after that, you've got Callum Smith doing his thing. We're building all up towards the big heavyweight blockbuster between Wardley and Dubois. Then, of course, you've got Dave Allen in Doncaster. Action-packed, John, as you said.
We've got Usyk against Verhoeven. Verhoeven sitting over there ringside.
Why are you still here then? Go and get your microphone and go and get him interviewed.
I'm going.
Tell you what.
Yeah, and let's not forget, on the 25th of April as well, we've got Paris. Tony Yoka gets his opportunity at home against Lawrence Okoli, another big heavyweight bonanza. So, yep, week after week, we are spoiled with big fights. And it's heavyweight season.
Heavyweight season indeed. There's a lot of big fights, a lot of big events. Because it's not just about the main event, as we found out last week. There was some good fights on the undercard. Last night in Altrincham as well, by the way, with Pat Brown doing his thing. There were a fantastic little undercard there involving William Crawler, who was down on the deck on 3, maybe even 4 occasions before he came back with a knockout victory. All sensational stuff. It's in a good place at the moment, and you're getting right across it here on talkSPORT Boxing. You listen to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, all in one place. You've got to be over 18. Gambleaware.org. Don't go anywhere, because Gareth A. Davis will have his microphone out for you in a minute. Egypt will be the destination. as Alexander Usyk steps back in the ring with a foe that might not be too familiar with a lot of people listening to the show. That foe is actually ringside tonight. Rico Verhoeven, expert kickboxer that he is, and he's with Gareth A. Davies.
Here with me, and Peter's here as well. Matty Harris is here. I'm going to come to Peter first of all. Peter, you're training Rico for Alexander Usyk. We're really fascinated how well he can go in this.
Yeah, listen, he's training to win. It's going to be, listen, he's up against an awesome champion, for sure. But listen, we're only human, all of us, and nobody, even Usyk will say himself, nobody is unbeatable. Everybody is beatable. Everybody's got a chance, especially in the heavyweights.
Thank you, Peter. Rico, 12 years you've dominated kickboxing. I think even over the whole of that time, Peter's been doing your boxing work with you anyway.
Yes,
He steps up as main coach with Dennis, still in this camp. How exciting is it to be facing arguably the #1 of the era?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And like Peter said, you know, he's a man, 2 legs, 2 arms, and what an opportunity we have. What an opportunity we have. So I feel blessed, I'm excited, happy to be here. So, and we're fully dipped into camp. So yeah, let's get it.
And weirdly, Anthony Joshua's coming tonight, and it might have been Anthony Joshua who you were fighting if he hadn't gone sideways to face Jake Paul.
What happened is the horrible accident. That's everything that messed up the whole thing. But yeah, my condolences to him and his team, and wish him all the best.
There's been a little bit of criticism. Should you be fighting for the WBC belt? You and I have spoken about this for a cover story for Ring Magazine. You've explained your moment. You've come over from another sport. You're going to take it with both hands, and you're going to give us the unexpected.
Yeah, 100%. And I understand for the people that don't know my story, that they're like, hey, how does he come in like this and get this opportunity? And if they look at it like that, they might be right. But if you dig a little deeper and look at the other side of the story and see my credentials, they're like, oh, okay, it might make sense.
And the other side of the cube on the story involves Jason Statham and Turki Al-Sheikh. Please explain.
Yeah, so Jason is a good friend of mine, and yeah, he's been with His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh for a long time, and we were talking about it, and he said, I'll mention you, and that's what he did. He showed my videos, he said like, I want him, let's go. I said, okay, but what we're gonna do? So then the whole Anthony Joshua thing came up.
It's amazing that, and obviously you've been in Roadhouse, you've been fighting yourself in movies. I'm gonna bring Peter in again here. Peter, you've got the task that as the headmaster, as the head teacher with Rico, to pull off one of the biggest upsets in heavyweight boxing. Francis Ngannou nearly did it against Tyson Fury, your nephew. Have you got absolute faith in the fact that Rico can upset history on May the 23rd in the Giza pyramids?
Yeah, well, he's got 2 coaches, not 1. So there's 2 brains at it. So yeah, no, it's good, you know, I'm looking forward to it. Listen, life's about challenges, and I love a challenge. And this man here, I've known him a long time. You know, a long time. It's personal, he's a friend of mine. You know, we're close. I've worked for most of his career with him and Dennis. So, like, the relationship is not, I'm not a hired hand here, yeah? I'm here because of him and give him the best shot he can do. Is it enough? We'll see on the night. There's one thing for sure, he's got nothing to lose because he's facing a great, great champion. A champion of a lifetime. He's a great person, a great champion. But even the better, because we've got a great person and a great champion here as well, albeit in another sport.
It's going to be fascinating to see. Thank you, Peter. Well done with Matty Harris tonight, and I know he's been sparring you in camp as well. Great to see you here, Rico.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me, and a great start of the night. Seeing Matty win, so I love it.
Who you got winning?
No, I said I love that Matty started winning already. Like that's how the night started. And who do I have winning tonight? It's so hard, to be honest, because Derek is probably at the end of his career, so you're like, oh, he deserves it, but Wilder came off a few losses, so he also deserves to win. So it's so hard. So may the best man win tonight, man.
Great to see you. Cheers. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Gareth A. Davies ringside there with Rico Verhoeven, who is taking on Alexander Usyk at the Pyramids of Giza on May the 23rd. Listen, nobody's doubting the acumen of Rico Verhoeven from the world of kickboxing. absolutely, he's just in with a generational great called Alexander Usyk. The range is different compared to a kickboxing fight as to a normal boxing fight, Queensberry rules. That's where I think he might struggle. When it comes to toughness, when it comes to kickboxing technical ability, there's nobody better in the business. But like I say, he's just fighting a generational great on 23rd of May.
Absolutely. Listen, and Alexander Usyk's entitled to that fight. It's a crossover fight. There's a huge market for that. Verhoeven, coming from the sport that he comes from, the discipline that he comes from, is a huge name. He is that Alexander Usyk of that sport. So look, it's a great fight. I think the controversy surrounding all of it was that the WBC title was on the line. Everyone's been vocal about that. They've made their point about that. They've aired that. But the fight goes ahead. Look, it's a huge fight and a very, very interesting one as well. Verhoeven will start, obviously, a huge underdog. But Alexander Usyk is a great crossover fight.
It's an amazing setting as well, let's be honest. To be fighting at the Pyramids of Giza.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit of that, would you?
Tell you what.
I'll see you out there, Catman.
Do you reckon? Get a little bit of sun on our faces for a little bit of May Bank holiday or whatever it is down there?
Yeah, I quite look forward to that, mate. Let's hope that talkSPORT get hold of that one and we are out there at ringside.
Gareth A. Davis is ringside right now, doing his thing. He's speaking to the who's who. The guest list is vast this evening because of the monument of tonight's farewell for Derek Chisora. Gareth, who can you see? Who are you with?
I am with Kalle Sauerland, the promoter of this thing. Good evening, Kalle. How are you? Oh, we're getting ready for a big one. Tune in. Buy it on the zone. You get your popcorn out. Don't look at the popcorn, because if you look at the popcorn, you might miss it. I'm so excited for this. Heavyweight fights always make me excited, but this one I can't pick a winner. I go back, forth, back, forth. Who's the real pressure on? Is it Chisora in the big farewell at the O2? We've got Skepta, Noel Gallagher, AJ, Verhoeven, who's fighting. Just interviewed him, yeah.
KSI in the house. London, UK has turned out for Chisora. Does that weigh in on the man? Does that put the pressure on him? I think so. Does Derek thrive under that? I think so as well. Wilder, he's got it all to do. He wants the Usyk fight. He wants to make a statement. It's going to be, I think it goes off from the first round. I honestly thought Derek would come in high guard, ride the big punches from Wilder, who will come early. But I genuinely think that Derek is going to come in swinging tonight.
Oh, there's no question about that. If Deontay wins tonight, do you get Anthony Joshua up in the ring with him?
Yeah, I mean, look, Anthony's here, AJ's here. I don't know, man. I don't know. You could see a few people jumping into the ring tonight, you know. It's going to be crazy. I think there's going to be a very emotional walkout with Derek. He alluded to that at the press conference and yesterday in the media. Got a big walkout, and I genuinely think Derek's a really emotional guy. We've seen that over the last 15 years in his career. Some crazy stuff, but some very sweet stuff as well. And I think the walkout's going to be one of the greatest ever boxing walkouts.
Derek's 11th fight at the O2 Arena, which has become a spiritual home for him. You said you'd let something slip yesterday in an interview with one of the YouTube channels. I think it was IFL. Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury in Dublin in August of September. Are you still going with that?
Well, let me be very clear on this. I've got absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm not trying to be relevant. It's just word on the street, you know. That's what I've heard, but you know, I might be totally wrong. I do think that fight does get made, and I want to see it. The whole boxing world wants to see it.
The whole sports world.
It's too late. Doesn't matter. Everyone wants to watch that fight, and I think tonight, that fight, Usyk versus the winner tonight, those are fights that are going to close this generation of heavyweights, and it starts tonight. In a way, it's almost a changing of the guard, you know. So they're two legends. They're going to go down, whatever happens tonight, in this generation of heavyweights. But this generation of heavyweights is coming to a close.
I go back in the days of Carl Froch, Arthur Abraham, and all those guys with you. You crossed over to Misfits. You've made Misfits Pro now. It's fascinating.
Yeah, look, you know, I think I'm always looking for new angles in the sport. I've been around it 27 years. I've done the formats, done the World Boxing Super Series, Super 6, MF Pro.
It's really a traditional boxing stable, but with a dynamic take. You've seen the build-up this week. You know, the tank.
Strongest era you can ever remember?
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, let's put it this way. It's always difficult to match up eras. But in terms of characters, we haven't seen an era like this one since the days of Ali. You know, in terms of characters in the sport. Look at the characters we got. Look at Tyson Fury. Look at Adrian.
You're one of the biggest characters.
Well, you know, I'm on the sideline. Definitely not interested in being in the ring.
Lovely to see you. Thank you, mate.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Gareth A. Davies with Kalle Sauerland there, ringside, ahead of 3 fights that we're about to bring you on the talkSPORT network. We've got Endri Saavedra on his way to the ring for an interim title fight in the middleweight division. The man that's going to be standing across from him, Spencer Oliver, is, of course, Denzel Bentley. He's been here before, Denzel. He's had a little bit of a sniff at the top table against Yanibek Alamakule. He did fall short. I know that he learnt a lot from that fight because he started so slowly, got into it in the second half. Are you expecting a faster start from Denzel this evening?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you learn from your mistakes, and I think that Denzel said that himself. You know, he started too slowly and he let the fight slip away from him, and he let Yanibek get into a rhythm, and he's a very, very good champion at that time as well, the most feared fighter in that middleweight division.
Just before Denzel Bentley makes his way to the ring, shall we hear from KSI, because he's one half of the promotional outfit this evening for Misfits Pro. Let's get over to Gareth A. Davies, who is ringside with KSI.
I am ringside with KSI. He's here, he's got the bandana on. He's looking like he's ready to fight. Are you ready to fight or not?
Not right now. I'm ready to enjoy my boy Vidal and my boy Chisora do a madness tonight.
So that's your double bet tonight, is it? Both by knockout?
I would hope so. I know both can do that emphatically. But, you know, from the fights I've seen so far, it's been a great event, so I can't wait to see more.
Look how far you've come with the boxing. Not just you personally, but the whole company. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it's good, but I can't take all the credit. Obviously, with what the boys have done, from Mams to Kalle, Nissa, etc., like, they've been incredible. And Amir as well, they've all done a phenomenal job to create this masterpiece in the O2, and I'm excited to see what more comes from it.
You know the big one we all want, though. He keeps calling you out. I was over there when he fought AJ. Jake Paul still wants to fight you.
I don't care for that man. I don't care for that man. He had his opportunity. I don't care anymore.
Is that done? Is that gone in your mind?
It's done, bro. I'm on to bigger things.
What are the bigger things?
I mean, I'm trying to take over the world. I'm trying to take over the content creation world. I'm posting great, good big videos weekly. I'm posting all over, man. For me, it's like, I'm an entertainer. I like entertaining, and that's my calling. I tried to make the boxing thing work. It didn't work, so now my focus is purely on entertaining the masses.
Is that desire in you to fight gone then, really?
Right now, I'm not. I don't feel like fighting anyone right now. I'm purely focused on entertainment. Yeah, and obviously Dagenham and Redbridge as well. Focus on football in that sense.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and whenever I can help promote with MF Pro, I'm here for it.
Always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me, bro. I'll see you soon. Enjoy the event, man. Cheers.
Thanks, bud. Thank you.
Nice.
Can you take a picture?
Oh, hang on a minute, Gareth A. Davies is getting his picture taken with KSI. I heard you there, Gareth. Get your little bit of fanboy moments in there. Got to be done, hasn't it? Let's get into the ring, shall we? Because the boxing action's about to get underway. We've got an interim world title on our hands.
Your timekeeper at ringside is Mark Shannon. Steward in charge, Mick Collier. Your supervisor is Marcus Al-Sari. Your 3 judges scoring this matchup will be Tim Cheatham, Phil Edwards, and Guilo Peraz. And the referee in charge, when the bell sounds, is Darren Shargenson. Introducing first, fighting to my left out of the red corner. He comes in wearing the blue trunks trimmed with the red. Weighing in officially at 159.7 pounds. His record includes 17 wins, 14 of those coming by way of knockout, against 1 loss and 1 bout even. Fighting out of Ciudad Bolivar, Venezuela. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Andre El Chino Saavedra. across the ring, his adversary fighting out of the blue corner. He comes in wearing the olive with the black trim. Official weight, 159.6 pounds. His outstanding record consists of 21 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, 17 victories coming by way of knockout. Joining us from Battersea, United Kingdom, ladies and gentlemen, presenting Denzel Bentley. And here to give the instructions once again, your referee in charge, Darren Sargentson.
Fellas, you both know the rules. Keep it clean. Nothing low, watch your heads, and when I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all times. Best of luck, lads. That's all about.
There you have it. Final instructions for both of these gentlemen, Denzel Bentley and Endri Saavedra. Still to come, we've got a European title fight that involves Vidal Riley, and then the main event of the evening in the heavyweight division as Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora enter the ring professionally for the 50th time, respectively. Calling you through this one, though, for the interim WBO middleweight championship, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you very much, Adam. Denzel Bentley has been inactive. His talent, there's no doubt about that, but the question's going to be just whether he's going to impose himself early against this tough opponent from Venezuela, Endri Saavedra, and for him, worth thinking his first 12-round fight, big step up in class for him, and he's got a point to prove against the experienced Bentley.
Yep, he certainly has. Saavedra comes with a big reputation. 14 of his 17 inside the distance. He can certainly whack. Denzel Bentley has been out the ring for some time, so may just take a little time to get into this one. But back in 2022, when he challenged for the world title before, he started too slow, Bentley. He can't afford to make the mistake again.
Yanniver Alan Canuli, that was in 2022. Since then, beaten by Nathan Heaney, who's gone back a little bit in the boxing world since then. That was his finest night. Bentley has been in the gym, tried to stay busy and in shape, but there's no escape that he's lacking top-level action inside the ring in competitive fights through no fault of his own, really. Yep, certainly isn't. He's been waiting for this opportunity, but the opportunity has now arrived. Okay, inactivity may have played its part, but it's what you do with that opportunity. You need to seize that moment, and this could be Denzel Bentley's moment here. But Saavedra is a very tough campaigner. And not too much between them in the first minute and a half in this opening round. Bentley, slightly the taller man with the reach advantage, stands around about 6 foot, just maybe slightly less than that. Saavedra, more squat, more heavily muscled, comes forward from an orthodox stance, trying to get in close, trying to land power shots to the body, and a minute to go in the opening round. Yep, Saavedra is that guy that likes to work the body, left hooks to the body, bringing the arms down on the high guard of Denzel Bentley, and you just see him switching the attacks there. Whips the right hook to the body, then the left hook again. Bentley covers up well. Yes, a competitive, fast action, though, in this opening round. And Bentley, who maybe would have preferred to have just had a more gentle way to ease himself into the contest, well, he's having to be right on the money from word go, because Saavedra is right in his face, looking to land power shots. Tried to throw an overhand right there, and Bentley was able to just slip inside its would-be trajectory. Yep, just skim the whiskers there off Bentley. Saavedra, there's a solid look around him as he holds centre of the ring, hands held high. Good right hand there from Bentley. Yeah, and there's not a lot between them in that opening round. Bentley goes back to the corner where Martin Bowers is waiting to give him instructions. How did he score that one, Spencer? I had it very close. Yeah, very close round there. Both guys had their successes. Maybe Saavedra just edged it. He was the one pushing forward, landed a couple of good body shots, but the defence of Denzel Bentley was very good, very solid. He come back with a couple of good counters of his own. Very even first round, but maybe just towards the champion Saavedra. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games all in one place. And remember, 18plusgamblerware.org. They're supporting us in our major boxing broadcast here tonight and in other events coming up from here on. Big one tonight, our main event, of course, Derek Chisora against Deontay Wilder. Can hardly wait for that one. And Chisora is being made a firm favourite by the odds makers.
Yep, we just look at recent form, and you have to put Chisora as firm favourite. That win over Otto Wallin last time out was a good win. And Deontay Wilder really has looked a shell of his former self in recent years. Really looking forward to that one, but this one we got here for the WBO interim middleweight title could be an absolute barn burner.
Yes, right. Styles make fights, don't they? And the early indications here are that this one's going to tee off well between these two. Bentley landed a solid left-right combination as Saavedra came ploughing in, but Saavedra clearly has plenty of power and is prepared to walk in to get close to try and land those hurtful body shots.
Yep, and he has landed a couple of those, but what I do like from Denzel Bentley is he's meeting fire with fire, and he's happy to stand in there and trade. It's all about Denzel Bentley here. Can he control the space, get behind that jab, whip the shots in like the jab? He just slammed into the face there of Saavedra.
Tried to bring in an overhand right cross as well, which was only just off target. And Bentley boxing well here, but here comes Saavedra and comes in behind shorter punches of left and two right hands. And Bentley wants to tie him up and cling on, and then he's up on his toes, backpedaling. Saavedra, more squat, more flat-footed, misses with an attempted right hand. Bentley off the back foot, left hand, right hand. Then here comes Saavedra, right in close, lands two clubbing hooks, and Bentley complains to the referee, saying he was held on.
Yep, Saavedra looks very strong, doesn't he? As he comes in, just slips underneath with a jab, stalking forward. Bentley moving on the outside, another big right hand goes in from Saavedra.
He's compact, isn't he? Keeps his shape well. And back comes Bentley, throwing two right hands and a little cuffing left hand as well. But Saavedra is showing that he's more than capable of taking a couple of decent shots to get into range, as he is now, and hits Bentley with two more clubbing body shots.
That's exactly what it was, John. Clubbing shots to the body, and hit both guys. Throw the right hand simultaneously, and both just miss. But Saavedra is the guy that seems to be coming out on top at the moment as they both stand centre of the ring.
When they go toe-to-toe, you just get the feeling that maybe more impetus and more hurt is coming in the punches of Endri Saavedra, the Venezuelan now based in Mexico, in his first 12-round fight. Backpedaling, Bentley, a couple of jabs. They find the targets. Last few seconds, big right hand from Saavedra, right on the bell, and I think that the Venezuelan may have taken that one. We'll go into the blue corner now and hear from where Martin Bowers is speaking to Denzel Bentley.
Ready? Yeah? So we break off here with a sharp jab. And you don't throw it up here, you're sitting into it and you throw it on your shoulder, yeah? I don't want to see you picking up. Ready? Good work. Good work. I'm happy. You have great legs movement. Movement, Jeff. Jeff, step, Jeff. 1, 2. What you're going to try and do, you're going to try and go through this excellent fight. That's not where we're winning. Yeah? We're going to break it down. Elbow, don't stop, don't stay wrong on me, please. 2 good rounds. Keep that up, man. Come on, don't run.
While you were hearing the speech in the corner of Denzel Bentley, the crowd was watching huge video coverage above the ring of the two main protagonists, Derek Chisora and, of course, Deontay Wilder, arriving here at the O2 Arena. And a real buzz of anticipation as the crowd saw them.
Yep, there really is. What are we going to get? None of us really know. What have both guys got left? Two guys coming towards the end of their careers and two guys very much at the top here. Denzel Bentley and Endri Saavedra. The winner will get a huge fight. And there's a lot on the line here, John.
Yep, and I just got the impression that Saavedra might have done enough to take the opening 2 rounds. I've got him 2 rounds up. I see that also at ringside that Mr. Frampton, working for television here, Carl Frampton, is saying that he's got it level. Have you got it?
No, I've got Saavedra just 2 rounds up as well, but they've been close rounds. That was a good whipping left hook coming there from Denzel Bentley on the counter, though. Bentley just trying to control the space on the outside. Saavedra pushing forward, trying to close that gap, get inside where he's landing those heavy shots.
Bentley, the more naturally athletic, the better footwork, which might serve him well as this fight unfolds, but Saavedra's right into his face again, putting the pressure on and really making Bentley fight 3 minutes of each round.
Yeah, Bentley getting better success off the ropes there, though. Saavedra pushing forward a little bit wild, and Bentley picked a couple of shots to the body, whipped the right hand over the top as well. Better work this from Bentley in this 3rd round. Good uppercut there from Bentley, comes back with a good left hook as well.
He took a right hand and then countered beautifully with that uppercut that Spencer Oliver told you about there. A couple of jabs now from Bentley, taken on the gloves, then a right hand from Saavedra, which Bentley sees and is able to ride, and then he spears out his left hand lead again and again. And Saavedra, who has the shorter reach, has to use his footwork to try to get in close and try to keep the pressure on.
Yep, Saavedra still pushing forward, still trying to look for an opening, but Denzel Bentley seems to have got hold of this 3rd round, working well behind the jab, controlling that space and landing some good shots, like that little uppercut on the inside there as well.
It's a very much better round, this, for Denzel Bentley, settling into the 3rd of this 12-rounder for the WBO interim middleweight title. Might wind up with the winner of this one being elevated to the position of full champion, so a huge amount at stake, and Denzel Bentley quite definitely has warmed into this contest in this 3rd round, and I think he's taken enough to take it.
Yep, definitely.
On. Pleasing fight, very exciting.
Yeah, it's good to watch this one. I thought the styles might work here, and it's certainly working out that way so far. And Denzel Bentley, having maybe just struggled to come to terms with the aggression of the Venezuelan in the first couple of rounds, starting to put it together in round 3. And I've got him 2-1 down.
Yep, 2-1 down as well, but Bentley starts the 4th round up on his toes. There's a huge spring in his step, just lands a right hand there as well. He's doing the right thing by just creating that space afterwards, not getting too greedy, not sitting in the pocket, letting his shots go and moving. Saavedra is that guy that likes you to stand with him. As I say that, Bentley doubles up on the jab and whips the right hand over.
Back comes Saavedra, though, with strength and power working towards the body, and Bentley lets him come, spears him with another quality left-hand lead. He's got a lovely jab, Denzel Bentley, who learnt his fighting really in the rough, tough council estates of Battersea.
Yep, he certainly did, and that's where he was then taken to the gym, the Limb Boxing Gym, and he picked up the trade, done very well as an amateur, but has done even better as a pro. And this is by far his biggest opportunity. We said he's got to take it, seize this moment. And I'll tell you what, John, round number 4, 1 minute 40 left on the clock, and he's doing well.
He is. He's settling into a very tidy rhythm here, is Denzel Bentley, the 31-year-old Londoner. Pushed back Saavedra by the referee. Dennis Sargentson. Good uppercut inside from Bentley. Good accuracy. Nice, crisp, on the button, short, sharp punch from Denzel Bentley.
Yeah, beautiful work there from Bentley, just letting Saavedra walk in, and he's picking him off as he comes in now. Saavedra tries to throw a combination on the inside, but doesn't have the same effect as he had early on in this contest. You just sense now there's a huge turning in the tide here. Bentley controlling things at range, and he's getting very successful. Whips in the uppercut and the right hand for good measure as well.
Yeah, right hand was a solid shot which came in over the top, and the footwork of Bentley serving him well, and already a clear disparity in talent between the two. The variety of work coming from the two men. It's a more naked aggression from Saavedra, the Venezuelan. Bentley, more classy boxing skills. Saavedra in close now, and the heads come in close, and the referee, I think, is going to speak to Saavedra as well, telling him, keep your punches up, because he wants to pepper Bentley with big body shots, and a couple of them looked as though they strayed low.
Yeah, they certainly did. Saavedra, maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in, because Bentley has grabbed this by the scruff of the neck in the last couple of rounds, and he's dominating these rounds with 20 seconds left on the clock. It's been another round from Denzel Bentley. Everything behind the jab, slams in the left hook to the side of the face of Saavedra as well, sends a sweat spraying. Another good round here for Denzel Bentley.
Certainly is. Last few seconds of the round, and he's going to be making his way back to that blue corner. Very happy, I think, with the way things went in that round. That is a clear round for Denzel Bentley. Can we go into the corner again and hear from Martin Bowers up there? I'm sure he'll be pleased.
You turned into a fire. It's not yet. You know what I mean? What we've got to do is take it out. He does, he throws little punches. When we're in the coast, we don't need them. You know what I mean? They just for no reason. You got it? So, just keep doing what you're doing, and don't overexcite. Around about 8, go for the gears. You know what I mean? It's going to take a lot out of you.
It's tough to keep concentrating on your back boxing. Don't get overexcited.
Yeah, don't get too greedy. Stick to the game plan. Stick to what you're doing. You found your range with a jab now. Work everything off that jab. When he comes in low, whip in the uppercuts. Great advice there from Martin Bowers, who's been with Denzel Bentley a long, long time. He's been waiting for this opportunity, and it's going Denzel's way. Here we go, round number 5.
Experienced corner man, experienced trainer who really knows his business, imparting wise advice between rounds. As we go now into the 5th of this 12th round of the WBO World Interim Middleweight title, and London's Denzel Bentley going well. I've got it all square at this stage, but I wouldn't argue if somebody were to suggest that Bentley may be just shading it.
Yeah, I'm with you, John Rawling. I've got it 2 rounds apiece, but Bentley could be 3-1 up. The first round was very, very close. I went for Saavedra, but it could quite easily have been Bentley's round. So this is good stuff here from Denzel Bentley. Just got to keep your focus as both guys stand in front of us. Saavedra comes in, Bentley turns him on the ropes. Lovely work again.
That's good footwork, good balance again. Notice Carl Frampton for the television broadcast, which you can watch if you choose to do so, only live on DAZN/boxing. You can tune into that and see this fight, or listen and watch with us on the talkSPORT YouTube boxing channel, listening, of course, as well as the fight unfolds. And we've got it dead level here in the 5th round.
Yeah, we certainly have, and the referee again there, just pulling Saavedra up for low blows. Denzel Bentley wasn't happy with that, but the action resumes. Bentley gets off, finds the range with a jab, whips in the right hand as well. Saavedra comes back with a good short right hand of his own.
Well, it's twice that Saavedra has been picked up for low blows, and you wonder if it's going to unfold a little bit more that way. He's on dangerous ground if he starts. Oh, and there's a shot round the back of the head as well from Saavedra. Referee saw that one, and he says to Denzel Bentley, just keep on fighting, let me referee this.
Yep, wicked left hook, a short left hook on the inside there from Bentley as Saavedra come in. He's come in low. Bentley's now moving around the perimeter of the ring. He's found the distance now, and he's very, very comfortable. Saavedra calls him in. Come on, stand and fight. Bentley having none of it.
And Bentley spears him again with two really good solid left-hand leads, fighting out of the orthodox stance. Saavedra doesn't throw anything back, just gets in close and tries to clasp Bentley in close. The referee splits them, and now Bentley again dictating terms from range. Two more jabs, then a right to the body from Saavedra, partially blocked by Bentley, whose defence and balance has served him really well so far.
Yep, John, you nailed it there. The defence has served him really well. Bentley blocking the body shots, leaning back out of range with a headshot as well. He's in full flow at the moment, Bentley. As we approach the end of this 5th round, it's been another close round.
It's a close round, but I reckon he's done enough to notch up another one there, Gareth, and just edge that little bit ahead now. I think Bentley's moving quite nicely.
Yeah, he seems very confident in there. He's looking to load up with his shots when he's within range. Saavedra is that, obviously he's Venezuelan. The point I was making earlier was he's got very much a Mexican style where he wants to just stand and trade. But Bentley's smarter than that. He's fought at a higher level than that. And the wheels of his machine the cogs are starting to be oiled, and I expect him to get better and stronger. His defensive capabilities are brilliant during this fight as well.
I'm sure the nerves starting to get maybe just a little bit more on display in the two dressing rooms for our major heavyweight fight coming up later on. Derek Chisora, Deontay Wilder, they're just being gloved up. Tell us what it feels like at that stage.
You're just going over the game plan now. The reality has kicked in. It's your big night, your big moment. The emotions from both of these guys is different to any other fight, though, because it's their 50th fight, possibly their final fight. You know, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of emotional pressure to deal with, and they will be just tuned in right now because it's a gladiatorial sport, John, and there's no two bigger gladiators than these two. They know what they're going into here. It's going to be war.
Good start to this 6th round from Denzel Bentley. Accurate punches as he backs away, feints to throw the left-hand lead and then skips out of range as Saavedra plods forward and he turns him well off the ropes. Again, Bentley. Good footwork, so much experience and great balance.
He's oozing confidence in there right now, Denzel Bentley. He's in his comfort zone right now. That's when you see him spinning Saavedra off. Saavedra is a little bit of a one-trick pony. He's coming forward, hands held high, and he just wants to stand there and have a tear-up. Bentley's having none of it, using great footwork, moving from left to right, controlling the range. Saavedra pushes forward, falls short again. Bentley up on his toes. Good stuff this from Denzel Bentley.
Absolutely, and Bentley's been told by Martin Bowers, his trainer, don't get sucked in to a trade-off. Don't go toe-to-toe with this guy, and there was lovely work there as he moved off the ropes and fired in a beautiful left-hand counter. Saavedra comes in close now and at last does land a glancing blow to the bearded chin of Bentley with a right hand, but again good defensive work from Denzel Bentley. Ahead now in this fight, we reckon, and he's boxing a savvy sort of tactical contest to keep his nose in front.
Yep, he's adapted, he's adjusted. Saavedra just landed a wicked right hand over the top there, though. Little reminder for Bentley to stay switched on, son. 14 of my 17 have come inside the distance. You don't want to be number 15.
You certainly don't. We move now into the final minute of this 6th round. It's a 12-rounder. If you're just joining us, we're here at the O2 Arena, our big event on the main talkSPORT channel tonight. After 10 o'clock is Chisora against Wilder. We've got this one, Denzel Bentley against Saavedra, and coming up as well, European cruiserweight title fight, Vidal Riley from Tottenham, born in Hackney, up against the hugely experienced Mateusz Masternak, the Pole. That's coming up before the main fight of the night, and Saavedra is piling on a bit of pressure here in the 6th.
He is, John, he's piling on the pressure, but not having any real success. Bentley is slipping and sliding and just making him miss by a couple of inches, and round number 6 has been another good one, another entertaining one, but another one that I just feel Bentley's got the better of. The punch precision, the accuracy has been better from Denzel Bentley as he walks back to that blue corner. He'll be very pleased with himself.
We're certainly enjoying this one. How's it from your perspective, Adam Cattrall?
Yeah, I think defensively, Denzel's looking really good. He's slipping and sliding. He's on that back foot. He's moving very, very well. I just would like to see him up the output a little bit offensively, because these rounds are quite tight. You've got a guy coming forward who is piling on the pressure. He might not necessarily be landing clean in Saavedra, but sometimes that does sway the eyes of the judges. I would like Denzel just to up the output a little bit more, because his defensive work is absolutely superb. Sorry boys, just a quick one for you. On the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, that's where you can find us right now. We're also on the smart TVs. Get yourself stuck in. As John was saying a moment or two ago, we've got a European title fight, and of course, we got Wilder Chisora still to come.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. And see what it's all about, 18+, gambleaware.org. Fascinating fight, this one, and it's still, you suspect, a little bit in the mix of Spencer Oliver.
Absolutely. See, this really is a 6-round fight now. You know, I think Catman nailed it. Like, you go, when these rounds are as close as they are, it's subjective scoring. Do you like the aggressor? Do you like the boxing purist? The boxing genius of Denzel Bentley on the outside, working behind the jab, shot selection, slipping. It's one of those ones that, you know, the rounds could go either way, and as we can see there from Cole Frampton, he's got this one all level. I've got Bentley 2 up, but all to fight for here as we enter the second half.
Yeah, I've got Bentley just ahead. We're into the second half of the fight now. Don't go anywhere. This one is unfolding and building to what is sure to be a thrilling conclusion. Bentley tries to throw a left-hand, right-hand combination, but he can't dissuade Saavedra from marching forward and landing 1, 2, 3 clubbing shots to the body. And the referee says to Saavedra, watch the forehead as you're getting close. That's good work from the Venezuelan. Good right cross, and that really makes Bentley blink.
Yeah, 2 massive shots there from Bentley, and you just feel that Bentley's starting to slow down a little bit here. Maybe just a little bit of tightness creeping in. It's been a big effort in the first half, and he's trying to turn it back round. He's trying to put it on. Saavedra, and he's getting success here. Saavedra's in desperate trouble.
What a great attack from Bentley, who's under tremendous... Oh, stopped it! Referee has stopped it. He stepped in between Bentley and Saavedra. Big sustained attack from Bentley when he was under enormous pressure, and he comes back with a terrific sustained attack. You don't do that if you're not sharp. You don't do that if you're not in shape. My goodness, he saw his opportunity and he took it quite brilliantly. Bentley wins the WBO interim middleweight title, and he wins it in tremendous style. And Saavedra is hunched down on his haunches, and he hugs Bentley now, knowing he's been beaten by the better man, and sportingly giving him proper acclaim.
Yeah, what a brilliant performance and a brilliant stoppage there from Bentley. Just as I thought he was looking a little tired, he landed a short left hook. Saavedra felt the weight, the knees dipped a little bit, and Bentley pounced on him and just landed shot after shot. The referee had no choice but to jump in and stop the contest. Brilliant win that for Denzel Bentley, who is now the WBO interim champion, and by the way, should be the WBO world champion.
May well be in weeks, months to come. Bentley, very impressive tonight when you think he's been out of the ring for a good time, and he took his opportunity brilliantly there, finishing Saavedra. And it's worth saying as well, in case anybody thinks sometimes you get premature stoppages, there was no word of dissent from the Venezuelan camp. They were happy with what they saw, and there was no protest at all at the stoppage, and Bentley took that one brilliantly, Gareth.
Yeah, there was nothing coming back. It was a merciful stoppage. I think he was going to get floored if he'd landed any more punches with Saavedra. Brilliant turnaround in that fight. I had it 3 apiece, by the way, so I thought Saavedra was coming on, but obviously he blew his load as well in there in terms of throwing all his punches. Brilliant performance by Denzel. He's so smooth. He's such a great boxer. That confirms that he continues to go to world level.
Well, real boxing fans should appreciate this guy, Denzel Bentley. He's not always got the publicity I don't think that he deserved, tonight he found a very good performance in beating a tough man and finishing it in wonderful style, and he'll get that WBO belt wrapped around his waist. The official is up there in the ring as we await now confirmation of the result, and Bentley has produced a world-class performance in a world-level fight and boxed Spencer quite beautifully. Here it is.
Charge Darren Sargentson puts a stop to this contest at 1 minute 38 seconds of round 7 for your winner by technical knockout. And now the interim WBO middleweight champion of the world, Denzel Bentley.
Well, he's been out the ring since December of 2024. He got into his rhythm nice and early, and when the finish presented itself, he absolutely took it. The new WBO interim world champion in the middleweight division is Denzel Bentley. Hopefully we'll get a word from him and Gareth A. Davies next here on talkSPORT. Provide the entertainment for our main event here on Fight Night Live across the talkSPORT Boxing Network. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel if you want to come and join us for a watch-along. I'm Adam Catterall, Gareth A. Davies alongside me, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling. And we've just witnessed Denzel Bentley get his hand raised and give quite an emotional speech inside the ring a moment or two ago. Hopefully we're going to hear from him alongside Gareth A. Davies in a moment, Spencer. But he's right in what he said, and this is something that you championed at the start of the fight. This is not an interim title fight. The champion failed the drug test. The champion has been suspended from competition by the WBO for a year, but he's allowed to keep his belt. That's nonsense. Denzel Bentley should be classed as a legitimate world champion tonight.
Well, let's hope that he gets elevated to the legitimate WBO world middleweight champion, because he should be. The champion failed test, the champion doesn't hold a license, the champion should be stripped. It's absolutely bonkers what we're talking about right now. Denzel Bentley should be the WBO champion. Let's hope that justice prevails and he gets that, because he deserves it. You heard the emotional speech there. He's been out since December 2024. It's been a tough ride for him. You know, I know that financially he's been trying to support his family and his kids. He has had no money. Let's hope now he gets that opportunity.
Regarding the performance, he's just having some pictures taken in the ring before we get to speak to him. Regarding the performance, he was a lot calmer tonight. He took his time. Normally we see him coming out, okay, maybe in the first fight against Janny Beck, he didn't start as fast. But he also didn't start fast tonight. He was very calm in those early rounds.
Yeah, he was smart. You know, it was an educated performance. He used his experience. He went out there. Saavedra was that guy that we knew was heavy-handed, tough Venezuelan, Mexican, had that sort of style. So you've got to be cautious there. You've got to feel into it. You know, he's been out the ring since 2024, so he's been out the ring a long, long time. He had to find his range, find his distance, and he'd done that. And then as soon as he got into that rhythm, it was an absolutely beautiful performance.
Well, let's hear from him now. Gareth A. Davies is ringside, doing the old fist bumps with Denzel Bentley. Go for it, Gareth.
I am indeed with Denzel. Denzel, brilliant performance, beautifully staged, and a massive assault in the 7th round.
Thank you, man. But I've got a vote to pick of you. I like talkSPORT. I like you guys. You didn't give me one mention coming up to this fight. Why is that, Gareth?
Well, we've been focusing on Chisora and Wilder all week. Okay, I apologise for the entire team that are over there.
It's all good, though. Shout out to Spence, all the boys, Ed, John. Nice one, but listen, it's amazing, man. I love it. I'm over the moon, man.
There's a little bit of ring rust there in the first couple of rounds.
Nah, no ring rust. I just knew I had to be careful. Martin, I spoke to Martin this morning on the phone. He asked me how do I want to start. I said, give me a round to feel what he's got. I want to feel his power in the gloves. I want to feel how intense he is. And after that, I'll start to step to him. And he was strong. So I couldn't really step to him. I had to just, you know, pop up my jab and move around. Every now and then I go inside and try to smother his work. But I knew I'd capture him eventually. After a while, I thought I wouldn't, but it was just a matter of when.
The obvious question is, what now?
Rest.
World title coming up, presumably.
This is the world title. What does it say on here? No, say it. What does it say? What does it say on there? Tell me what it says on there, Gareth.
It says world title on there, world title, brother. You can't dispute that, world title.
Do you see interim on this belt?
No, you're the world champion. We know you are.
World champion ain't got a license.
Back to you guys.
No one wants to fight for a title. They got to fight me.
I love it. You can't beat a night in the boxing, can you? We nearly had another bout then. Denzel Bentley and Gareth A. Davies.
Yeah, you can understand the emotions though, can't you, with what he's been through. You know, he's been pushed out and he's not been given that opportunity. He's got that opportunity. He seized it with both hands, and look, he's won it, and he should be the WBO world champion. He's right in what he says. That's all emotions coming out, man. It's been a frustrating time for Denzel Bentley.
Everything that he was saying was absolutely bang on, and it's nothing that we haven't said on the show. I know that obviously he's been focused and he's been in his lane this week, but Denzel Bentley's someone that we've absolutely championed on talkSPORT. He's been presenting shows with us recently. I'm just delighted that he gets this moment now to celebrate with his family as he's having a few pictures done ringside. Gareth A. Davies, keep your microphone on, man. There's a lot of who's who in the house tonight. Lots of people knocking about ringside. Get in there, go and get your microphone knocking about, and let's see who is about. Can you hear me, Gareth? No, he can't hear me. He can't hear what? I'll tell you what, half a job is Gareth A. Davies. He just had a fight with Denzel Bentley and he's done one.
That's right. You know, the legs are not maybe working as well as they should be. And unfortunately, Gareth A. Davies has gone silent, but back to that performance, I've got to say, mate, yeah, the execution was absolutely first class. Well done, Denzel Bentley.
And I'll tell you something which occurred to me as well, Adam, when I was listening to him there, hearing him in the ring as well, and his reaction when he looked across to us. I mean, he really is one of the nicest guys in boxing. I know you hear that sort of crap a lot, but in his case, it's genuinely true.
hard work. He's a hard-working young man from London. He's had to do it the hard way. You said it earlier on, John. Opportunities might not necessarily have come his way that he's absolutely earned. I know that he got a shot at Janibek, but for him to be out of the ring for what, 15, 16 months has been ridiculous, to be fair.
He was so short of cash. He was talking about going on delivery rounds to pay for his family. Talk about the glamour of boxing and the big money, not for Denzel. Tonight is so important to him.
Absolutely, and fingers crossed now, what has happened to him this evening, getting that trinket opens the door to some of those big fight nights, because he has been linked with some of those big fight nights in the past, the likes of the Eubanks and those types of characters. That's the level that we're talking now. He's a legitimate world title holder in the eyes of every single fight fan, and hopefully now that door is open for a big blockbuster.
He deserves it. You know, like you say, you only get out what you put in, and this kid, you know, when the things have been against him, the opportunities have not been coming, the good win over Brad Paul's last time out, and you think he's going to build on that, the opportunities just don't come. And now he deserves it. Let's hope that Denzel Bentley, one of boxing's nice guys, gets the opportunity.
Well, Gareth Davis has got his microphone back working, and I believe he's with Adam Booth.
Yeah, I want to talk to Adam Booth about fighting Don Charles and Derek Chisora in Munich 14 years ago. I heard you talking about it the other day, a clip came up. Funny old night that, wasn't it, in Munich?
Yeah, one for the memory bank, that's for sure.
Derek Chisora, 14 years since then. Obviously, he was an adversary of David for a while. David then managed him, got him back into shape. It's kind of a weird story, Derek, isn't it? Up and down, villain to cult hero. He was still a villain back in those days.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly had a unique career, that's for sure, and probably deserved the status of being a bit of a British icon. Even though he never won a world title, he's a unique character.
Let's talk about the heavyweight division, Adam, at the moment. Congratulations with your work with Josh Kelly, by the way. We're loving that. Heavyweight division right now. Are we going to see the culmination of all these big fights? Wilder maybe against Anthony Joshua against Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk against Moses Tauma. How do you see the division at the moment?
I don't remember the heavyweight division, certainly in Britain, ever being as lively as it is at the moment. And the good thing is that everyone's fighting each other and everyone's prepared to take these challenges fight. You've got Lawrence Sokoli fighting
Tony Yoka in Paris,
which is a great matchup. There's so many great matchups. It's never been as good. And also, because everyone's fighting each other, it puts pressure on everyone to take the same attitude.
Rico Verhoeven's been here on the show tonight. He's obviously fighting Alexander Usyk on May 23rd. Who do you think, if you were to name the top three in the heavyweight division at the moment, who are the biggest challenges for Alexander Usyk right now, who would they be?
Moses.
Interesting.
Tyson.
Fabio Wardley?
Possibly, but I don't. At the moment, I just think that Usyk's got too much know-how. Fabio's a handful for anyone, but you're asking me to give you three.
Ajit Kabayel?
No.
Okay, interesting.
No, I wouldn't give Kabayel. You've caught me off guard here. I'll stick with two.
So why doesn't Kabayel give him problems? A lot of people think he does because he's a body puncher.
I'm not saying he wouldn't give him problems, but you're asking for three names. He wouldn't be in the top three challenges for Usyk.
But Fury, you say, so you wouldn't mind seeing a trilogy between them?
I think their fights are always going to be close fights, just because of the styles, the physical differences. Those two are always going to make close fights.
We've been debating all week, you know, the between the eyes, the whites of the eyes. Is Deontay Wilder believable coming into this fight?
I don't know. He said in an interview quite a few fights ago that he's done ayahuasca and he's become more spiritual.
Have you?
No. And I get the impression that he's dissolved his ego. He's lost 4 of his last 6 and he's been stopped in 3 of them. That goes hand in hand with the dissolving of the ego, which is where I think Derek's got a chance. If Deontay hasn't hurt and dropped and got rid of Derek in the first 2 rounds, this fight absolutely goes into Derek's hands.
So you're picking Derek to win this?
After 2.
Oh, that's interesting. A lot of us think that Derek might wear Deontay down and stop him.
Deontay's chance is early. Once Derek starts applying that pressure and knocking Deontay off balance and roughing him up,
it becomes Derek's fight.
Fantastic, very interesting, always lovely to see you. I'm really glad to have caught you off guard for once.
Yeah, last time.
The Dark Lord's caught off guard.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks, back to you guys.
Gareth A. Davies with Adam Booth there. John Rowland, you were there out in Germany, weren't you, that night or not?
Yeah, it was an interesting sort of night. The two main protagonists in the Barney, Hay and Chisora, they went missing. And as a result of that, I'd gone to bed fairly early after all that, considering it had all kicked off. And I was in the land of Nod safely when suddenly my hotel door crashes open and I had police at the bottom of my bed saying, "Is David Hay in here?" And I was very safely able to say, that's not the way I sort of bat. You know, he's not here. And they went off to the airport and they found him there, eventually, I think.
Somebody had tipped them off that he was in your room.
No way.
It was, listen, what an amazing place to come from to where we are right now with Derek Chisora, because that night, listen, it wasn't nice, it was unsavoury. To where he was then, to where he is right now, I mean, we're talking poles apart, aren't we?
Mate, it's just so many worlds apart. Do you know what? I've been with Derek since he was a 16-year-old kid, and that journey, mate, like, I've got to say, I said to him, I'm proud of you. He rang me yesterday, I said, I'm proud of you, what you've achieved, what you've been through, that roller coaster of a ride, against all the odds, Adam. When he walked in that gym, Vince JBT, I was like, this kid's rubbish. He's got no opportunity here. He's got no natural talent. He's going nowhere. But he sort of fed off that and proved people wrong, winning the ABAs, the British title, turning pro, winning the British title, Commonwealth, European. He's defied the odds, this kid, and has carved out a career for himself and become a national icon. Look around this O2 Arena. 20,000 people in here, all for Derek Chisora. They are going to go wild when he makes that ring walk.
What's he like as a fella, Spence? You know him well.
Do you know what? And the perception is that he's just this mean, moody guy that's a little bit of a bully. Do you know what? He's a big teddy bear. He goes through the layers and he's a big, emotional, sensitive teddy bear. And that is the reality of it. He's a nice guy. He gives off that persona, but he's not that guy.
So you'll be feeling the emotions tonight, you think?
I can guarantee he would have cried, at least broke down twice so far. At least. Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult ring walk for him, I'll tell you that.
Well, we've got a fight to get through before we get to, obviously, Derek Chisora and Deontay Wilder. We're looking forward to that immensely. Both men entering their 50th professional fight. And the hot news around the world is that he'll be calling time, obviously, on that. Let's get some more action from ringside, because Gareth A. Davies is with Johnny Nelson.
He is, and I see Anthony Joshua arriving as well, Adam. I'm going to try and get him in a moment. What a night, Johnny, for two icons of the heavyweight division.
You know what, of course, as you're looking around the O2, it's an exciting crowd, not absolutely rampant, but you know the second these boys get in the ring, it is going to be absolutely rampant. Outside, the bars are busy. Everybody's going crazy, and we're all proper boxing fans all night long.
Do you agree with the consensus that's developing all week that Deontay needs to go in there, start fast, and try and get Derek out of there early?
This is why he said to Derek, come fight me, come to me. He has no legs left. This version of Deontay Wilder needs Derek to be in his face. And I know it's like a bit of a kamikaze mission, but if he has to go looking for him, leaves himself open. If he tries to box him, leaves himself open. He looks vulnerable, he looks old. So he needs Derek to make his job easier. He needs Derek to be in his face. If he gets in his face, you're going to get a knockout either way, but it's going to be a good night.
Anthony Joshua is just in front of us here. Maybe we can say hello to him. He's coming over. Hey AJ, how are you? How are you doing? Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you.
You too. Hey, if Wilder wins tonight, do you climb in there and knock him out?
Chisora would have done it already.
Brilliant. Back to you guys.
Brilliant from Anthony Joshua there, just crashing the conversation with Johnny Nelson. Great. Listen, the who's who are here. This just goes to show what you were saying a little earlier on about how much Derek Chisora and Deontay Wilder to some extent, Spence, have resonated with the boxing fan base. Everybody's come out to see this night tonight.
Absolutely, you know, this is a monumental moment tonight, you know, like history. This is part of history. We're going to be talking about this night in 10, 15 years' time, the good old days when Derek Chisora had his 50th and final fight against Deontay Wilder.
Turn around, look who he's saying hello to. I don't know if you can see that, mate.
Yeah, he's speaking to my Uncle John.
There you go.
That's where it all is, mate. Like, that's where it all started.
Give us a little bit of history on that, because obviously lots of people tuning in might not know your uncle and the way that he has helped people enter the space of boxing.
Well, Derek Chisora he was on probation, he come into the gym, my Uncle John took him under his wing, got him out of all that trouble, believed in him, built him, and this is where it took Derek today. He done the same with Anthony Joshua, who had an ASBO against him. He wasn't allowed out. His cousin Benalini brought him to the Finchley ABC. My Uncle John took him under his wing, built him, and built a champion. And he takes my Uncle John to every single fight. He flies him to every fight, looks after him. Derek Chisora does the same as well. And you can see as they're there, he's at ringside, he's got the ultimate respect for that guy, because without my Uncle John, history would have been changed, because you wouldn't have had Derek Chisora and you would not have had Anthony Joshua either.
I'm led to believe as well that your Uncle John is now a better radio presenter than you, mate. He's been doing a bit this week, is this right?
I'm a little bit nervous, if I'm honest. He seemed to get a big old welcome there, and the comments actually were beautiful. They were all in favour of him. Unlike myself, when I get the comments, it can be a little bit brutal sometimes.
Do you know something? Just another tonight's about Derek and Deontay, and we're going to celebrate that. And we've obviously got a European title fight to get stuck into as they're making their way to the ring right now. But to see Anthony Joshua just embrace the crowd, then, you know, he's been through a very, very tough time at the back end of last year as Anthony, and I'm sure that he's still going through that very, very tough time. But for him to walk out into an arena here and to be embraced by the fans, and for him obviously to then just spend a little bit of time ringside with some other people, really makes the heart swell a little bit and makes you feel like it's a good thing to see Anthony Joshua in that space after such a tough time.
It really does, mate. It's been a very difficult time for Anthony Joshua, physically and mentally. You know, what he's been through has been absolutely tragic. You wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy, and now he's got to deal with that moving forward. It's going to be a very tough process, and it's just beautiful for the people that give him so much stick over recent times, when you go, look at what this kid's done, the lives he's transformed. Like, you know, like, he's an inspirational figure. Forget the boxing. The way he transformed his own life has, you know, changed millions of kids around the world's life, saying, I can do this as well, I can change my life. And I think that he never really got the appreciation and the respect that he should have got. And maybe off the back of this, people are actually now giving him that, you know, because the welcome that he's got here tonight was absolutely beautiful.
It's very heartwarming, I think, and I think he's got good memories of being here and fighting here. Even to the fact he came over to the broadcast desk to say hello to everyone. It's great to see him tonight.
Boxing needs him, man. Boxing needs Anthony Joshua. It needs these characters. Obviously, tonight's quite an emotional night because it's the bowing out of a character. Well, so we're led to believe anyway, in Derek Chisora and obviously Deontay Wilder. But characters like that are few and far between, and it's great to see Anthony Joshua in that particular space, and we wish him all the best on his recovery. And fingers crossed, if he's in the right headspace, we can get him in a ring sometime soon, because like what Spencer was saying a moment or two ago, what he did for British boxing from 2012 onwards has been absolutely quite remarkable. Now, Mateusz Masternak, the European champion, is about to make his way to the ring, Gareth. Vidal Riley is already in there. I've been super impressed with Vidal and his rise. Obviously, last year we saw him become British Commonwealth champion at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Masternak, by the way, in 2012. That's how long he's been doing it. As Gareth said, 57th pro fight for him tonight. Time to get into the ring for the official announcements and introductions.
From the O2 Arena here in London, England, Saavedra, along with MF Pro and Queensberry, feature our co-main event of the evening. 12 rounds for the European Cruiserweight Championship and an IBF World Championship Cruiserweight title eliminator. live on the global home of boxing at DAZN. Your timekeeper at ringside is John Smith. Steward in charge, Mick Collier. Supervisor, Yekaterina Krylova and Guy Williamson Ben QPM. Your three judges scoring this contest at ringside will be Vincent Dupos, Mufadal Al-Ghazawi, and Roland Norkis. And the referee in charge when the bell sounds from Italy, he is Antonio Moragna. Introducing first, fighting to my right out of the blue corner. He comes in wearing the black trunks trimmed with the white. Weighing officially at a ready 198.3 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated. 13 fights, 13 wins, 7 of those coming by way of knockouts. Proudly representing Tottenham, London, England, is the British Cruiserweight Champion and the undefeated Vidal Riley. And across the ring, his adversary fighting out of the red corner. He comes in wearing the black and the green, weighing in officially at 199 pounds. His record outstanding, 50 wins, 33 of those coming by way of KO against 6 losses. Hailing from Warsaw, Poland, he is the reigning and defending European Cruiserweight Champion, the Master, Mateusz Masternak. And the referee in charge here to give instructions is Antonio Moragna.
Okay, gentlemen, I repeat what I told you in the dressing room. No rabbit punch. Watch your head. When entire glove is below of this point, is low blow. Above is good. Protect yourself your time. Obey my command. Touch your gloves.
Final instructions for both men, Vidal Riley and Mateusz Masternak. It's the European Cruiserweight Championship. Still to come, the main event of Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora across the talkSPORT network. But for now, let's get stuck into this absolute ding-dong. Calling you through it, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
You can watch tonight's action on DAZN live. Also follow it at ringside with us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. 18+ gamblerware.org to tell you what that's all about.
Yeah, great contest here for the European Cruiserweight title. Masternak, the champion, Vidal Riley, the challenger. Big opportunity here for Vidal Riley. Masternak is proven at this level, very solid campaigner. We should be in for a good one.
He's a big, tough unit, Masternak. Stands 6'1" with a 76-inch reach. Vidal Riley, very slightly taller and with a very slightly longer reach, but you know, he goes back so far, Masternak, and he's fought at very high level. Lost a narrow split decision back in 2015 to Tony Bellew. He's been at the very high level for a long, long time, and that might be the key to this. He may just have too many miles on the clock against a young, ambitious, aspiring champion like Vidal Riley.
Yeah, may well do. Challenged Chris Benham-Smith down in Bournemouth just a couple of years ago. Lost that in 8 rounds, but I tell you what, Benham-Smith had to ask some questions about himself because Masternak put it on him for the first 6 rounds, and it was a fight you thought Masternak might have just won, and he turned it around. He proved he's got a lot left in the tank. He's had 3 wins since that. So this is a big step up here for Vidal Riley. Can he do it at this level?
Well, he's another one with the athleticism that we saw favour Denzel Bentley so much in the last fight we saw. Bentley winning brilliantly with a 7th round stoppage over Endri Saavedra. Masternak, he's the champion here, but Riley, he's got athleticism, he's got angles, and he's got lots of natural ability.
Yeah, he certainly has. Masternak has that jerky sort of style, quite hard to figure out. It's quite an even first round, this one. Both guys feeling each other out, just seeing if they can find any opportunities, any openings, and none so far.
Riley just doubling up nicely with that left-hand lead. Loose-limbed, fights out of an orthodox stance. Masternak forward, tries to throw left-hand, right hand, but he was able to parry it. Vidal Riley, good chopping right hand from Masternak. Gets a few oohs and ahs from the Riley fans at ringside.
Yeah, Vidal Riley trying to target the body, just narrowly misses with that left hook to the body. That was the one that done the damage, broke the rib a couple of years ago against Chris Smith. So perhaps that's the game plan here for Riley as we hear the 10-second clacker go. We're coming to the end of the round. It's been a very even one.
Yeah, not a lot between them, and there is the bell to end that opening period. Vidal Riley just taking a bit of time to work Masternak out. Masternak tall and a bit robotic, I suppose you could say, a typical East European style. But Riley acquitted himself quite well there and might just have edged that opening round, Spencer.
Yeah, I think he may have just done enough in a very, very even round there. No one really stamped their authority, established anything. Riley was looking for some openings. Masternak come back with a couple of good right hands of his own. Riley said switchy attack to the body as well. So expect this one to get more active, that's for sure. Moving into this second round, the feeling out process has been done. The nerves have now gone. Here we go, round number 2.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, all in one place. Know what it's all about, 18+, gamblerware.org. And this is our last big fight before our main event of the evening, which you'll be able to hear on the main talkSPORT channel after 10 o'clock. That's Derek Chisora against Deontay Wilder, and there are 20,000 people, maybe one or two more than that, shoehorned into the massive O2 arena here. There's been a real buzz all afternoon in the bars and restaurants when the theme has been so much boxing. They've come here, a lot of them, just to pay tribute, almost to worship for the last time against Derek Chisora. What a career he's had.
Yep, he certainly has. Two iconic figures of the modern era of boxing go head-to-head in their 50th fight. That is a brilliant one that we can't wait to see, but we've also got another good one here, the European Cruiserweight title. Vidal Riley started this second round better against Mateusz Masternak, and he lands a solid jab. Masternak just loses his balance there.
And Masternak just hasn't got the reactions or the footwork to avoid fast punches like that. And Riley and his corner will take tremendous heart, I'm sure, at what he's showing in the early stages of this fight. Again, doubles up well behind the left jab and then fires in a roundhouse, powerful right hook into the body of Masternak, whose face is already starting to redden up slightly.
Yeah, it is reddening up over that right eye. He's looking quite swollen as well. This is good work from Riley, who holds centre of the ring. He's just trying to set some traps. He's feinting. He's being a little unpredictable in here in the moment, and Masternak just can't work that out as he misses with a left hook.
Masternak has not been able to impose himself on this fight at all as yet. Throws out a left lead and then tries to put in a chopping right hand, but Riley is able to easily avoid it. But then Masternak does get through with a left jab and manages to block an attempted overhand right by Riley, who's moving in a really easy, slick manner. Couple of body shots, left hook, then a right hook, both thud into the rib cage of Masternak, and a left jab rocks back his head.
Yeah, great work here from Vidal Riley, who's really found that range. Masternak stumbles forward, tries to throw a right hand, but has found no sort of rhythm yet. And Riley is in that rhythm. He's slipping from side to side. He's up on his toes. He's looking good here.
Riley took the first round for me, and he's taking the second round as well. Masternak tried to throw a straight right hand and another one, and here comes Riley 2 big body shots, left hook, right hook, and beautifully slips inside an attempted big right hand from Masternak. And I think it's telling how easy Riley is finding it to read the intent of Masternak and to take evasive action.
Yeah, Masternak walking back to the corner, didn't look particularly pleased with himself. The corner work are going to have to do something to change his mindset here, because he looked a little unsteady. He was getting hit with shots there, Masternak. Although they weren't clean shots, he looked a little unsteady on his legs, and Vidal Riley got into a rhythm, found the jab. He was faking the shots downstairs, landing the right hands over the top as well. Good second round that, John, from Vidal Riley.
I wonder if a major heavyweight star has ever turned up at a boxing event in this country before on the tube, because that's what Derek Chisora did. I remember Dennis Endri, a world light heavyweight champion from way back. He turned up at a great big press conference in London once, having turned up with his world champion's belt with him on the tube. People as much as to say, are you sure? Isn't that a bit of a risk? But then, of course, if you knew Derek Andrews, you'd know it was no risk at all, because nobody in their right mind would have had a go at him.
Absolutely. Dennis Andrews, one of the toughest men around, and we remember the fights with Jeff Lacey as well. Jeff Harding, sorry, that he had as well. What fights they were. Memorable fights, memorable fighter, and Derek Chisora's cut from that cloth. Old school, coming on the train, on the tube, genius. I thought it was brilliant with his young girls as well. Really looking forward to that one. The ring walk is going to be so emotional.
Well, I think Adam Catterall's going to have the slightly dubious privilege of trying to put words to that, but I'm sure when Chisora makes his way in, he'll have tears in his eyes, and there'll be many more who've watched him in this huge, long, lucrative professional career who'll similarly have goosebumps.
Yep, they certainly will. But back to this one, the EBU Cruiserweight title. Vidal Riley trying to capture that to add to his British and Commonwealth titles that he's already got. Moving through the ranks, lovely here, and this is the launch pad to move into that world stage against the gatekeeper, Mateusz Masternak, and it's all going well for Riley as he lands another 1-2 again. Jab to the body, good work again from Riley. There's a nice fluidity around his work at the moment.
Midway stage of the third round, and Masternak hasn't had any big moments of success so far. Another good rangy left-hand lead from Riley, who feints to throw another, and again just sways back and easily evades something similar from Masternak, and having done that, landed a solid right-hand counterpunch, and he's giving Masternak, a very experienced, accomplished professional of many a year, he's giving him right now a little bit of a boxing lesson.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing, John. He's controlling the space well. He's up on his toes. He's being very unpredictable. And Masternak, the experienced campaigner, just doesn't know what to do with him right now.
No, he just can't find the range, can he? And Riley makes him miss again, and then fires a right hand over the top, then doubles up on the left jab once more, and then the right hand from Masternak. The beautiful counter as he tried to throw it was landed by Riley, and quality work again from the Londoner.
I've got to tell you though, John, that right hand that Masternak threw there was a dangerous one, a chopping shot. Just a little reminder here for Vidal Riley, don't switch off, son. Don't get too cocky, because if you get too greedy, I'll make you pay.
I think that's what they'll be telling him when he gets back to his corner at the end of the round, Vidal Riley, and we'll go into that blue corner as he makes his way back now for words of advice, and I think they're going to be fairly happy with what they've seen so far, but maybe only fairly
Start
happy.
investing to the body, yeah? Want your sixes. But listen, finish your combinations on the lead hand.
Yeah.
Yeah? That's what I want you to do for me. Finish the lead hand. Don't be over expansive. I don't want no more than 3.
Okay.
Yeah? But invest in that body, but you gotta get your footing.
Yeah. More.
You gotta get your footing.
Gotta get more, yeah, okay.
Come chill. How you feeling? You looking good?
I feel good.
Looking $1 million.
But I'm gonna put my foot in more.
Yeah.
And have to go east. Have to go south east.
Yeah. Put your foot in. Remember your head movement.
Yeah.
Remember the head movement? He can punch off it.
Yeah, he's been told you're looking good, and the reply was, yeah, and I'm feeling good.
Well, you can see that. He's up on his toes, he's being creative, he's setting traps, he's throwing jabs downstairs as well, and you just expect Vidal Riley now to turn the screw as we start round number 4.
I've got him 3 rounds up. Would you agree with that one?
Yep, I'm totally with you, John. The edge in speed, the edge in class has been with Vidal Riley. Masternak looks slightly old, slightly tired in there, but, and this is a big but, he's still dangerous, as we saw with that chopping right hand
and
in the last
nod
round.
Of agreement on the scorecard from Gareth A. Davis, who perhaps we'll hear from him at the end of this round, because I think he'll also be appreciating the skill that we've seen so far from Riley. He's got a little vociferous knot of supporters behind us who are bellowing their support. He's a popular man in the Tottenham community.
Yep, he is, and he's brought a great crowd down here with him tonight. They've been watching him go through the ranks, going from his old amateur club, West Ham ABC, where he'd done brilliant things, boxing for England, moving into the professional ranks, turning pro, over with the Mayweathers, started over there, he's come over here, he's built a great career in that influencer world as well, with KSI, and doing big stuff outside of boxing. He's got his head screwed on, this kid, but his dreams and aspirations to become a world champion are still very much on track.
I confess I've not got his music in my car, but he is a rapper, and he's also got his own clothing brands as well. You wear any of that stuff, Spencer?
Well, I don't wear any of that stuff, mate, but I can rap you a little tune if you need that, John. Or should we just focus on the fight?
Let's move ahead with the boxing. Not too far away from the main event. That Gareth can rap a bit when he has to.
Probably not, mate. Probably not. I've seen him dance and he can't do that either.
You have to have rhythm, and that's certainly what we're seeing plenty of from Vidal Riley, who set a fairly fast pace in the opening 3 rounds here, but he's got to sustain it, because Masternak is a master of the art, and he's gone the distance many a time. 33 stoppage wins in his 50 victories tonight in his 57th pro fight. What a career resume he's got. Oh, great right hand that from Vidal Riley. Masternak ducking in low, walked straight into it.
Yeah, Masternak looking for the chopping right hand himself, so Riley's got to be careful he doesn't switch off when he comes in. Both guys are trying to tee that shot up. Riley looking to loop it over the top. There's that chopping right hand again from Masternak, and one back from Riley just on cue there. With 20 seconds to go of round number 4. It's been a quieter round, this one.
Yeah, he's just maybe struggling to maintain the very fierce pace that he set early on. Switches to southpaw stance, jabs out the right hand, and then a couple of straight lefts, find the target, and then left into the body, all from Riley. And there's the bell to end the round. A right from Riley landed just after the bell sounded, and Gareth is now speaking. Myself with a load of water there from a water bottle, which mercifully I've got here at ringside.
John, I've got to ask you, mate, what happened there? I didn't even know what had happened. It just felt water going everywhere.
Unfortunately, the microphone was well away, otherwise I'd have been having to apologise. Right hand from Riley, first scoring shot of this 5th round, and I agree with what you said, or what the lads said. I've got him 4 rounds up here, Vidal Riley.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Masternak may have got a share in the last one, may have nicked it, but Riley really in control here, isn't he? Masternak trying to find something from somewhere, trying to roll those years back, and whether he can do that or not, still remains to be seen, John, because at the moment, it's all Vidal Riley.
Carl Frampton also has Riley 4 rounds ahead here in the 5th round. It's a 12-rounder, this, for the European title. Long way to go. Good body shots from Riley, right hand, left hand. And those sort of punches, when they thud home like that, are energy-sapping shots.
Yeah, brilliant shots there from Riley, really thudding those shots in. You could hear them from down here at ringside, really slamming into the rib cage of Mateusz Masternak. And that's how he got stopped a couple of years ago by Chris Billum-Smith. Broke a rib, retired on his stall in round number 8.
I know invariably when people turn up at boxing and they've never been before, maybe only ever listened to it on the radio, watched it on the television, the thing that really strikes them is the power with which these guys detonate their punches. As 2 more big body shots come in right on cue from Vidal Riley.
Yep, jab slams into the face of Masternak as well there from Riley, who's just got that distance. Oh, under the rib cage there. Good shot that wasn't low. Masternak complained it was low as we approach the 1-minute mark of round number 5.
I'm sure as a boxer, if somebody complains to the referee about a punch being low and you know it's not, that is great news. Somebody giving you a little bit of verbal recognition that you've landed a hurtful punch.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Is that the telltale signs? Riley pushing forward here, trying to force a mistake from Masternak, who's still boxing herky-jerky on the outside, still holding himself together, to be fair. But Riley just doing the better work. Looks the younger, fresher of the two, doesn't he?
Big right hand from Riley. Masternak takes it well, and another one comes in. That was the oohs and ahs of the crowd. Right hand from Masternak fell short of the target, and Riley just pushes him away contemptuously as he falls forward with 10 seconds to go in this round. Another good right hand from Riley. Left hand to the body, pulls short of the target, and it was all Riley in the closing minute of that round. This reminded me, herky-jerky there. That was an old Brendan Ingle word.
Yeah, well, there you go, mate. I'm an old school guy, John, as you are as well, and herky-jerky was a style that used to cause you problems because of the unpredictability. You didn't know where the shots were coming from, and Masternak is that guy. He's got that European sort of style that you don't know if he's going to throw a left hand, a right hand, very unpredictable. But Vidal Riley, to his credit, has just kept his game together. He's been great tonight, picking the shots, not really taking any sort of chances, not getting greedy, but just winning these rounds, round after round. A big right hand slammed to the side of the face there, sent the spit spraying out of Masternak's mouth, but Masternak kept it together well.
If you're enjoying our commentary here at the O2 Arena, you can also watch us in action on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, bringing you the commentary and our reaction as the punches land. Sometimes it can be amusing, sometimes it can be frightening.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are very, very close to the action. One thing I can guarantee, guys, for you that are listening or watching on the YouTube channel, we can hear these shots going in, and it ain't fun. It is tough in there right now.
We're into the 6th round now of this European title fight. It's the last support fight to our main event, Chisora against Wilder, which comes up after this one. This is the European cruiserweight title fight, and we've got Vidal Riley well ahead as oohs and ahs again from the crowd as he lands another hurtful right hand.
Yeah, beautiful shot there, half a step back, drilled the right hand straight down the middle. Masternak, to his credit, took it well. He's kept his shape well. Riley again lands the jab, but like I said, up on his toes, looks the fresher of the two at the moment, and he's doing enough in these rounds.
He was part of the Boxers stable who lost their broadcast contract, and he really lost his way a little bit for a while, didn't get the action that he thought he deserved, and he's back in there tonight and looking pretty good, it has to be said. There's not been too many signs of ring rust.
No, there hasn't. You know, he's been out over a year now. Chev Clark was the last victory he had when he won that British and Commonwealth title. That was on the undercard of Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. 2 He put in a great performance, masterclass performance that night. Showed that he could box against a very strong Chev Clark for 12 rounds and stay disciplined. And Johnny's staying disciplined tonight.
Yeah, if he can keep this form going for the remainder in the second half of this fight, he's going to win it, and win it by a long way. The cheekbones of the Polish fighter Mateusz Masternak are marking up. There's plenty of bruising there. Riley is completely unmarked as he sways this way and that and doubles up on the jab again. 1, 2 and then a third, all finding the target, all thudding into the face of Masternak.
Yeah, doing a great job at the moment. Riley-Masternak just don't know where those shots are coming from. And a big right hand goes in there. Masternak stops the bloody shot, comes back with a cheeky little uppercut of his own note, Masternak, but Riley straight back into the driving seat and just looking for that open. You'd just like to see Vidal Riley letting the hands go a little bit more here, though, John. I just want to see him go through the gears a little bit, you know. It's all a little bit same pacey, one pacey. Someone needs to really do something.
It's maybe what his corner's telling him. They're probably saying, don't go and gamble too much. Just keep on doing what you're doing, because he's winning round after round after round. Let's go into that blue corner now and hear what they're saying to Vidal Riley. Are they echoing what Spencer Oliver reckons? Put your foot on the gas.
Huh? Finish on a lead. Yeah. You're throwing the right hand, you're not coming back. Okay. Breathe it up. Breathe.
I'm winning the fight, right?
You win, but you've got punching combination. You're not punching combination.
You know what? Yeah.
So it could be ambiguous. That's what I'm trying to sell to you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
You're not making it obvious. You're not putting that stamp on.
Jerseys are working.
Beautiful. Stay on it. But you've got to follow up your shots.
Yeah.
You're not following up your shots.
Okay.
Throw the right hand, you've got to come back with that, and then boom.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of echoes what you were saying there, Spencer. Let's see some eye-catching combinations, and let's see you maybe not exactly showboating, but showing the judges that you're the boss.
Yeah, that's exactly. But basically, you know, in layman terms, we're saying put your foot on the gas. Let's see the combinations. Yeah, right. We know you can throw the jab, throw the right hand, do the little slippy moves. That's all right. And yet, if he's not broke, don't fix it. I get that, but you go, I want to catch the eye here. I want people leaving talking about Vidal Riley. On this performance so far, they don't do that, but he has the capabilities to be able to do that, and I think that's what the trainer was telling him there. You know, he's won every round so far.
Yeah.
Let's see you do something a little bit more now.
Yeah, I've given him definitely every round to this point. I see Carl Frampton reckons the same, but having established what is a commanding lead now in this fight, here he comes. Couple of big body shots. Is he going to keep the pressure on? He's got Masternak on the ropes right in front of us. Another big left hook to the body, and his fans standing behind us. Maybe you can hear them shouting, come on, Vidal, keep it on him.
Well, I think you might have heard us saying that as well, John, because right on cue, he's come and he's put the foot on the gas. He's turned the screw, and this is much better from Vidal Riley.
Dominant first minute in this 7th round. 2 more body shots. Goes looking for the headshot after that, but the gloves hadn't quite come down as he would have wished. Of course, that's one of the products of big body attacks. Sometimes the gloves come down, giving the opportunity for those swinging headshots to find their targets.
Yeah, but Masternak kept a solid base here. Elbows tucked in well. He's not unravelling under the pressure. Come back with a good little body shot of his own. Now it's getting better. The action heats up in the second half of this 12-rounder for the cruiserweight title.
2 body shots from Riley. Left hand looked as though it may have been a bit low. Right over the top into the bruised left side of Masternak's face. Masternak still in there pitching in his 57th fight. Still realising that it only takes one, and he has got genuine power.
Yep, he certainly has, and he'd like to say he hasn't unravelled at all here, Masternak. He's kept himself together under the pressure. Guy's been in the ring a long, long time. He's got a lot of experience behind him. He's seen all these sort of styles before, and I'm impressed, John, with the way that Masternak is holding himself, if I'm honest.
Tries to unwind a big right hand. Riley saw it coming, was able to slip inside. Masternak again aims the right hand, and he just about got there as Riley was himself trying to set himself to throw his own right-hander. He bobs this way and that, tries to double up behind the left-hand lead. Masternak doesn't take anything. He's got the gloves up high, trying to walk Riley down and looking for that big chopping right hand again. Forward comes Riley with a body shot. Another chopping right hand from Masternak. Good round this, and a good left hand from Riley. Closing stages into the last 10 seconds of the round. And that was a nice finish to that round. How's Adam and Gareth seeing it? Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, the most dominant rounds by Vidal Riley there, and you just start to wonder whether he needs to find a bit of extra power at this level, because Masternak's a very durable, very proud, very experienced fighter. But I thought Vidal Riley kind of gave everything in that round.
Yeah, listen, again, it comes back to what I said right at the start of this fight. Has he paced it right? We're 7 through now. Obviously, we're into the second half of the fight. I think Vidal Riley is well ahead. But Mateusz Masternak's been here, done it, and got the T-shirt. He's a very, very tough man. It's about staying in these moments. We're talking about a young lad in Vidal Riley who's not been at European level before. He's here now. He's well ahead. Can he stay ahead? Can he keep that pace? Because he's boxing well.
He averages 5 rounds a fight at the end of the day, so it's a good learning fight for him. You said, Spencer, Mateusz Masternak is a very proud, very tough man who ain't giving it up easily.
He's certainly not. As we move into the 8th round, this our last fight before our main event, Chisora against Wilder, which you can follow with us on talkSPORT and on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you're going to be able to watch us commentate on the fight live. Be sure to stay with us. It could be a great event, and it might be the last time you see either of the two fighters in a boxing ring.
Yep.
Certainly that's what Chisora has said.
Yep, really looking forward to that one. We've got a great little contest here for the Cruiserweight European title. Vidal Riley in complete control here, John, but Masternak proving very, very stubborn in there as well. All the rounds going to Riley, but Masternak looking dangerous with that little chopping right hand.
Dangerous, and he's still in there, and Riley cannot afford to get complacent as we move into the 2nd minute of this, the 8th round. And again, Masternak looking for the big chopping right hand to the left side of Riley's head. Riley comes forward, aimed to throw the left-hand lead. Masternak saw it coming and then covers up behind a attempted right-hand follow-up. There is a right hand which does find its way through, and a good jab as well. His boxing skill has served Riley really well.
Yep, his boxing IQ has been brilliant tonight, working well behind that jab, and the face looking really red and swollen now of Masternak, who's been taking jab after jab in the face. It's been a good performance so far from Riley, who, to his credit, right on cue, as we said we need to turn up the pace here, and he's doing it.
As we move towards the final minute of this, the 8th round, Masternak forced back into the corner on the far side of the ring, complains that he's been hit low by Riley. I didn't see anything looking beyond the rules, but Masternak's the one who's taken it. Then another left-hand body shot right on the belt from Riley, who follows up with a right hand, and it's really good boxing skills again from Vidal Riley, the 28-year-old Tottenham man.
Yep, just sitting down on his shots now and really drilling in that right hand. Masternak under a lot of pressure, taking a lot of shots. As I said, a proud, stubborn man who won't go down without a fight, John.
Certainly won't. Tottenham haven't won a lot this season, but Vidal Riley comes from that part of the world, and he looks very much as he's going to emerge as a winner here at the O2 Arena tonight into the last 10 seconds of this, the 8th round. Good right hand from Riley, right on cue, sent Masternak rocking back in the corner right in front of us, and a big right hand body shot. We'll get into the blue corner now. That's the Riley corner, and hear what advice he's getting, as really he knows that he's got this all but won.
Listen, This is where you got to start to squeeze him now.
You think? Okay.
It's championship rounds. Mix it up though. Don't go like a madman and start walking in. You know what I mean? Kid him, hands up, start to stalk him. Work with him.
You think?
This is when you got to start to catch.
Yeah, I can take 9 off and watch another draw.
Huh?
I can take 9 off and watch another draw.
Rhythm though, rhythm. Rhythm, like move around it.
Be Vidal this round.
Be smart.
Yeah. Yellow and green, innit?
Be smart with it.
Be Vidal this round.
Yeah.
Yellow, green.
But then towards the end, press him.
Yeah.
And then still drop step. You understand?
Yeah, still drop step.
Exactly.
Yellow, green, butterfly.
They're happy to see him just keep on outboxing him, aren't they? Be smart with it.
Take us out to round 9. Yeah, John, I think you have to be smart with someone like Masternak, who's a proud champion, a very, very tough guy. You can't take any liberties with him. It's a great learning fight, this, for Vidal Riley. 8 rounds gone, probably 8 rounds up. We're into the last quarter of this contest. Stay focused, of course, and if you can get that showreel finish, then that's a win-win.
Yeah, how he'd love to be able to do that. He's only tonight in his 14th professional fight, Vidal Riley, and that's worth remembering. He's not got the same sort of experience remotely as Masternak, but youth, accuracy, boxing skills, fitness, agility, all those attributes serving him well so far. We're in the 9th round, and he's well ahead, surely.
Yeah, he certainly is. Masternak, you just feel, needs a knockout now. Will he try and go for it? Will he go out on his shield? At the moment, nothing would suggest that Masternak's got anything in the locker that can bother Vidal Riley. But as we know in boxing, one shot and he can all turn round.
Well, the crowd would love to see an explosive finish. I'm sure they're not quite as engrossed in this fight as they might be. There's still a real sense of anticipation about our main event, which comes up for you after this one. Be sure not to miss it. Chisora Wilder here on talkSPORT, the home of boxing, sponsored by Sky Bet tonight.
Yeah, lovely 1-2 there from Masternak. Riley took the shot well. Now Riley's just looking for that opening. Is he going to throw the screw shot? Is he going to throw the right hand over the top? He's just trying to create the opening here, but Masternak giving him nothing as both guys stand centre of the ring.
Who's going to be prepared to gamble in an attempt to find something explosive? Masternak waiting for Riley to commit himself, was looking for that chopping right hand again, but Riley was cute to it, just swayed back and the punch flew through thin air. Not too much happening in there right now. Jab from Masternak, right hand counter from Riley, who drops his hands low. The referee says no, we'll have no kidology, no Mickey taking, because there was an element of that.
Yeah, I tell you what he's trying to do there. He's trying to set the trap. He's dangling the carrot, saying, come on, come in to make the shot so I can counter-punch that. I've got the edge in speed, and I just want to get that off with a shot. He was just giving him a little bit of bait there, but Masternak, the old master, he weren't having any of it.
No, very little happening in this 9th round, is there? Not too many big punches. He misses another of those overhand rights, Masternak. Here comes Riley.
Good evening. You're listening to live coverage of Derek Chisora versus Deontay Wilder, and we'll take you straight to ringside with Adam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davies as John Rawling and Spence Oliver are calling round 10 of Vidal Riley versus Mateusz Masternak.
With our big heavyweight contest coming up, Adam. I think all eyes and ears are now tuned to that one.
I think those bars are going to start filling out in a minute. A few people obviously just gone for a little refreshment before that main event starts kicking off, because that's the reason why they've come. They've come to celebrate Derek Chisora, and hopefully Derek can deliver a career-best performance and get the victory over Deontay Wilder, who will have different plans, Gareth.
Yeah, and it's a great place, this, isn't it? It's a great atmosphere, the O2, and like you say, it's a couple of seats empty. There's great anticipation for this fight, and you know, it's a who's who ringside right now. You know, with Eddie Hearn's here, Anthony Joshua's here, we're all here.
We are indeed, and we're all now on talkSPORT. Welcome to you that have been listening to the FA Cup throughout the course of the day, and welcome to the Boxing Live from the O2 Arena, where we're in the middle of a European title fight between Vidal Riley and Mateusz Masternak. We're into the 10th round. Back to our commentary team of Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
And Vidal Riley is a mile in front on the judges' cards. There can be no doubt about that. And if he just boxes his way through this last, what have we got, 2 rounds and 2.5 minutes, then he is surely going to take the European title here. He's boxed well, maybe not with quite the explosive aggression that some in the crowd would have liked to have seen, but it's been an accomplished performance nonetheless.
Yeah, it has. It's been a masterful performance from Vidal Riley, who's dominated this one from the opening bell. It was a big step up in class. Last time out against Chev Clark, he picked up the British Commonwealth. Now challenging for the European against the stubborn champion, Mateusz Masternak. And he's proving to doing really well here. Landed a solid jab there in the 10th round. And that's been the story of this fight so far, John. Triple jab goes in, right hand to the body as well.
Even that last round, which was very, very quiet, still found it hard to make an argument for Masternak having won the round, and I just think that Riley is winning so clearly. It could be that he goes and takes it eventually on a complete shutout. If it goes the distance, you could see him winning 12 rounds out of 12.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been the dominant force in there. This is like a passing of the baton, a changing of the guard sort of fight here. You got the old champion. There's been a gatekeeper. Big right hand goes in there from Riley, probably one of the best shots of the contest. Masternak takes it well. But
if you're just joining us, I should tell you that Denzel Bentley won the interim WBO world middleweight title, which could wind up being a full world title for the popular Londoner. He beat Endri Saavedra from Venezuela by stoppage. Really impressive performance from him. And here, the man from Tottenham looking to make it another London success. Vidal Riley, into the last 30 seconds of the 10th round, is winning this by a street.
Yep, and another dominant round here from Vidal Riley. The pattern of this contest has been the same all the way, as Riley throws a 1-2, body shot goes in as well. Good work. The referee just warns him for the head there, but Riley straight back to work. This has been a better round again here, but yeah, all 10 rounds in favour of Vidal Riley, who's now just looking for the finish. You just feel that he's sitting down on his shots a little bit more, trying to make a dent in this stubborn champion, but Masternak doesn't look like he's breaking.
Masternak sees it through another round, but I reckon that's another Riley round in the bag, another 10 points for him, and we'll go into the Riley corner now and hear what is going to be the instructions for the penultimate time.
Combinations. Yeah, that's the only thing that's letting you down. Yeah. You got to think of the combination. You got to punch unilaterally now. This is how you're going to mark the fight. Okay. This is how you're going to put like that. Listen to me. You got to put your mark on it. You're not putting an exclamation mark on it. Go on.
You know what? I think I can put my exclamation mark on it if I'm moving and picking, you know. I think I'm making it.
Scoring criteria.
I know.
Yeah. But you got to make it clean.
When you're in the red, when you're in the red, MG.
Yeah.
MG. Yeah.
Unilaterally. Still got to come back to the
Unilaterally, eh? That's the buzzword there.
Yep, certainly is. Dominant performance so far from Vidal Riley. Can he close the show as we get into the penultimate round, round number 11? 10 rounds to nil for me so far for Riley. Let's see if he can finish it.
The crowd watched Derek Chisora, who in turn was watching the action on the big screen in his dressing room. I can tell you his wife's in there, his kids are in there, and boy, doesn't he look relaxed.
Yeah, he certainly does. And I'll tell you something else, he'll be very, very emotional. He'll be struggling to fight back the tears. The 11th time he's boxed here at the O2 Arena. He's had some memorable nights, but this one could top the lot. This could be the biggest name on Derek Chisora's CV. He's boxed pretty much everyone here, but victory here for him would be the end of a brilliant career and a memorable one.
Just 5 minutes to go now, potentially, in this European cruiserweight title fight. Can Mateusz Masternak somehow find something to level this and get himself back into it. He's surely got to knock Riley out if he's going to win this one, and it hasn't looked at any stage as though he's likely to do that. He's been a bit of a one-trick pony as he's looked for that overhand right hand, and he throws it again and again, yet again. It falls short of the target and just takes Riley on the shoulder.
Yeah, what we do know is he's tough, he's stubborn, and he's a proud champion at 38 years of age. He's been around a long, long time. Maybe not the fighter he once was, John, but he's not really going anywhere. He's proving very stubborn, isn't he?
He certainly is. A proud Polish champion, but at 38 years old, his best days now surely behind him, and Riley is a minute away from taking this title. Good to watch again from a British perspective. Denzel Bentley, now Vidal Riley. There's been plenty for the London fight fans to celebrate, and looking here as though it is surely going to be another title-winning victory.
Yeah, been a great night here so far at the O2 Arena, a packed house. 20,000 people will be in when Derek Chisora makes that ring walk. It's going to be an emotional one, that is for sure.
Gareth A. Davis will be trying to keep his tears under check as well, I'm sure. We'll hear from him at the end of the round. He looks a bit emotional now. Coming up towards the end of the 11th round is Vidal Riley, poised to win the European title. And everybody now is talking and thinking about the main event, which is coming up only a matter of minutes after the final bell for this one. And that's yet another round for Vidal Riley. Gareth, are you getting a bit tearful?
I'm always tearful at the boxing. You know, that's an emotional business. Sitting next to Spencer Oliver all night always has me in tears. Look, for me, it's 11-round shutout for Vidal Riley right now. Unless the improbable happens in the last 3 minutes and Masternak steals victory from the jaws of defeat, I'd be very surprised. But what I will say, the atmosphere here is incredible. Young Henry Pollock, the England rugby star, is sitting alongside Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn, who's here. The Kalle and Sauerland are here. Noel Gallagher's here. He was in and out. He went to the VIP lounge. Nigel Farage is upstairs in a box for Derek Chisora. Yes, I will be crying, saying goodbye to Derek Chisora. I will be bawling my eyes out, John Rawling.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll try and keep it together, but it's going to be Adam's job to try and maintain some semblance of propriety in that final ring walk. Young Mr. Pollock is being managed by Eddie Hearn now, isn't he? He's taken over management of his career, I think I read somewhere.
Absolutely right. And Tom Aspinall, the UFC heavyweight champion. So, Eddie Hearn, I'm going to let you go back to commentary because Vidal Riley's pouring it on.
Lands a couple of right hands, and the referee says, keep your punches up. He thought that one or two of those went low. Antonio Marogna, the Italian referee, not had a very busy night in all honesty, because Riley has Dick bossed this to such an extent. Just takes a right hand and a left hand from Masternak though, and he can't get careless in these last few seconds of the round.
I tell you what, good spell this from Masternak. He landed a solid right hand followed by a left hook that just slowed Vidal Riley. That's the first bit of success really Masternak has had. He's got 1 minute 50 seconds left of this 12th and final round. Can he find something from somewhere?
Oh, and he caught him off balance there, Riley, and for a moment it looked as if he was going to go, and the Italian, the Polish corner was getting extremely excited, and they sense that he's in here now. He's landed a couple of big punches in this round, and he's just on his back foot now. Riley jogging around the ring and absorbing punches from Masternak, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility here that he could even now find an equaliser.
Listen, he's been there, seen it, done it, Masternak. You know, he knows he's a mile behind here, and he's going to need something big. And this is a big round he's having. He's got 1 minute 5 seconds left on the clock. But Vidal Riley tries to turn it back round. Great round this, 12th and final round.
Masternak's best round of the fight, and at last we've got drama here. A jab from Riley puts Masternak back onto his heels, and another one. You hear the effort as he goes in. 1-2, both left hands from Riley. Riley, the 28-year-old from Tottenham, who looks poised to win this European title, has to absorb another right hand, and his mouth is starting to show signs of some of the punches that have been landing, and Masternak by a mile has had his best round of the fight here.
Yep, Riley just starting to look a little bashed up in there, bleeding heavily from the mouth. Masternak fights another right hand. Again, good stuff here. 15 seconds to go, probably too late for Masternak, but why didn't he do this earlier, John? The success he's found.
The Polish corner is bellowing their support, but Riley catches it now with a left hand, right hand to the head, and that surely now ends the chances of Masternak winning it. The final bell goes. Riley knows that he's won this one. Masternak goes back to the corner. The proud Pole has carried it all the way. He's been a great champion over the years, but he's not going to be the champion tonight. Terrific efforts in the last round, but Vidal Riley didn't win that last round, but he has surely won the fight.
Yeah, dominant performance from Vidal Riley. He had a game plan. He stuck to it. He had to be disciplined. Masternak, a proud, stubborn champion, gatekeeper really for that world level. But Vidal Riley has come through with flying colours. Only his 14th contest was considered a big step up, but he's come through with flying colours. Now he'll be looking to move on to sort of world honours or fringe world honours. Interesting ride so far, but come through with flying colours. Come out with a few marks, cuts and bruises at the end of that one, but a good, solid performance.
Yeah, he did what was needed, didn't he? He established his tactics early on, stuck to a game plan, and even in that last round, when Masternak had dominated the first 2 minutes 40 seconds, in the closing stages he landed a couple of really meaty looking headshots just to remind Masternak of who'd been the boss for the bulk of that fight.
Yeah, great performance from Vidal Riley. He's going to be pleased to add that European title to the British and Commonwealth titles he's already got. I think this formality, just waiting for the MC to get the scorecards together. But I think we have a new European cruiserweight title, and that guy goes by the name of Vidal Riley.
I've got it 119, 109. I just gave Masternak that one round, the last round. Apart from that, I had it as a shutout. It was Riley who just boxed beautifully.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment, that, John. I think that Riley really dominated from that opening bell. Masternak was just a bit slow off the pace. Always looking to be a bit of a problem with that irky-jerky sort of style. But as soon as Vidal Riley worked it out, he went in there and he conquered. Got a bit reckless in the last round, if I'm honest. Got caught with a left hook, then got caught with a couple of right hands. The mouth was bleeding heavily, but dealt with it well, didn't unravel, kept his shape. Great experience.
Accomplished performance, that one, Gareth.
I thought it was very good of him, but like you say, there were dangers in that last round. Questions will be asked, in spite of Masternak being a very durable, tough, resilient fighter, experienced fighter, whether someone like Chris Billum-Smith could wear Vidal Riley down. It's a fight I'd love to see, but I just wonder whether it's a fight where Riley's going to have to box in a similar way against Chris Billum-Smith, who brings it in a kind of very yeoman-like way.
Here's the results.
We go to the scorecards. Here are your score totals. Judges Alfadel El-Zawi and Roland Norris have it 118 to 110, and Vincent Dupas has it 119 to 109 for your winner by unanimous decision. And the new European Cruiserweight Champion, still undefeated from Tottenham, London, England, Vidal Riley.
Thoroughly deserved. He absolutely walked that. The judges in full agreement with our commentary team there. Very, very wide. Only 2 rounds for Masternak on one of those cards, with 2 of those judges giving nearly a shutout. I would imagine that they were on the exact same page as John Rolling there, just giving Masternak that last round. Up to that point, Vidal Riley was absolutely superb, and he is now the new European champion, adding that EBU belt to his Lord Lonsdale British title as well. Hopefully, the next 12 months, there's a little bit more activity in the ring. Let's get him out, let's get him active, and let's get him doing his thing. On talkSPORT 2, we have coverage of the PGA Tour for you right now, but on talkSPORT, it is time for this.
I am gonna win this fight, and I'm gonna walk off and go home.
He's gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink at me. He don't care where he hits.
Derek Chisora, how did he find that punch? Derek Chisora proves he still has the power.
Thou shalt not pass.
That is why Deontay Wilder is so exciting.
I don't think this fight will go past 8 rounds or 6 rounds.
He's not afraid. It's gonna be an all-out war.
Welcome to the O2 Arena in London for the night that you've been waiting for throughout the whole course of the week. We've been building it right up. Number 50 for Derek Chisora, number 50 for Deontay Wilder. This one is called 100 for a reason. 2 vets, 2 lads that have been there, done it, and got the T-shirt, throwing down for our entertainment in a matter of moments. I'm Adam Catterall, pleasure to be with you here on talkSPORT. If you've been with us on talkSPORT 2 throughout the course of the night, thank you very much for that, and crossing over and joining us right here. We're also on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well, where we get you closer to the action on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis. We're moments away, of course, from that main event. Alongside me for these big nights, always Gareth A. Davies, and it is a big night. Lots of emotion in the sky tonight. The who's who of the celebrity world as well as the sporting world have come out to celebrate this moment this evening, but nobody will be more emotional than Derek Chisora when he makes that ring walk in a matter of moments.
Absolutely, the roof's going to come off this place. It's going to, the mood will settle, the lights will go down, the phones will come out. We'll sing Derek into the ring. It's his 11th fight at the O2 Arena, a spiritual home for him since his 29th fight when he first fought here. He's got loads of friends, and all the enemies and rivals he once had are now for him. It's a career forged from volatility and chaos. The transformation of the bad boy of British boxing into the hero, the icon of British sport. He's a brilliant promoter. He's been amazing all week. He's got a great dance partner in the most famous American heavyweight of the last decade in Deontay Wilder. There's enough jeopardy there in this fight for Derek to be carried into the ring almost as a conquering hero. And if he does walk away tonight, I would not mind at all, because we've been through with him through thin and thinner, thick and thicker. It would be a timely moment to finish with a victory over Deontay Wilder, having fought Vitaly Klitschko, Tyson Fury 3 times, David Haye, Alexander Usyk, Dillian White twice, Ajit Kabayel, Joseph Parker twice, and latterly Joe Joyce and Otto Wallin, who he defeated.
We had a chat about this on talkSPORT 2 a little earlier on, so I apologise if you've already heard it. But if you're new to us here on talkSPORT, we were talking about the magnitude of the victory for both of these men this evening. Would this be Derek Chisora's most impressive victory should he pull this off tonight?
I think it's a name on his legacy, and in terms of big names, it is the most impressive victory. It's not the most impressive opponent he's fought, but it would be a brilliant moment to walk away from the sport, and it's going to be difficult for him to walk away. Seen great images this morning, or this evening, of his son around him, who's just over a year old, who's already got the gloves on. We know his daughters are here as well, and he adores them. This is the moment for him to cap an incredible career.
From a Wilder point of view, we're talking about a man that was the WBC world champion, 43 undefeated, 42 of those guys got knocked out. He defended that WBC World Championship on 10 separate occasions. Would it be his best victory should he beat Derek Chisora tonight?
It's an extraordinary redemption and comeback if he does it after a draw and 2 losses to Tyson Fury. the loss to Joseph Parker and Zhile Zhang, both in Saudi Arabia, where he didn't seem to have it anymore and couldn't pull the trigger. He's got a couple of victories under his belt. Tyrell Herndon, no great shakes in the heavyweight division. But if Deontay Wilder can come back tonight, right across the ring is Anthony Joshua. There's a fight there waiting to happen. It's a big, big redemption moment for Deontay Wilder. Does he have it anymore? The consensus is we really don't think so, but it's up to him to prove it when he steps in there in a few minutes' time.
Well, Spencer Oliver, if I can bring you in, that's the big question tonight, isn't it? Does the bronze bomber still exist?
Well, that's it, and I think he's been searching for that, and the answer would be, listen, on recent form, I would say no, you know, he can't pull the trigger anymore, and that's very difficult to rediscover that, and I think that Deontay has been trying to rediscover that by blaming the betrayal that's going on outside of the ring, the breakup of his wife, the trainers, the injury to his shoulder for the reasons for it. But you go, when you look deeper into it all, you go, the answer is that it's just not there anymore. And I think that that's where we're at with Deontay Wilder. You're the first one to know it, the last one to admit it, and that's where the answer is. He's trying to rediscover something. He'll be sitting in the dressing rooms right now, by the way, warmed up, thinking I'm going to go out there and I'm going to let it go. I'm going to meet him head on. I know Derek's going to sit on my chest and I'm going to trade with him. But when the reality happens and the bell rings, you just can't pull the trigger anymore. And I think that that's where Deontay Wilder is right now. But because there's that slight inkling that it could happen, that's what's keeping us all so intrigued. You go, can he just rediscover it?
He's still a name as well, that's what we've got to remember. He's trading off the name, those knockouts that you mentioned over all those years. He was going to be facing Alexander Usyk, let's not forget. That fight was virtually signed. It was going to happen. The plate shifted in the heavyweight division. It's so fascinating because we could see the coronation and swan song of a British sporting national treasure tonight, and we could see the end and the demise of an American heavyweight who's carried the division for them for almost a decade.
Where's the threat for Wilder tonight? Because this is about pressure versus precision. If he can't pull on the precision, where's the threat that Deontay Wilder brings to the fight tonight, Spencer?
Deontay Wilder has to create that space and he has to let that detonate that right hand that we see. He is one of the biggest punchers in the heavyweight history. There's no two ways about that. There's no doubt about that. If he lands the shot, you're going over. Derek Chisora is very relentless in his pressure. He can be reckless in his pressure as well. He does get hit. Derek has to be careful he don't walk onto one. The big million-dollar question is, if Deontay Wilder can let that shot go, the one thing that never leaves a fighter is the punch power. Deontay will still have that in there. Can he release it?
And also, can he release it early? The consensus is he needs to go out there and get the job done in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds. Because after that tank of a man who arrived in a tank this week with Nigel Farage for the press conference will be burying his head on Wilder's chest, smothering the space and not allowing that predatory stalking style of Wilder. We saw in the workouts this week, he's throwing a short right over the top. He's looking to throw uppercuts. It could be very explosive from the start.
Is the biggest thing then from the start for Derek maintaining those emotions? Because it's going to be emotional, that ring walk.
I've got to tell you, Catman, I've spoken to Derek. I've been speaking to him very closely this week. He rang me yesterday just to go, what do you think? He rang me yesterday, he rang me the night before saying, I didn't answer the phone, I was in bed asleep, it was at 10:30. Woke up, rang me in the morning, 9 o'clock. I'm walking around Tesco's, doing my thing, like you're doing today. You know, normal stuff.
Collecting your points.
Collecting my points, doing all that. Right, looking for the offers in there. Derek Chisora rings me. Derek, what's up, mate? You all right? What do you reckon? What do you mean, what do I reckon? Do you think I can do it? I went, you tell me, mate, you're the one fighting. I said, you know I believe in you, can you do it? He went, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to sit on his chest. I'm going to go out. You know it's an emotional night for me. Make sure you bring Nicola. Make sure you bring Tira. I want everyone there. My kids are going to be there. Spence, I'm going to cry when I'm going to the arena. I'm going to cry in the dressing rooms. I'm probably going to cry on the ring walk. He went, but I will not lose this 50th and final fight. I went, Del, whatever happens, I'm proud of you, son. You've done well. And I really meant that. It's going to be so emotional for him here. I'm 99.9% sure he's going to break down in tears on that ring walk here.
And he's also been savouring it all week as well. He's made the most of every moment. He knows. I do believe that it's his last ring walk, even though we believe if he does look brilliant tonight and Alexander Usyk offers him out for a world title after May the 23rd, when he's fought Rico Verhoeven, that he will take that opportunity, because he may find it hard to say no. But I just hope he caps it all and walks away with a victory.
What do you make, Spence, of him, the way that he made his way to the arena tonight? For the people that have only just joined us, Derek Chisora caught the tube with his family, so that's the London Underground. He didn't get a car in, no fancy chauffeur or anything like that. He didn't use the tradesman entrance. He came in by the tube. He's got off with all the fans. He's walked in through the front door, pushing a pram, and then made his way down to his dressing room.
Do you know what it is? Because he knows that this is his last fight week and he wants to make everything so memorable. He said to me at the weigh-in, Spence, make sure you bring Nicola down at the weigh-in. Why is that, Del? I've got DJ Luck and MC Neat there. It's my favourite DJs. I want them playing the tunes when I'm there. I want it banging. I want it to be memorable. And I went, yeah, I love it, mate. I'm going to make sure she's down there. Make sure he comes to the fight, because I'm going to do things again. Getting the tube in is going to be a memory for him. He's going to remember that one. Like, if you talk about his previous 49 fights, and you said, right, tell me fight number 32. How did you get in there? Who was you travelling with? It's a blur. It all merges into one. He's doing this because he will remember every single moment of it. It tells you that this is the last time he rolls the dice. And I've got to tell you, mate, he will go out on his shield, and there's going to be so many emotions in this room. It's going to be a memorable moment. The 11th time he's topped the bill here, and this one against the Bronze Bomber. Come on, what more do you want?
What more do you want, indeed? Gareth, listen, you've documented the majority of Derek's career from villain to hero, and it has been a real wild roller coaster from way back when he was first challenging Tyson Fury, to the incident that happened out in Germany that led to the David Hay fight, to where he's at right now. We couldn't have gone a full 180, could we, with the way that the fans feel towards him.
He's slapped, he's bitten, he's kissed, he's thrown tables, he's caused all kinds of mayhem and volatility around his fights. And as Spence and I debated earlier tonight, he's taken a while to become a national treasure, but he really is, and it's in this arena where that change came about. It's in this place, as Fabio Wardley looks on and grins to us and is enjoying the night. It's in this arena that people came to love Derek Chisora. That's why Nigel Farage came with him on the tank on Thursday. That's why he's here tonight. That's why Noel Gallagher's here. That's why Anthony Joshua's here. That's why all the big heavyweight names are here. It's out of respect for a guy that's earned it time and time and time again. And like you say, Spence, Adam, we all know this. This is a guy who does not know the meaning of quit, by the way. Remember when Tyson Fury carved him up outdoors on December the 3rd a couple of years ago at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? There's no quit in him, and there will be no quit in him tonight.
No, I completely agree with that, but this is the heavyweight division. Stranger things have happened. What if the Bronze Bomber has the burning embers still deep in that soul, and he does find just one of those shots that can put someone's lights out?
This is the intrigue in this fight, because you go, what if the Bronze Bomber can rediscover it? And there is an if. There is a chance. We could see it. He could walk out, detonate a right hand and floor Chisora, nail him to the coffin, to the canvas in round number 1, mate. That's the reality of it, because he's a brutal puncher.
And he's also unorthodox as well, isn't he?
Absolutely, he's unpredictable, man. Like, that is what the intrigue of this fight, you know. But Derek Chisora has a pain threshold. There's different levels of pain threshold where a fighter is willing to go. You remember, like, an old Colt Fox where you go, this guy's going deep, man, dark. He's taking a beating against Jermaine Taylor, and then from somewhere, from nowhere, finds it in that 12th and final round. Derek Chisora's cut from that cloth. That kid goes to a dark place, a really dark place, and he will go there tonight more so than ever. The wife, the kids, 20,000 people all here for Del Boy. When they start chanting that music, mate, this guy is going to go all in.
How hard, be honest with me, Spence, because you know him, right? Tonight's about him, it's a celebration of him. If he's victorious tonight and he looks really good, how hard is he going to be for him to say goodbye to him?
Oh man, it's going to be so difficult.
Will he say goodbye to him?
Listen, if he beats Deontay Wilder tonight, let me put it out there right now, I'm going to do it. He'll do all the crying, and he'll do all the goodbye and the farewell, and it's all over. My camp, you know, I'm 42, I'm aching, I want to go home, spend some time with my family. 2 weeks later, mate, when you spend that time with your family, and you're getting itchy feet, and the old fingers are tapping on the table, do I go one more time? I've got a big fight here. A certain Alexander Usyk's just called out my name. That's the reality of it. So will he walk away if he wins? No, I don't think he will. But he's taking the pressure away from himself because he's saying he's 50 and out.
We're just seeing Deontay Wilder in the change room throwing out triple jabs, by the way. Looking explosive. It's going to be a tough walk for him because I don't think anyone in this room, apart from his corner team and his friends, will want him to win. I love the passion with which Spencer speaks about Derek Chisora. I've been covering him journalistically his whole career, but you've known him since he was a reckless teenager. And as Farage told me, he's emblematic. That's why he's a local hero and a national hero, because he's shown how you can not just turn your boxing career around, but how you turn your life around in this country.
Yeah, listen, that's why I said to him, look, win, lose or draw, Del, and it's 50 and out, I'm proud of you, mate. Where you've come from, none of us believed in you. When you walked into the Finchley ABC gym at 16, in fact, we thought you was useless. You know, we give you no chance, and you fed off that, and you wanted to prove us wrong. And you went on to win the ABA title, you went on to win the British title, Commonwealth title, European title, box Klitschko, and give him his hardest fight back in 2012. You know, all of that. You just have to respect it, man, and it's going to be an absolutely emotional night.
It is going to be an emotional night, and we've been running a poll over on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel this evening. You can come and join us if you're listening to us right now. We're there. We've had over 100,000 of you join us, and we've asked to pick your winner of tonight's main event. 52% are saying Chisora by knockout, 34% are saying Wilder by knockout, 12% say Chisora by points, with 3% saying Wilder by points. So a heavy swing towards the knockout victory. A lot of people do not believe that this fight is going the distance. So you're both thinking if it does go early for Wilder, it's going to be in those first couple of rounds. After 2, after 3, it's Derek Chisora's fight.
It's a fight of two halves for me. I think if we get past that midway point, that 6th round, then I think it's very much Derek Chisora's fight to win. He'll break him, sit on his chest, wear him down, and Deontay Wilder at some point will unravel. But we've seen with Deontay Wilder, he's a tough cookie as well. He doesn't break easily, but he has that power that Derek Chisora could walk onto one. He starts slow, Derek. He gets hit easily when he first starts. He throws jabs like he's punching through treacle when he's doing it, and he slowly gets faster. They're the dangerous side.
Very quickly for me, I think Derek wins in 6 rounds. That's my pick. That he gets the stoppage and he gets to Wilder. But I think Wilder's really dangerous for the first 4 rounds. But I don't disagree with anything Spencer said.
Well, obviously, the Neil Diamond anthem of boxing is now ringing around the O2 Arena, and the people have come out of the bars and they've taken the seats. So the noise level is going to go up a touch, which is always good for us here on talkSPORT. In fact, I'll tell you what, do you want a little bit of a feel of the atmosphere whilst you're driving along? Let's go for it. Familiar with the streamer Jim Skin, you might be able to see him on the back of our stream right now. He's enjoying himself, he's doing his thing. And speaking of world-class streamers, Mr. Eddie Hearn is just putting... Can we hear it? He can hear us, but we ain't got his microphone. We'll try and get his microphone in a moment. Very kindly giving up a little bit of time to come and join us on talkSPORT. We've got you. Hear him. We've got you. We've just been talking about the career of Derek Chisora. Eddie, obviously you promoted him on a couple of occasions. You've had plenty of interactions with him over the years. Can you believe that we're sat here now, 50 fights deep, on a roller coaster of a ride, celebrating the career of Derek Chisora?
Well, people are talking about it like it's the last one. Let's be honest, absolutely no chance. I mean, wasn't it the last dance about 3 songs ago or whatever it was? I mean, look. And by the way, if he goes out and beats Deontay Wilder and he does it in style, and he's happy and he's healthy in the gym and he's looking good, why should he stop? You know, the reality is I think both these guys are on the downside, particularly Deontay Wilder. But it's also a fight where anything can happen. If Deontay Wilder was to do what I think actually is the unthinkable and win this fight, he catapults himself into the mix because he's such a big name. You put him up there with, you know, AJ and Fury, and he starts talking about big fights. I just don't see it. I look at the build-up, I look at the mad interviews, and I look at the previous performances over the last couple of years. I only see a Derek Chisora win here.
We've been talking about that this evening, about the bronze bomber, that extra character that he creates when he comes to the ring. Do you think the bronze bomber no longer exists?
I don't know. I think there was such a fear factor, you know, back in the day of fighting Deontay Wilder. I don't think that really exists anymore. But you have to go back to the Joseph Parker fight. We saw nothing there. He was diabolical against Zhilei Zhang. And even in his comeback fight recently, he didn't look fantastic either. Look, Chisora is there to be hit, right? It's not the most difficult style for someone that's at the back end of their career to face. But what he will do is apply the pressure. And if the chin's not quite there, and particularly the confidence isn't quite there, don't expect to see this fight over quite quickly.
Final one on heavyweights. Great to see Anthony Joshua here tonight and receiving the love from the O2 crowd once again. Great to see him in good spirits. Where is he at mentally? You're obviously
good.
around him.
I mean, he's in camp now with Usyk's team, which is just so phenomenal, you know, over there. He's enjoying his boxing. It's important for him to come to places like this and just be around people, be around boxing. There are deep conversations going on at the moment between myself and Turki Al-Sheikh and Dr. Rakan and Riyadh Season about the Tyson Fury fight. I know Gareth kindly announced a couple of weeks ago that was signed. I can assure you it's definitely not signed, but we hope it will get signed. And there is momentum there, and you know, there's been a lot happening. So now we're focused on actually trying to make some decisions. We'll see what happens with Tyson Fury next week. AJ will also be there to watch up close.
Top man, thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated. Great show last night as well in Altrincham. And we've got another one from Matchroom coming up in 2 weeks' time in Liverpool. As Eddie was talking there, the announcement was made that Deontay Wilder's about to make his way into the O2 Arena. A little bit of a somber tune currently playing. We're still waiting for him to appear, and here he is. There's been many conversations over the years about outfits that Deontay Wilder wears as he makes his way to the ring. But here he does come. The danger. Deontay Wilder. Fight number 50 in a professional career built on chilling, undeniable truth. Power like this doesn't come around often. It doesn't negotiate, it doesn't need rounds, it only needs a moment. From Tuscaloosa, Alabama to the bright lights of London tonight, he has carried that equaliser into every ring he stepped into. 40 plus victories, almost all ended the same way. Sudden, violent, unforgettable. He's been a world champion, he's been in the fire, he knows the glory and he knows defeat. But through it all, the thing that has never left him is that right hand. Can he pull the trigger tonight? It's his 50th professional bout. You get the sense this is more than just another fight. It's a statement, it's a reminder, because when Deontay Wilder lets them hands go, everything does change. As Eddie Hearn just mentioned a moment or two ago, he can change the trajectory of the heavyweight division tonight by landing that big right hand. Impact, 50 fights in, can he find the trigger and remind the world that he's the most dangerous man in the division? sound of the Eagles and Hotel California. Here comes Del Boy. Draped in black with the familiar cowboy hat, the Union Jack bandana draped around his face. Listen to the roar. Del Boy is soaking it all in, taking his time on the podium, greeting every aspect of the O2 Arena. Derek Chisora, his usual stoic self, strutting with that familiar, deliberate stride. No frills, no facade, just a fighter who's given everything to the game. You don't measure this man by titles, you measure him by nights, wars, moments where others folded, but he kept coming. From the bright lights of London to the toughest arenas around the world, he has stood in with every very best of this generation. Never once has he asked for an easy route. Tonight on this Easter weekend and the lights of the O2, this could be the final walk, the final time we get that unmistakable silhouette making its way to the ring. Listen to them. This crowd knows. They're not just watching a fighter, they're saluting a career built on grit, heart, and absolute defiance. Derek Chisora doesn't do script endings. He doesn't fade quietly. He goes out the only way he knows how. Swinging, marching forward, daring anyone to break him. As he stands on the ring apron and salutes his adoring faithful and takes it in one more time. The emotion is pouring out of him. One more fight, one more night, and if it all ends this evening, what a way to go out. Derek Chisora drinking it in as he walks past and into the corner of Deontay Wilder. But it's not to intimidate his opponent, it's to salute every single corner of this arena, because they've all come out for this man that has provided so many nights of sensational entertainment. Listen to this crowd as they welcome their hero.
Ladies and gentlemen, from a sold-out O2 Arena here in London, Kalle Sauerland, MF Pro, and Queensberry present an icon will fall live on DAZN, the global home of boxing. Sponsored by Rainbet, Oosh, Cold Beverages, and TCU 29. And now London, let the world hear you. It's time for our main event of the evening. 12 rounds in the heavyweight division. Your steward in charge is Nick Collier. The timekeeper at ringside is Mark Shannon. The supervisor, Dennis Gil-Martin. Your three judges scoring this contest at ringside will be Phil Edwards, Sean McAvoy, and Marcus McDonald. And the referee in charge when the bell sounds is Mark Bates. Introducing first, fighting to my left, out of the red corner. He comes in wearing the black trunks, weighing in officially at 266.7 pounds, with an outstanding professional record that stands at 36 wins, 23 of those coming by way of knockout against 13 losses. Proudly representing London, England. He is a former world title challenger and the ever-popular, a man who has fought the world's best for over a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Derek WatchAlong. Across the ring, his adversary fighting out of the blue corner. He comes in wearing the black and gold, weighing in officially at a reading 226.4 pounds. An outstanding professional record that consists of 44 victories, 4 losses, 1 draw, 43 big wins coming by way of knockouts. Fighting out of and representing his hometown of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, USA. He is the former WBC heavyweight champion of the world, the Bronze Bomber, Deontay Wilder. Here to give instructions, referee in charge is Mark Bates.
Gentlemen, you both have instructions in the dressing room so you know what's expected. Get your punches up, obey my command to protect yourselves at all times. Go, watch your both, gents. Touch this.
For the 50th time in a professional ring, Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora look across at their opponent, only this time they see each other. Pressure meets precision. For one of them, 50 will be golden. The atmosphere is electric. Don't forget we are live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Come and join us there. Calling you through Wilder versus Chisora live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Who's going to get the better start? Straight away, Chisora's on the front foot, trying to carry the fight to Wilder, who is the bigger man in terms of height, but not weight, 6'7" against 6'2". But Fury, the heaviest of his career, more than 19 stones. Wilder leans on, ties Fury up, and referee Mark Bates, who could be a busy man tonight, splits them. Fury onto the front foot, tries to throw out the jab, doesn't get there, and then a backhanded right hand, left hand from Chisora, who's starting this quickly. He's trying to really carry the fight to Wilder in the early exchanges.
Yeah, Derek Chisora said he was going to do that. He said he was going to put the head on the chest of Deontay Wilder and make it a fight from the opening bell. But that gives Deontay Wilder the opportunity, and the action has kicked off exactly how we expected it to here in the opening round. Chisora on the front foot, Wilder looking for that big right hand.
And he gave him a reminder in close. Wilder chopping right hand, found the target. Forward comes Chisora, and Wilder only just missed with a right hand counter. And again, there's an untidy maul, and referee Mark Bates splits them once more and has a word with Wilder as he does it.
Yeah, Derek's got to be careful here. There's a reckless approach in his work as he comes forward, and Wilder is teeing off on him. Derek just swinging, head down, but Wilder is the one that's getting more success.
Wilder was looking for a right uppercut. Minute and a quarter to go in a dramatic opening round as Chisora comes forward like a deranged bull, comes forward charging into the body of Wilder. Wilder just leans on, and referee Mark Bates splits them again. Short of the target with a right hand is Wilder, but there's a real danger here that Chisora's going to walk into one massive punch.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. You know, we talked about Wilder not being able to pull the trigger. Well, I tell you what, he's pulled the trigger a couple of times here in the opening round already and just skimmed the whiskers of Derek Chisora, who's a little reckless in his approach. Both guys stand centre of the ring. Wilder looking for the big right hand, but Chisora gets off first.
Missed with a left hook counter, and then there's an untidy maul, and they're almost over the ropes. Wilder's leaning all over Chisora. Chisora won't have it, and one of the cornermen has come running into the ring. One of the Chisora cornermen, and the referee has to keep a grip on this. He's speaking to Wilder, saying, I'm not going to stand for it, and he'll go across now, and he'll speak to Chisora likewise. Anthony Bellews on his feet right by my side, bellowing instructions, and I can see Secretary of the British Boxing Board of Control, Robert Smith, going round to the Chisora corner and saying, behave yourself. Well, there'll be a few seconds added on, but what a dramatic opening round we've had. And there goes the bell to end the first 3 minutes. Well, how do you summarise that, Spencer?
Well, it was what we expected it to be. It was never going to be a classic boxing match. It was Chisora pulling forward with his head down, just swinging the shots round. But Deontay Wilder was the one that caught my eye because he was getting off with the shots first. The right hand through the middle as well was particularly impressive.
Gareth, I thought that Wilder won that round.
Yeah, potentially, yes. But also, Alexis Dimitriades getting in the ring could have been a disqualification because the corner is not allowed to climb into the ring during the round. I know it was a horrible melee on the ropes and the referee was trying to call a halt in the action, but that was very, very controversial.
Controversial, if not amateurish. And now we go into the second round. What have we got now? I've given Wilder that opening round, but really it was sort of a brawl in the Wild West. Left hand from Wilder misses, and now Chisora comes boring forward, trying to get his head on the chest of Wilder so that he can land big hooks. That's what he's looking for. Good body shot from Chisora, good left hand.
Yeah, I think a fair summary of this is, well, like Derek Chisora said, this is not going to be a boxing match, this is going to be a fight, a street fight, and that's pretty much how this is kicked off. No technical stuff going on in there. Chisora balling forward, looking for the big shot. Wilder trading with him, both guys standing toe for toe. And Chisora's in trouble.
Chisora was staggered by a left hand. He's on the ropes in his corner, and the referee wants to get Wilder off Chisora, and he does so. He's done Chisora a big favour there. Chisora comes back out, but his legs, to me, looked as though they stiffened momentarily, but he comes back with a big right hand of his own. Good shot from Chisora.
Chisora's looking for the big shot, but Wilder's throwing him through the middle. Chisora's going too wide, and Wilder's landing with the shots first as both guys tie up again on the ropes. Derek Chisora looking tired, hands down by his waist. Wilder looking for the finish here. Can he find it?
He's looking for that big right hand. Chisora plods forward, aims a jab towards the body. Wilder lets him come, misses with a chopping right hand, and then here comes Chisora. Two big body shots, and he's got Wilder where he wants him, right in his face. He lands a couple of solid shots. I think Wilder said something to him in close, and the referee pushes Wilder back. Chisora's on the front foot now, looking for Wilder, and the chants go up. Oh, Derek Chisora, two solid body shots from the London favourite.
Yeah, how physical this has become already. Wilder trying to find the range with that right hand. 50 seconds to go in this second round. Chisora is coming forward, swinging, looking for something, stumbles to the floor.
That's no knockdown though. Referee indicates that, helps Chisora up, swung himself off his feet with that right hand. Chisora takes another big right from Wilder and another one, and then leans on inside, and the referee's going to have to split them again. This is a real energy-sapping fight. It's a 12-rounder, if I need to remind you, and we're only in the second round here on talkSPORT, and Chisora lands a right hand into the head of Wilder, who again claps sole and takes another right hand to the head, and Chisora's bullied back onto the ropes into the last 10 seconds of the round. A phenomenal round as well. Great 3 minutes of action that was. How do you score that, Spencer?
Yep, another round there for Deontay Wilder. For me, Derek Chisora was getting closer, landed a good right hand towards the end of the round. But like I said, this is not technical, this is physical. This is about who wants it the most, who can go to the darkest place. And it's already getting dark in there, John.
Let's listen into the Wilder corner, the blue corner.
When you come forward, step around, right? Keep the jab in his face. He can't see your jab coming.
Stay out there, man. Stay out there for a man. needs a bit more boxing in there, I think. Throw your jab is the instruction. Meanwhile, Chisora has put so much into those first 2 rounds. Can he maintain the effort? We go into the third. On Spencer's card, Wilder 2 rounds up. Furious start to the round from Chisora.
You know the way this fight is going, John, I don't think you're going to need cards, you're not going to need scorecards. Surely, just surely, one of these guys will have to break if they maintain this sort of pace.
Who's physically stronger? Who's got the bigger will to win? Chisora, wanting a dramatic last performance, takes an uppercut as he comes into the chest of Wilder once again. And now the referee says to Wilder, don't get him in the arm lock. I'm not going to allow it. Wilder misses with a straight right hand. As Chisora gets in close, clubs him with a right hand inside, and another one. Wilder takes it and holds on. But they're solid shots from Chisora.
Yeah, he's getting through with the left hooks. It's not pretty, but it's effective. Deontay Wilder's trying to close the space. He's looking for the long right hand through the middle. Chisora has to be careful he doesn't walk onto that one, but he's starting to get closer. Deontay slabs a jab in his face. Derek just keeps pushing on.
Wilder's been told by his corner to throw the jab, and he catches Chisora on the right hand with the right hook, but then Chisora makes Wilder stumble back with a right hand of his own. Halfway stage of this third round, good right hand from Wilder. Chisora just walks straight through it, and now a big attack from Wilder in the corner right in front of us. Referee pushes Wilder back. Chisora plods forward, looking for him, looking for one big right hand. Wilder misses with a right hook, then misses with a left hook. Chisora just keeps on coming. Left hand, right hand, body shots as well. What a will to win this man is showing yet again.
He really is. This is edge of your seat stuff. Everybody in this arena on the edge of their seats. They don't quite know what is going to happen next. Chisora misses wildly. Wilder then misses wildly as well. Both guys looking for the big shot.
As a boxing match, I can assure you, this ain't pretty. But there's some big punches going in, and it just takes one, you sense. And he flicks out the jab, Wilder, looks for Chisora coming in. Chisora also charges in behind his own left-hand lead. He's bullying Wilder backwards. Wilder misses with a right hook. Chisora almost throws himself out of the ring with a wild right hand of his own. Isn't able to find the target though, and Wilder is pushed back by the referee. And Chisora takes a massive right hand, and I think Chisora's in trouble in there.
Yeah, there's something wrong there. He was blinking in the corner, Chisora. The bell goes just as Wilder was going to let a right uppercut go. There's Derek's complaining. Something's happened. He's blinking. He's having to go at the referee. The corner's trying to get him back.
Let's get into that corner and listen in at what exactly has happened.
No, because having the Vaseline, I can't see.
You heard that? Chisora saying he can't see.
I can't just stop the time. Make sure not to stop. Make sure not to stop. If you make sure not to stop. Okay. Listen to me.
That's the voice of the referee you heard briefly.
Fuck your eyes. Okay? You got two of them. You got to fucking use them. Listen to me.
Apologies for the language in the corner.
Yeah, he was complaining there that there was something in the Vaseline. He couldn't see if there's something in the Vaseline. That was what Derek Chisora was saying there.
Well, he's got to carry on. It's 3 rounds to 0, I think, to Deontay Wilder, and catches Chisora as he comes in with a right hand. Chisora is trying to, again, brawl his way back into this. He hasn't got any semblance of quit in him, Derek Chisora. Big body shot, left hand and the right hand, and this time it's Wilder who wants to hold on.
Yeah, Chisora just trying to maul his way in there at the moment. Like I say, nothing's ever going to be pretty. He's looking for that one big shot to turn this around. Deontay Wilder also is looking for that big right hand. He detonates it there. He catches the Chisora. Chisora dips at the knees.
But he doesn't go down, and he comes back throwing punches of his own, and the two of them stagger drunkenly along the ropes on the far side of the ring. The two men separate, with the referee telling Wilder to back off. Fury in the approach of Chisora as he comes in with a right hand, and Wilder just sees him come and lets him miss with a left hand. Wilder looking for the big right uppercut, left hand from Wilder. Chisora just plodding forward. He's not thrown too much in this round. Two jabs from Wilder. Now Chisora gets closer, lands two hooks, and Wilder falls to the canvas.
Yeah, he was slow getting up there, Deontay Wilder as well. The crowd absolutely loved that. Tony Bellew screaming advice to Derek Chisora, who looks down at him. And Deontay Wilder looking for the big uppercut, but he's starting to look a little uncomfortable in there, Deontay Wilder.
Wilder showing real signs of fatigue here in the fourth round as Chisora comes plodding forward once more. Left lead from Chisora, a glancing blow to the beard and chin of the taller figure of Deontay Wilder, who looks very, very disorganised in there. Hasn't really got too much of a game plan. He's just trying to hold Chisora off and throw punches and big punches as he comes in. Two right hands again from Wilder as Chisora comes in with a great right hand of his own. The crowd reacts, and Wilder felt the weight of that. Complains about a punch around the back of the head, and Chisora senses a big opportunity with 25 seconds to go in the fourth round.
Yeah, Deontay Wilder's looking on unsteady legs here. Listen to the crowd. Big right hand, and Deontay Wilder sacks on the ropes.
The right hand almost put Wilder down there. He stuck out his tongue in taunting admission that he'd been caught, and he gets hit again. Another big headshot. Can Wilder see it through to the end of this round? Well, there goes the bell to end it, and what a round that was, Adam.
I think the biggest cheerleader in that corner was Anthony Joshua, on his seat, screaming instructions at Derek Chisora, without any shadow of a doubt. The most successful round for Derek in this fight so far. Yes, he had a couple of complaints on the back end, but this is a Derek Chisora fight. This is what we're expecting.
Absolutely, and the crowd went wild there when he had some success in the latter part of that fourth round. I'll give him the first three rounds to Wilder. It's really hard to score this fight. It's a very wild, look at that overhand right. That's how Chisora will finish it. 3 rounds to 1 to Wilder, but he's definitely getting tired. And you know what? I hate to say this, but he does look shot.
Listen, they both look incredibly tired, and we're only 4 rounds in. Here we go, back to the boys for round number 5.
We're going to the 5th round. Chisora knows that he's still right in here, and he's going looking for Wilder straight away, backing up into his own corner. Jab from Wilder, but no power in it at all. That's not going to dissuade Chisora. Chisora lands a body shot, takes a right hand from Wilder, but he's looking for the head. He knows that he stiffened the legs of Wilder in the closing seconds of that 4th round, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, that relentless pressure from Derek Chisora is tiring Deontay Wilder out. Deontay Wilder is just looking for that single shot, but the arms are getting heavy. He's looking tired and fatigued here. The crowd sense it as Derek gets in close, right hand goes over.
He's looking for that big right hand, Chisora, sensing that that's the one which can finish it. Left hook to the body from Chisora. He's right on top here in this 5th round. Wilder may have taken the first 3. You're listening to the big fight on talkSPORT, the home of boxing, and it might not be pretty, but what drama as Chisora falls to the canvas as he misses a shot, and Wilder helped him down there. The crowd make their opinion known, and the referee has a word with Chisora, and there's an old-fashioned glare from Chisora to Wilder. Chisora senses that he's dog-tired, and he knows that Wilder is using everything to try and get himself back into this. Another big right hand from Derek Chisora.
Yeah, he's closing the gap now, Derek Chisora. Deontay Wilder's not letting the hands go like he was in the first 4 rounds. Is it a tactical thing? Is he looking for the big shot? Both guys, big right hand from Chisora. Wilder felt that.
He's trying to finish it right here, right now, Chisora. Another big right hand, and there's almost half a round remaining as the 5th of a 12-rounder. It's inconceivable this can go 12 rounds.
I tell you what, if Derek Chisora lands that big looping right hand, he's throwing it like he's bowling a cricket ball. If he lands that, Wilder's going to sleep.
Wilder is stock still, and if there was that right hand again, Wilder throws Chisora to the floor. No knockdown, the referee says, and the boos and jeers of the 20,000-strong crowd here at the O2 Arena. And Deontay Wilder looks dog-tired.
Yeah, both guys are feeling it now. It's becoming a psychological battle. The physicalities are leaving them. It's a mental battle. Who wants it? I told you Chisora can go to that dark place. Can Deontay Wilder? Let's see.
He's going to have to. He's going to have to avoid some huge punches from Chisora, and he's got 20,000 people willing him to victory here, Chisora. Again, he scowls at Wilder, who flicks out a half-hearted jab. Here comes Chisora, coming in like a knight of old behind his lance as a left hand comes in, and Deontay Wilder lands a couple of body shots, and the referee splits them for the umpteenth time.
Yep, the referee's got his work cut out, and he was always going to have his work cut out with these two.
Last 10 seconds of this, the 5th round. Is Chisora going to find one huge punch to end it? Looking for it and can't find it. The bell goes, and there's a slightly uncomfortable-looking blink from Wilder as he makes his way back into the corner. Let's get into the Chisora corner, the red corner, and see how they're reading it.
Listen carefully. I need that stick. I need that stick working. I need that stick working. That's what's killing him. The jab is killing him. Do you understand me? Do you get me? The jab is killing him. Do you understand? Don't be lazy. When you get to the finish, fucking work out. He hasn't got the cardio, but you can't let him rest too often. All he's got is the right hand. Crossover, you can't be deep.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, all in one place. 18plusgambleaware.org to find out what it's all about. Spencer, what did you make of what Derek was being told there?
Yeah, listen, it's plain and simple. He's just got to try and keep his game together, keep pressing on, and that's what he needs to do, Derek Chisora. This is not a tactical thing. He just needs to take the fight to Wilder and be careful he doesn't get caught on the way in. 3-2 to me to Deontay Wilder, all to fight for here.
Big uppercut from Wilder and the right cross, and Chisora takes them just as though they're mere irritants. Another big right uppercut from Wilder, all scoring shots, but Chisora does not take a backward step and only missed with a massive right hand of his own. Here comes Wilder, trying to unleash with Chisora sinking onto the ropes right in front of it.
Yeah, good work, good headwood movement there from Derek Chisora, though. He was slipping and sliding those shots. That would have taken a lot out of Deontay Wilder. Referee breaks them up. Chisora again on that front foot. Got to be careful, he don't walk into one, but loops the right hand over.
2 minutes, 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes remaining in this 6th round. Chisora trying to get his head into the chest of Deontay Wilder to be right where he needs to be to land a huge headshot. Good jab from Chisora, and then a couple of bullying shots to the body as well. Wilder misses with an uppercut. 2 big left hands to the body from Chisora, and the crowd are bellowing their support.
Yeah, both guys just trading blow for blow. Derek Chisora working the body of Deontay Wilder. Wilder coming back with some good shots of his own. All action here in the 6th round. 1 minute 20 seconds to go.
For what it's worth, I've got Wilder 3 rounds to 2 ahead, but who knows? It's anybody's guess. Here comes Chisora again with a right hook to the body and a right hand to the head. Referee splits them, and the fury of earlier on is just starting to subside a touch as Wilder tries to throw another massive right hand, and Chisora just walks straight through it.
Yep, Chisora's just got to keep that relentless pressure up. Can he do it? Has he got the engine to be able to do it? I told you it's going to come down to who wants it most, who can go to the darkest place. And trust me, John Rawling, these guys are going to a very dark place right now, and we're only in round number 6.
And Chisora's cut, his left eye is cut. Is that going to be a factor? They're going to have to work on it at the end of the round if it goes that far. Right hook and a left hook to the body from Chisora and a right hand as Wilder ties him up with those huge long arms. Just over 10 seconds to go. Great uppercut from Wilder. Misses with an attempted right hook follow-up shot, and referee Mark Bates splits them. Last few seconds of the 6th round. Let's hear from Gareth.
Wow, this is an extraordinary fight. I mean, it's seesawing right now. I thought Wilder was horribly fatigued, but I thought he came back strongly in that round, Adam. And for me, he won that round. I've got him 4 rounds to 2 up.
He did come back strongly. Listen, I'll be gobsmacked if we need judges at the end of this. These two lads are absolutely shattered. They've been shattered for the last 2 rounds. It's going to take one big hit and then a little bit of an onslaught, and I think one of them will go over. I really do. It's just a little bit of composure just needed right now, because right now I think maybe the emotions got too much, mainly for Derek. Just a little bit of composure, take your time with it. Wilder's there for the taking. Those legs have completely gone, in my opinion.
Yep, the composure will come when the intensity goes out of the work, and I've got to say, Derek Chisora's eye's a problem as well. The blood, John, flowing into that eye.
They've stopped it for the time being, though, as we go into the second half of the fight. We're into the 7th round. Seemed inconceivable earlier on that it'd go as far as that. We've had both fighters out of the ring. We've had a corner man in the ring, which isn't allowed, of course. Good uppercut from Wilder. Took a right hand from Chisora as he threw it. Chisora's on the front foot, trying to get in close. Good jab again from Wilder. I'm sure that'll have been the advice of the corner. Let's see your box. Let's see your jab. Work away and target that damaged left eye as Chisora misses a wild right hand over the top.
Yeah, that uppercut that you was talking about, John, you can hear that crunching to the jaw of Derek Chisora, who's walking forward, face looking swollen now, blood streaming out of the eye as well. It's a tough timing there at the moment for Chisora, and he's got to be careful now. The intensity has come out of his work, and if he slows down, he could walk onto one.
He gets a couple of body shots in, but he's telegraphing his shots a wee bit now, Chisora. The snap, such as it was earlier on, doesn't seem to be there now. And Wilder trying to keep him away with that long left-hand lead. Furious uppercut right hand. He takes it so well, Chisora again. Massive shot, that one from Wilder.
How is he soaking this up, Derek Chisora? He keeps coming forward. The will to win is insane. We know what this night means to him. It's 50 and out, and he wants to go out with a big name on his record. It's all in the balance right now.
2 body shots from Chisora, as you were saying that. Wilder, flat-footed, walks back to centre ring all the time with that right hand cocked, trying to detonate it. He's won so many fights with that huge right hand. Just as it seemed the fight was slipping away from him, he's still in there. He can still punch. Maybe the footwork has gone, maybe the legs have gone, maybe he's not the fighter he was, and he takes a left hand now from Chisora.
Yeah, a good little spell in the fight here from Chisora. Wilder just taking his foot off the gas. For the meantime, throws a 1-2, misses. Chisora rolls under that one. Derek looking to get in range. Is the big right hand coming? He goes under the shot again. Wilder lands with a sneaky little uppercut.
30 seconds to go in the 7th round. Wilder grins as Chisora, looking dog-tired, leans on, and the referee splits them yet again. Wilder waiting for Chisora to come inside, maybe looking for the right uppercut. Pacing himself, waiting for Chisora to commit himself. Now Chisora backs off and waits for Wilder to come forward. Jab from Wilder, short of the mark, and misses again with a left hand, right hand, the two of them fall to the canvas. Wilder on top, and the referee's going to have a word with Deontay Wilder about that. He shakes his head as much as to say Chisora played his part in that, and now he pushes Wilder back, and there goes the bell to end an extraordinary round. We'll go into the Deontay Wilder now, into his corner, and find out what he's being told.
All right, now let's live a better round. Listen. All you gotta do is keep jabbing and pivoting. When you pivot, he can't bind you. Then you come back. Say what we get is fine. Keep on pivot.
His hips are bad. Keep pivoting, keep pivoting. You told me to slap you, I'm gonna slap you. Keep pivoting, keep it in the center of the ring. Don't get on the ropes, you're winning. When you're not on the ropes, you're winning. Let's go, wake up and do this. Let's win this thing. You can win this. You can win this.
He certainly can win it. On our cards, Deontay Wilder is ahead right now as we move into round 8. But still, that look of anger and determination on the face of Chisora as the referee speaks to the two fighters and says, come on, let's keep this as a boxing match. Let's not make it stupid.
Yep, let's get some parliamentary procedure in there. Let's keep it together. That's what's needed. Both guys are very difficult to control. They want victory so much. And here comes Derek Chisora. Two thudding shots to the body. One over the top. Right.
Looking for the head shot as well, and Wilder ties him up. The referee pushes him back, and he's sent to ring now, aiming the uppercut at Chisora, who's keeping a high guard, trying to get in close to land big head shots, but he's not finding them right now, and I've got him ahead. Would you agree, Spencer?
Yep,
Wilder ahead.
Yeah, Wilder's winning this one, John, at the moment. I've just got him 3 up. There's been some close rounds, but Deontay Wilder doing the better work of the two, but this is where Derek Chisora comes into his own in that last quarter of the fight. Massive right hand. Deontay Wilder smiles. He throws one back, and now Derek scores.
3 massive right hands from Wilder. How on earth did Chisora stay upright? And now he catches Wilder as Wilder comes in, lands another huge right hand, and the referee taking a very close look at Derek Chisora. He won't want to stop it, but he took some massive punches, having landed a huge overhand right of his own.
Yeah, both guys having success there. Derek Chisora, how's he taken that? Goes back to the red corner. Deontay throws a right hand. Chisora goes out of the ring.
And this time it is a knockdown, as much through exhaustion as anything else. Chisora sunk down, he gets the knockdown, Wilder, and now what can Chisora do from here? He's been in dark places, he's found amazing turnarounds, but this would be the daddy of them all if he could do it now. Waiting for Wilder, Wilder talking to him. Chisora makes him miss with a right hand, and then Chisora falls through the ropes again, and the referee this time says no knockdown.
Yep, there was no knockdown, no shot landed, but Derek Chisora standing in that red corner, trying to draw Deontay Wilder in so he can loop that right hand over the top, but a dangerous game to play. And the referee has deducted a point from Deontay Wilder. What is all that about?
Well,
where did that come from?
I find that extraordinary. He's had a point deducted, Wilder, and he will be outraged about that, and his corner will be livid as well. 30 seconds to go in this 8th round. That looked a crazy refereeing decision.
Yeah, wild decision there. There was no reason for the referee to deduct a point. Deontay Wilder was throwing the punches. Derek Chisora fell through the ropes. Come on, referee, sort yourself out.
Another big right hand from Wilder sends Chisora into reverse gear, into his own corner. Wilder's looking to finish it here. One big right hand might do it. Left hand from Chisora. Wilder misses with his right. And a big attack from Chisora. Where on earth is this coming from? Last few seconds on another quite extraordinary round. Remember, Chisora has been down. Wilder's had a point deduction. So, by my reckoning, that's going to be a level round. What about that, Adam?
Wow, listen, this is crackers. Absolutely crackers. I never thought that we'd get so deep into the fight. Both men have been exhausted since round number 4. It is, as I highlight on many occasions, Mr. A. Davis, a slobber knocker.
It really is a slobber knocker. Who'd have thought that this fight may end up going 12 rounds of war? A knockdown for Deontay Wilder, then a push out of the ring, and he gets a point deducted. What an incredible fight this is these two are putting up. It's horrible, it's messy, it's a brawl, it's just unreal.
Still captivating though, isn't it? It's weirdly captivating, and I hope you're enjoying it on talkSPORT as we bring you this live from the O2 Arena. Don't forget, we're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well for the watch-along. We are entering round number 9. Who thought that I'd say that? Let's get back to the commentary team.
Well, we've all seen brawls in pubs and bars on the street. I tell you what, this is the mother and father of all brawls. Big left hand from Chisora, first scoring shot of the round.
Yeah, Derek Chisora's finding something from somewhere. He's got a second wind, he's finding the strength. Got to be careful he don't walk onto one like that right hand that just slammed off the side of his face, but he shook it off. Come back with shots of his own. Good left hook to the head there.
Two right hands from Chisora with scoring shots. I've got Wilder still slightly ahead in this fight, and that point deduction there would surely have played a key part. Two big body shots from Chisora, who's right into Wilder's face and pushing him back into his own corner. Wilder protests to the referee about illegal tactics.
Yep, Chisora don't care about that. He's head down and winging away. He don't care if the elbow goes in, head goes in. He's just making this into a fight. That is what he said he was going to do.
He is making it into a vivid confrontation. Wilder allows him just to back off and takes a little breather. Throws out a left-hand lead, short of the target. Chisora lets him come, misses with a wild right hand of his own. Now there's a clinch inside, and two clubbing right hands in that clinch were landed from Wilder.
Yeah, Chisora looking for that big shot. He tried to draw Wilder in there. He's got to be careful when he's rolling under the shots, slamming the body shots in there, Chisora. But said he's got to be careful when he's rolling with the shots, John, because them uppercuts at Wilder are throwing look very dangerous. 1-2 from Wilder.
Just over a minute to go in the 9th round, and the last minute of this 9th round might be the key to how it's scored. Wilder letting Chisora come towards him, looking for the right hand. Chisora short of the target with a wild overhand right. Again, the chants go up for Derek Chisora. Right hand from Wilder. Short of the target, and Chisora's right in his face again.
Yeah, Wilder looking desperately tired in there. Chisora plodding forward, misses with that wild right hand again. He's only got to land one of those, and Deontay Wilder, the legs will go from beneath him.
Derek Chisora, who's been a professional since 2007. A couple of jabs there, scoring shots as Wilder misses a ragged-looking right hand. And Chisora, believe it or not, is slightly outworking the thinner Deontay Wilder at this stage. Good right hand from Wilder. Makes Chisora miss with a right-hand follow-up, and then lands a right-hand counter. Puts Chisora back across the ring. Well, how do you score that one, Spencer?
Yeah, Chisora may have done enough in that round to win the round. Wilder hit was some cleaner shots, but Chisora may have just edged it on sheer work rate. There's not a lot in this one, John. 3 rounds to go. I've got Wilder 2 rounds up. It's been one of those fights that could be won and lost. This could be a 3-round fight right now. This is where Derek Chisora, by the way, comes into his own.
Heart, strength, commitment, desire, all sorts of words come into it here. Who's got it between the ears as much as who's got the physical capability? It's sheer desire and willpower which is going to get this one way or the other. We're coming up now to the 10th round of what's been an extraordinarily dramatic fight. 10th round of a 12-rounder.
Yeah, here we go. Both guys now showing signs of fatigue. Deontay Wilder still looking for that right hand. Chisora still pushing forward. Wilder lands the uppercut. Body shots as well.
2 left hooks there, that was from Wilder. Chisora switches to southpaw momentarily and takes a couple of jabs from Wilder, who backpedals a little bit clumsily into the corner on the far side. Catches Chisora with a right-hand counter.
Chisora still looking for that one big shot as he just goes to set up the big right hand. Wilder creating the space. Chisora backs off, trying to draw him in. Both guys having a standoff. Approaching 2 minutes left of this 10th round.
Whatever happens in the remaining time, neither man is ever going to forget this one here at the O2 Arena. Left hook and a right hand from Wilder. Headshots. A shrug of the shoulders from Chisora, as much as to say, that all you've got? He's got his gloves held low, inviting Wilder in. Wilder lands a jab, short with another one, then another, then a right hand. All scoring shots for Wilder, but there's no great power in them, just pouring rangefinders. Right hand as well, and Chisora's trying to sucker him in, talking to Wilder, saying, come on, give it, commit, knock me out, go for it, but he won't. Wilder perhaps has been told by his corner, you're ahead, you don't need to do it. Tried a big right hand, and Chisora came back with a good right hand of his own. Good work by Wilder on the back foot. Then in comes Chisora, big left hook to the head, makes Wilder hold on.
Yeah, intense stuff here in this 10th round. Chisora trying to draw Wilder in, Wilder not taking the bait. Both guys looking for that big shot. As I say, this is a big uppercut there from Deontay Wilder, and Chisora Steve keeps coming forward.
He did no more than blink. You'd have thought that was bound to rock him, but it didn't. Flat-footed now completely, Chisora. Oh, that's a big right hand into the side of Wilder's head. Wilder again, though, takes it and holds on. 30 seconds to go in the 10th round, and everybody here at ringside senses that Chisora's moment might yet be to come. Wilder holds on in desperation as Chisora looks for one massive headshot.
Yeah, Chisora's having success here, and the right hand goes in again, body shots go in, the 10-second clacker goes. Good work, good action here from Derek Chisora. Another round in the bank, another round closer for me.
Well, what is the Chisora corner going to make of that? To my reckoning of it, Chisora's got to knock him out. That's how we've got it right now.
Don't go in the fucking corner again. We need these rounds. We're 2 rounds behind, you understand? We're 2 rounds out. You need to get your jab working. 4 minutes back foot, win this round. Do you understand me? Remember, back it. Derek, I need you to get some jab. Don't just look for the other hand right. Also, when you land with him, don't clinch. Let full go now. He's double guarding when you land. Derek, listen, you worked your whole life for this moment, do you understand? You worked your whole life for this moment. You have to go and get it. It's not fucking, you gotta go get it. You gotta go get it. Don't let it slip away, get on it.
Sorry about some of the language in the corner. Emotions high. He's got to go and get it. Anthony Bellew came across and had a look at how we were scoring it between rounds there and shook his head, a little bit mystified that we'd got Wilder ahead, but he's gone and delivered his information to the Chisora corner, suggesting that Del Boy has to knock him out.
Well, I've got Deontay Wilder 1 round ahead with 2 rounds to go, so it's still winnable for me on the scorecards of Derek Chisora. But he's got a lot of work to do, John Rawling, that is for sure.
It's been an extraordinarily dramatic fight. Wilder is trying to box his way through here, trying to keep Chisora at range. Chisora switches to southpaw, looking for an opportunity to land the big left hook. took a chopping right hand as he came in close from Wilder, who flicks out another couple of jabs, which just makes grazing contact with the Chisora head.
Yeah, the cleaner work coming from Deontay Wilder in this round. He's landing a couple of good jabs as well. Chisora still trying to find something. Clubbing right hand comes from Wilder as Chisora pins Wilder in the corner. This is so physical, man, so physical.
And it might be very, very close. We've tried to score it as best we can as we see it here. It's been the sort of fight which at times has been almost impossible to score. Here comes Chisora again, right hand and a body shot as Wilder ties him up and just looks at Chisora and lands another corking right hand as Chisora comes in low. A couple of jabs from Chisora, absorbs another right hand from Wilder. Little more than a minute of this 11th round, of this 12-rounder here at the O2 Arena. Who's going to see it through to the finishing line?
Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, John. I think both of them might see it through. You would never have thought that when you looked at this contest, the way they started. Deontay Wilder goes for a right hand, Derek falls into the ropes. And is he in trouble? Again, he goes through the ropes, out the ropes.
The referee's not signalled a count, even though the count is... Oh, it is! He has given a count. Well, that would be a 10-8 round. Chisora can't believe it. He thought he was put through the ropes unfairly, and now Wilder is going looking for him again. Another solid right hand, and... Oh, no! Wilder goes down, clipped by a right-hand counter from Chisora. Wilder says it was a slip, doesn't believe it was a fair knockdown. And he says something to the referee as much as to say, surely you're not giving that, but that's a knockdown each.
Well, no, I don't think he did the knockdown, if I'm honest, John. I don't think he ruled that a knockdown. I'm not sure, did he rule that a knockdown?
Yeah, he counted. The referee counted it's 100% a knockdown. I don't think it was a knockdown. Deontay slipped, but the referee counted it, so therefore that round will be scored 10-9 and whoever you decided won it. And I thought Derek did enough to win that round.
And weirdly, a punch landed, even though Wilder went down, he probably slipped, but a punch did land, and that wasn't counted. Very odd. It's been a very odd...
It's a very odd fight, mate.
It's a barbaric, odd, peculiar 50th fight for both men. In the middle of that, when you're doing commentary, I wonder if this is going to be a draw. I wonder if this is going to be scored a draw.
Can I throw this out there? 50th fight of both guys. We're going into the 12th round, and guess what? I've got it all level. 1 round fight. Who wants it? 3 minutes decides it. Here we go.
Spencer Oliver building up the drama for you. 3 minutes remaining. A smile from Deontay Wilder as he comes out, wants to touch gloves. And Derek Chisora will have none of the old formalities. He wants a knockout punch. Jab from Wilder, taken on the gloves by Chisora, who misses with his own attempted jab. Left hand from Wilder. Chisora inside, tries to bully Wilder back, and the referee splits them. Nothing of note in the first 30 seconds.
No, Chisora trying to pull forward, he's looking for something big, lands 2 body shots, short hook over the top. Wilder wants to hold on. This has become physical, man. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Wilder looking for something.
2 men are dog-tired, and Wilder complains again to the referee. Landed an uppercut and a chopping right hand. Forward comes Chisora with his head right into the face of Deontay Wilder. But the referee says nothing. A minute to go, 2 minutes to go, a minute gone in this final round. Chisora misses with a wild right hand. You can hardly hear yourself think with the cacophony here at the O2 Arena. Extraordinary atmosphere on the far side of the ring. Anthony Joshua is on his feet, bellowing instructions to Derek Chisora, who takes another right hand, another short chopping right hand from Wilder, who's landed the telling punches so far in this final round.
There's not a person sitting down in this O2 arena now. 20,000 people on their feet. Joshua screaming the advice. Tony Bellew next to us screaming the advice to Chisora. Let your hands go. There's nothing in this one. Chisora lands a hook. Wilder comes back.
Carl Frampton has got Derek Chisora ahead. We've got Deontay, well, I've got Deontay Wilder just ahead. And Spencer Oliver has it dead level. It's that sort of fight. It really is anybody's guess as we come towards the final bell. And when it comes, what would be the chances of a draw? A couple of jabs from Wilder, both finding the target. Chisora gloves low, trying to sucker Wilder in. Wilder misses with a right hand and then ties Chisora up. 30 seconds to go. Who can find the big one?
Well, this might be the deciding factor on who wins this round. It's been a very close one. Chisora lets one go, and it goes just skimming past the whiskers there of Deontay Wilder. But who's won this round? I've got to tell you, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to call here, John.
I think Wilder's won it. Furious attack again from Chisora. Big overhand right. And there goes the final bell. Wilder raises his arm aloft to celebrate what he thinks is a win. Derek Chisora goes back to his corner, a little bit crestfallen, but what a tremendous effort he's given. And all around this O2 arena, people are standing up and cheering two men who gave it absolutely everything. There's never been any semblance of quit in this man from Finchley and before that Harare. Derek Chisora, who was taught by the Oliver family, and he has had the most astonishing career. Has he done enough to win this fight? I don't think so. Wilder thinks he's won it, and that would be my take on this as well. I think that Wilder won that last round. Chisora needed to win it, and needed to win it big. Let's hope that the crowd takes it well if this goes to Derek Chisora.
Yeah, it's one of those fights, subjective scoring. It was very, very close. Could have all been on that last round. Wilder may have done enough in that last round to win it. I've got to say, this is razor tight. The emotions are through the roof in that ring. Let's see how it goes. Deontay Wilder thinks he's got it. Derek Chisora doesn't know.
I would never in a million years have said that fight would have gone to a points decision. But that's what it's done. Who do you reckon won it, Gareth?
The crowd, the fans, in a 50th fight for both men. But I've got Wilder by 2 rounds.
But will the judges be swayed by the noise from the crowd? It was an absolute cacophony. There must be 50 people or more in that ring at the moment, all waiting for the verdict.
What was extraordinary was both men are so aged as fighters, but they are so resilient and determined as individuals that no one would give it up. It seesawed. It was a classic between two great fighters, but not a classic boxing match.
Listen, were you entertained?
Yes.
That's what we say. Were you entertained? That was edge of your seat stuff. Forget the technical side of it. That was as good as any heavyweight fight you could do. Everyone was gripped to that. They were entertained.
Here it is, I think.
2 gladiators earned their freedom tonight.
No, it's not. I thought they were calling for best of order for the verdict there. Sorry, Gareth, you were saying?
I said 2 gladiators earned their freedom tonight.
What a way to bow out if indeed Derek Chisora does bow out with that. Deontay Wilder, we thought he was shot, thought he had nothing left. He took some massive shots and he came back and stayed with it and kept the fight going right to the end.
Yeah, what a contest, gripping right from the very first bell till the end. Chisora had his moments, Wilder had his moments, the referee even had his moments in there as well. We had a little bit of everything. We were all entertained. Win, lose or draw, Derek Chisora, you have entertained us over the last 20 years as a professional, and boy, have you gone out on your shield.
Could we see Deontay Wilder, even if he loses, want to fight again after that?
Oh, I think he will.
I think he will.
I think he will. And, you know, I mean, if Derek Chisora comes out of this with a draw, and that's not impossible.
Here we go.
Here we go. The fighters are sent to ring, just waiting for the words of our master of ceremony, Ray Flores. And the crowd waits with
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the scorecards, please give these two warriors a round of applause for two exhilarating rounds of action here at the sold-out O2 Arena here in London. Having gone the distance, we go to the scorecards. Judge at ringside, Sean McAvoy, has it 115-111 for Wilder. Judge Phil Edwards has it 115-112 for Chisora. And Judge Marcus McDonald has it 115-113 for your winner by split decision, the Bronze Bomber, Deontay Wilder.
On a split decision, it seems to be the story of Derek Chisora's career, losing the big ones on the split decisions. And he's lost one tonight on a split decision against Deontay Wilder. To be fair, as I look at those scorecards, I can't really argue with Deontay Wilder having his hand raised there. I thought, when we're talking about the clean, effective work, especially in those middle rounds, it came from Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, and he was the guy that made Derek look in trouble at times. Wilder managed to smother the work very well of Chisora when he played possum, and he covered up work very well, and he tied up in the clinch very well. I still think his legs have gone, his pride hasn't gone, his resilience hasn't gone, and his desire to keep fighting hasn't gone. I don't think he's much of a danger for Anthony Joshua, who was sitting there ringside like Chisora's greatest cheerleader. It was massive entertainment for the crowd tonight. Well, Derek will walk away now, but that's a given.
Let's hear from the victor. Adi Oladipo is in the ring right now for the television broadcaster, talking to Deontay Wilder.
Deontay Wilder, and we certainly saw moments of that in the ring. You must feel so good with that victory.
Man, I feel good. First off, I'd like to give the glory to God, because without him, nothing is possible. You know, Derek, he's a warrior. He came like a lion to fight, but like I said before, I don't play boxing, I come to end it. Many people doubted me. They counted me out. They do dirt on my name, but you can't throw dirt on somebody that's chosen. London, y'all all was witness tonight. What power, what destiny, what glory is all about. I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight. I want to thank MF Pro, the best promotion in the world. I want to thank the Zone, and I want to thank the O2 Arena for hosting us. What a magnificent fight it was. And I give all the glory and the thanks to God, and thank Derek as well. Bro, we got to go fishing. You coming to Alabama, baby.
You always said that if you show what you have shown in the past, that we're going to see more Deontay Wilder. Are you now back? Are we seeing more Deontay? Is that it now? We have another run, a world title maybe?
Oh, most definitely, hands down. You know, tonight was very fun. As you can see, I was having a lot of good time, a lot of good fun in here in the ring. Derek got a lot of good shots off, but, you know, it wasn't nothing to a king. You know, I'm a king, and I showed that tonight. The punches I absorbed, and I came back. It's all about having fun. I had to heal. You know, it took a long time for me to heal, but I'm back. And I'm gonna get better and better each and every time. You know, and man, what a fun night tonight.
The last 2 years have been very difficult for you, inside and outside of the ring. This result must feel so much better considering how difficult the last 2 years have been.
Most definitely, because I had a durable opponent. I knew Derek was gonna come. I knew he was gonna bring everything that he had. This is his retirement fight. And I was telling him in the ring, as I started seeing his eyes swell and his temple started to buckle a little bit, I said, bro, you got to live for your kids. I don't want to hurt you too much longer. So I started having fun in there because I saw my brother starting getting hurt. I started winking his eyes a little bit. And that's what boxing all about. Too many lives have been lost in this ring, this very ring. And then when it's over for us, nobody give a damn about us. No matter what they say, nobody give a fuck about us. So you got us fighters have to look after each other. And tonight, I looked after Derek tonight. I didn't want to go too hard up on him because, like I said, I saw his temple, the veins started coming out of his head. And I want him to live for his kids. It's time for us to take care of each other. I have 7 of my own. And babies, I'm coming home to y'all. I love my children. They're my best friend. Naia, Ava, Darian, DJ, Olivia, Kaori, and Grace. Daddy coming home, baby. I can't wait to see you guys. Those are my best friends.
Deontay, stay there. Shelly, stay there as well. I do want to get a word with Derek Chisora. Derek. Come on, a bit more noise for Derek. Derek. Fight number 50. Yeah. Many ringside thought that you got the job done. It was a tough fight. How do you reflect on the fight, Derek?
Some of the rounds were very close. Listen, where's my good though? Because I came out of the ropes. I don't know why. I'm just upset that I came out of the ropes. Because if I didn't come out of the ropes, I'd have won that fight. You know, he pushed me out of the ropes once, and the second one I just came out for some reason, but it happens.
Derek, it's going to be very difficult. We're going to try and reflect on what's been an incredible year, nearly 20 years. Fight number 50, you've entertained us for so many years. You've entertained us in this arena as well. It's going to be difficult to reflect now, but when you look at those 50 fights, how do you feel now saying that this is the final fight, Derek?
I have this, the boss lady is right here. Last fight? Last fight. Tell me a last fight. Where's my buddy Glenn? Glenn, where are you? Come here. You know, my friend Glenn made me a very good present. Come here, Glenn.
Glenn, come in the ring, Glenn. Get in the ring.
Come here. Glenn, get up here. No, Glenn, come up here. Get up here, Glenn. You know, Glenn is one of my very good friends.
Where is it? Where's the belt?
He made me very, from this is a present from me.
Yeah, ma'ams.
From Five Guys, they made me a belt. And Glenn said, let me design it. So Five Guys, the burger place.
There you go.
I think Tony has the belt.
Let me see the belt.
Here's your mate.
Can we see the belt?
Yeah.
Careful, open it, careful.
So Glenn made this for me as a present. And I said, do I pay champion fees on it? He goes, no. Wow.
It's a beautiful belt.
Wow, look at that.
It's a beautiful belt.
It's even got Five Guys right here.
3 Five Guys.
Yeah, look at that, look at that. You know, Glenn, thank you, brother. I love you, bro. I really appreciate you, bro.
I'm not kissing you.
You're not kissing me, why? You racist? Yeah, so listen, the fight, I did I lose it by 1 point or 2 points?
By 2 points.
Yeah, because I came out of the ring. Listen, it is what it is. I'm going to go home with the boss lady and see what I want.
When you say see what I want, do you mean try and have one more? That's it, isn't it? Is that not it?
No. I'm going to go home and drop my kids to do a school run. But you know what? First of all, let me say this, yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I know why I lost the fight, because...
Well deserved. 50 fucking
well, do I get Five Guys as well now? Do I get Five Guys?
5 Guys, he's had it.
Yeah, listen, thank you very much. United Kingdom, I really appreciate you. I came here when I was 16. I was born in Zimbabwe, came here to visit my mother. I got into trouble. I started boxing. I didn't know I was going to be addicted to boxing, and I kept on going. Some of my peers have retired, have left, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Derek, thank you very
Derek
much.
Chisora just addressing the crowd here at the O2 Arena. We'll do our very best to get a more personal one for you as well before we leave the arena and stick that on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. It wasn't his night regarding the result tonight, but it was absolutely his night when it came to the fans coming out and celebrating a 50-fight career. A different night here in London. 2 heavyweights, 2 stories, and once again a reminder of why this sport grips us the way it does. Derek Chisora, heart on his sleeve, giving everything as he always has, and Deontay Wilder, who's made a career out of that dangerous right hand. It wasn't there tonight, but heart, guts and determination most certainly was. Both men, shadows of their former selves, yet, but still remarkably captivating. From all of us here at talkSPORT, thank you very much for joining us on this Easter weekend at the O2 Arena. We'll catch you next time.
Formula One. It's a sport often seen as insular and elitist, but it's seen a meteoric rise under its owners Liberty Media, not only in popularity and viewership, but in the ability to almost print money. From greater access to more races, here's how it happened. For decades, Formula One was owned and run by one man, Bernie Ecclestone. He was old school, someone who thought the sport itself was enough, and there was no need for all this modern marketing and social media nonsense. But in 2016, Ecclestone agreed to sell his baby to American group Liberty Media. It cost Liberty Media $4.4 billion, and they quickly got to work. We got an F1 app almost immediately, and teams were allowed to show us more from behind the scenes. One of Liberty's most important deals was with Netflix, which in 2019 brought us Drive to Survive. The effect? An almost 70% rise in viewership for races in the US alone. It's massively benefited Formula One online too, with a rise from 7.8 million followers across its social media platforms in 2016 to around 50 million today. New eyes are on the sport too, with F1's own subscription TV channel, which people can watch anywhere in the world. But the main market they've tapped into is the US. There's now 3 races there a year, in Texas, Miami and Las Vegas, and an American branded team, Cadillac, getting involved in the sport too. More races seems to be the direction of travel. A street circuit in Madrid's being welcomed onto the calendar, while conversations around a Grand Prix in Africa have ramped up in the last few years. More big events could be in the offing too, after the massive F1 75 season launch event in London in 2025. 7.5 million people tuned in to watch it live across the social media channels, and that doesn't include the viewing figures for where it was broadcast on TV in certain countries. It seems Liberty will do whatever they can to grow the F1 brand. Their efforts have been worthwhile too, with Forbes valuing the sport at $17.1 billion back in 2023, almost 4 times more than what they bought it for in 2016. Not bad, considering it's seen as a sport where people just drive around in circles.